A young man of Chinese descent emerged from the darkness nearby, followed by a striking white-haired woman with a cool and confident demeanor. Riven, what are today's takings? The young man was exceptionally handsome, his looks transcending even Western standards of beauty. Summoner. Lufa, today's earnings are $1,000. The white-haired beauty paused, then quickly replied, $1,000. Lufa seemed dissatisfied with the day's income. At first glance, the conversation seemed normal, but the river of blood stretching behind the pair made it clear that their takings deserved quotation marks. The young man was named Lufa, surname Lu, given name Fa. His father hoped he would understand the law and become a great lawyer, but fate had other plans. He became an intern judge's assistant. Of course, Lufa felt it was pretty much the same, both dealing with the law. While diligently studying to become a full judge, Lufa transmigrated. At first, Lufa refused to accept it. He had studied so hard becoming a judge's assistant, and now they made him transmigrate. And not just any world, the Marvel Universe. But soon he changed his tune because Riven from League of Legends had transmigrated with him. This Riven was the one he had played tens of thousands of ranked games with. She immediately addressed him as summoner, and Lufa learned he had obtained a golden finger, a system. He could summon characters from games he had played, but there was a prerequisite: drops from killing monsters. Yes, not like gacha in games. Random drops of items, skills, and characters after defeating enemies. That's why Lufa was out with Riven at night generating income. 1. Eliminate criminals. 2. Earn money to survive. 3. Summon more wives. A triple win. Riven's loyalty was high. The system manual said familiarity equals affection. As a top jungle and mid player who loved female characters, Lufa had high familiarity with Riven. Too bad she wasn't Bunny Girl Riven. After realizing this, Lufa accepted his fate, even in the dangerous Marvel Universe. At least he might meet his favorite heroines. Riven, Ari, Syndra, Ashe, Jean Dark, Alter, Scathack, Rider Black from Arknights, Scotty Lapland. My waifus am coming. But reality soon taught Lufa that he first had to figure out how to survive. He confirmed the timeline was when Tony Stark received the Apogee Award. Soon Tony would go to Afghanistan to market his Jericho missiles, then be attacked and kidnapped by the Ten Rings. Lufa wanted to save Tony Stark and use the classic Marvel transmigration script to get reward and identity. But how to get to Afghanistan? Without identity, he'd have to sneak across borders or use other means. Even if Riven carried him. Though she was a superhuman who ran 100 kilometers per hour on a meal, they didn't know the way. Do you think Afghanistan is that small? Searching for the Ten Rings base that even the U.S. military couldn't find. Do you think you're better than the Air Force? Plus, Lufa was a weak, ordinary human protected entirely by Riven. Taking her to a firefight with terrorists might not be survivable given the desert heat and dehydration, not to mention getting shot. Should Riven protect me or Tony Stark? After thinking it through, Lufa gave up grand dreams. He rented a room in a place that required no ID. Riven complained the sofa smelled of death. Even after cleaning, her superhuman senses detected the faint odor of a corpse. Lufa didn't mind. Though afraid of ghosts with Riven beside him, what fear could there be? Besides, an anonymous place was perfect for hiding. But even sharing a room with Riven, Lufa lacked the courage to make a move. He was afraid Riven might hurt him. He once saw Riven punch a thug into a wall, so hard the guy stuck there. Lufa realized Riven didn't have Superman's biofield to bend physics. His body was not ready for such things unless he became stronger. Maybe a drop like the first flame. No, he didn't want to become undead. But with so many games he'd played, there must be something suitable. Today we killed so many thugs, but only got a pile of junk. Lufa looked at the arsenal on the table. Guns from Left 4 Dead, Resident Evil, Crossfire Sniper, Elite, PUBG, Battlefield. All modern or World War II era, no high-tech ones. Honestly, at first he was excited. Guns, steel, mecha romance for men. But shooting got boring when you couldn't turn into a humanoid weapon. Guns were heavier than imagined, recoil a major issue. Once he nearly shot himself in the leg, the barrel climbing too high. After that, Lufa started working out diligently. He didn't want to be a weakling who couldn't even handle a rifle. The rent was cheap, likely because someone had died there. Lufa and Riven didn't have to share a couch. There were 2 beds. For daily life, Lufa did the cooking. Riven could cook, but it was merely edible. For good food, they ate out, or he cooked. After learning of her thoughts, Lufa began to suspect that this ruin might not be the ruin of the Valoran continent, but rather his very own ruin. After all, if she were the ruin from the Valoran continent, she wouldn't be the loyal, submissive girlfriend type. Yet Lufa was content with this. In the days he had spent with Ruin, they were like a couple, though not husband and wife, because Lufa had never been in love before and remained single. His singlehood wasn't due to arrogance, but because everyone assumed a man of his handsomeness must already have a girlfriend, so they never considered him. On top of that, Lufa suffered from social anxiety, making him appear aloof and unapproachable in others' eyes. So unfair. Him actually easy to get along with and easy to flirt with. But until now, he had never met an aggressive, meat-eating girl who could see through his disguise. Otherwise Lu Fa wouldn't have remained single all this time. As for Ruewen, it goes without saying. Ask her how to kill someone, and she might have 100 methods. But ask her how to fall in love, and she would be completely dumbfounded. So the two of them were just a little close mainly because there was a life-threatening danger. Otherwise Lu Fa would never be so beastly as to not take a step further. Of course this was also because Ruewen had feelings for him, otherwise Lu Fa wouldn't have had such thoughts. After cooking Chinese food, Ruewen ate every last bit. Lu Fa didn't have such a big appetite. He stopped after a normal portion, appreciating the sight of Ruewen eating. Their expenses were so high partly because of daily life, but also because of Ruewen's appetite. Fortunately, Lu Fa didn't care much about money. Just enough was fine. Aside from feeling uncomfortable with killing at first, Lu Fa later got used to it under Ruewen's guidance. After all, he only needed to pull the trigger. At this point in the timeline, Kingpin hasn't unified the entire New York underworld yet, but it looks like he's close. Lu Fa watched Ruewen eat while pondering his next move. Now Lu Fa relied on Ruewen and the chaos of the New York underworld. The gangsters they had killed were just a small fraction unlikely to draw attention. Even if noticed, they would be mistaken for rival gang hits. Lu Fa did not resist killing provided he knew who he was killing. After witnessing the deeds of certain thugs, he emptied an entire pistol magazine into one of them. However, if Kingpin unified the New York underworld, their chance to fish in troubled waters would likely be ruined. Kingpin would not allow his underlings to disappear from time to time. So should I take out Kingpin? Lu Fa pondered. With Ruewen around, Kingpin was as good as dead, no matter how powerful. The difference lay in the scale of the commotion. If it drew H-I-E-L-D-S attention, they'd be in trouble. Being noticed by S-H-I-E-L-D meant being noticed by Hydra, and he wasn't as strong as Ruewen. A single misstep could mean his death, which Lu Fa could not accept. His mindset was extremely cautious. So when going out to earn money with Ruewen, Lu Fa used his Chinese-American identity to lure gangsters with ill intent into alleys without cameras. To old Mexican and black gangsters, Chinese-Americans were walking wallets because unlike Europeans and Americans, they didn't have a culture of overspending and saved money. Moreover, Lu Fa would clean the scene, making it appear as a shooting rather than something suspicious like a body crushed to pieces by a truck in an alley. Of course, his disguise was merely a token gesture. Basically, no one would pay attention to such a chaotic place anyway. She sensed someone entering the room. Lu Fa, of course, could not perceive it. He was still an ordinary man at his core, having only recently learned to use a pistol. He had been exercising, but the duration was too short for his physical fitness to improve. Moreover, even if his physique improved without training, he would still be unable to detect such things. Several figures crept into the house. "You're sure the beautiful woman is here?" one of them whispered. "That's right, boss. She's gorgeous. If we capture her." Another white man quickly nodded. Before the words faded, a white-haired beauty materialized beside them. The leader, who had just turned on his flashlight, was startled. In the next instant, Riven kicked his knee, shattering it. Strangely, he let out no scream, only collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. The others were equally alarmed by the sudden turn of events, yet their reactions were remarkably swift, which caught Riven off guard. Judging by their attire, Riven had mistaken them for common street thugs. Their earlier conversation had revealed their intentions, but their current combat readiness made her feel as though she were facing seasoned elites. Thump! A heavy force met Riven's block as a fist came at her. In the next instant, under the astonished gaze of her assailant, she delivered a high kick to his chin. A crisp snap echoed as his neck broke from the blow. Fuck! The others, far from being intimidated by Riven's terrifying skill, surged forward instead. Even unarmed, Riven was formidable. Dismantling the Mark III or the Ironmonger barehanded was well within her capabilities. She had already discerned that these men were no ordinary foes, their strength and speed far surpassing common humans. Thus Riven held nothing back. Her fair, slender legs swept horizontally, cleaving through the air with a sharp, lethal whistle, the sound of a blade slicing through the wind. The first man struck had bones as brittle as tofu, shattering instantly. The impact sent him crashing into a companion, who also broke and flew backward. Just then, the man whose knee Riven had shattered earlier suddenly rose and lunged at her. Riven was even more astonished. She was certain that her kick had crushed his knee as thoroughly as a hydraulic press. How could he still stand? "Watch out!" Lu Fa, alerted by the commotion, shouted. Riven instantly realized the man was merely a distraction. The true ambush came from the corpse, whose neck she had broken. Riven had been misled by her own experience. She had witnessed resurrections before, but they always came with spectacular effects and grand displays, like those of Karthus or Shaun. A silent revival nearly caught her off guard. The corpse behind her seized her ankle, opening a fanged maw to bite down. Bang! Lu Fa fired without hesitation. The bullet was faster than the bite. The moment he pulled the trigger, a hole appeared in the creature's forehead. Riven grabbed the assailant charging at her and crushed his skull. "Surely you won't survive this." "It's useless." They are vampires. Only silver and sunlight can kill them. Lufa frowned, slightly nauseated by Riven's action. But he knew of the vampire's tenacious vitality from Blade's first appearance. He had burned one with fire for over 10 minutes, yet it still lived. Blade belonged to the Marvel Universe, so these vampires were naturally from the Blade series, specifically the movie version. Vladimir, Riven asked after hearing Lufa's words. Vladimir uses blood magic, it's different. Lufa paused, then explained. As far as he knew, Marvel vampires had multiple origins. In the movie version, he wasn't sure, but in the comics, one origin traced back to Dracula. Most were akin to genetic mutations. Lufa doubted that silver and sunlight were their only weaknesses. If they could survive being crushed under a hydraulic press, he would be impressed. So how do we deal with them? Riven asked. She had already shared her suspicion with Lufa these vampires had come for her. Lufa found it unsurprising. They lived in the most chaotic part of New York. A beauty like Riven frequently coming and going in such a lawless apartment where no identity registration was required was bound to attract attention. Even if she were no longer a virgin, her flawless skin, beauty, and figure alone would entice vampires. Tell me where your vampire lair is. Lufa had been seeking more monsters to farm for drops. Now that vampires had delivered themselves to his doorstep, the choice was clear. Apart from the upcoming Chitauri invasion and Thanos army, it was hard to find such a large number of enemies to exploit for drop rates. The bound vampires remained silent. Then they saw a silver dagger materialize in Lufa's hand. He lightly slashed one of them, and the vampire screamed before turning to ash. Silver. The other vampires instantly lost their stoic defiance, replaced by terror. Riven watched with curiosity, wondering if Vladimir would react the same way. I only need one guide. Lufa caressed the dagger. Having played countless games, he had accumulated all sorts of miscellaneous loot, including silver items. He even suspected that some overpowered artifacts from low-rated obscure single-player games might drop, which would be interesting. The vampires exchanged glances, then eagerly spoke. Lufa heard several different answers, not because they were lying, but because there were multiple vampire gathering points. Vampires were numerous absurdly, so though most were half-breeds, those turned by a bite. All right, you can all lead the way. Lufa chose to take them all. He was still too weak and desperately needed to grow stronger. Riven grasped his hand with concern, but he patted hers reassuringly. Congratulations. You have received Ezio's assassin robe. This is a brand new silver-white outfit materialized in Lufa's hand. Riven glanced at it. It was not from Valoran, but seemed to be merely decorative. The vampires were stunned by Lufa's move. What was this? Magic? Or the legendary spatial technology? Since they themselves were vampires, they naturally assumed it was magic. Good thing it's not the one Ezio wore, or I'd have to wash it. Without a word, Lufa went into the restroom to change. He also put on a black face mask he had previously acquired, covering the lower half of his face, adding an air of mystery to his appearance. He wondered how to repair the outfit if it got damaged, but Lufa figured that as long as he had a template, he could have someone tailor a new one. That night, Lufa planned not to take action, but to scout the area first. Attacking a vampire nest without any preparation would be suicidal, and he was not capable of going in alone like a one-man army. The first location was an underground bar in Queens, New York City. The entrance was a large steel door guarded by a vampire. Only vampires and their food could pass through peacefully. Of course, those powerful enough like Blade could simply fight their way in. Riven was confident she could break in, but although she could generate drops from kills, the effective range was very short. Lufa had tested it. He could only pick up drops from Riven's kills if he was within 3 meters of her. That was why Lufa, a summoner who should have stayed in the rear, always followed Riven into action. Riven gained no benefits or drops from killing enemies, if only Lufa did. If any League of Legends equipment dropped, he could directly equip Riven with it. However, Lufa was curious, how could Riven equip so many weapons in reality? Would she carry them all on her back? What about ADCs and supports? Bulky supports might manage, but what about the delicate Sona? Good thing we don't have to force this door open, or I'd have to plant a bomb. Lufa had plenty of bombs. Games like CS and CF had given him numerous C4 explosives, the kind that could be detonated by entering a code to destroy an entire area. Having played many times, he remembered the code. Out of curiosity, he tried it once and nearly got himself killed. The bomb's power was far greater than it appeared in the game. The second vampire gathering point was in Hell's Kitchen, another underground bar. Other vampire haunts included an underground parking lot, a bowling alley, and so on. Lufa used his phone to photograph the distinctive markings of these locations, and then began several days of observation and recording. As for the vampires who had guided him, Lufa killed them. He had only said he needed guides, not that he would spare them. At the vampire bar in Queens over the past few days, there were 135 familiar faces and over 200 strangers. Most of those strangers went in and never came out, while only a few left and never returned. I estimate there are between 135 and 140 vampires inside. Following Luffy's instructions, Riven reviewed the footage from the past few days, and with her superhuman memory compared the results. The few vampires who came out were likely transient outsiders. The 100 or so others are probably local vampires from Queens. Luffy nodded after hearing her analysis. During those days he had not been idle. From his large pile of drops, he found a silver sword presumably from the Witcher. He also had the high-powered UV flashlight he had ordered from a small workshop. How could one fight vampires without a UV light? Especially since even Blade had shown how effective it was against them, so Luffy naturally did not miss out. With everything ready, Luffy put on a bulletproof vest and helmet. Bulletproof vests were hard to buy in America, so he used one from his drops. He dressed like a SWAT officer. As for Ezio's assassin robe, he would save the stylish outfit for when he had the strength to flaunt it. For now, survival was paramount. Who knew if the vampires would use guns against him? They were not afraid of bullets or collateral damage. Wearing the heavy vest with plates, Luffy found it difficult to move and very heavy. If he had not been working out lately, he would not have been able to bear it. As for the lack of flexibility, that was Riven's problem. She could even deflect bullets with her bare hands, boasting high mobility attack and defense. With her around, Luffy did not need to worry about mobility issues. Queen's Night. Riven gently set Luffy down on the ground. He admitted he had overestimated his current physical condition. He had planned to walk while carrying all the gear, but he ran out of stamina halfway. Thanks to Riven, she carried him with one hand, while scaling walls her strength, leaving Luffy in awe. Still, Luffy felt embarrassed. He would train harder when they got back. Luffy, do you need a rest? Riven asked, not even breaking a sweat concerned for him, even though he had barely walked. No, let's not drag this out. The sooner the better. Luffy was not forcing himself. After a short rest, he felt his energy return and was confident he could help eliminate the vampires. Who are you? Luffy's SWAT-like attire immediately put the guard vampire on alert. But when he saw Riven, he was stunned. She was more beautiful than the cover model Tony Stark had slept with just last night. That moment of distraction cost him his life. Luffy aimed the UV flashlight at the guard vampire. "Ea!" The guard vampire screamed in agony. Under the high-powered UV light, his flesh visibly turned to charcoal, then his bones were exposed and quickly turned to ash. That's one hell of an allergic reaction, Luffy joked. He stepped forward to open the door, but despite using all his strength, he could not budge it. In the end, he had to let Riven handle it. Riven twisted it open with one hand. It's not that I'm weak. The vampires had locked it according to their own strength. How could an ordinary person like me possibly open it? Seeing this, Luffy thought to himself. Ruewen motioned for Luffy to stand behind her, and he complied without hesitation. Then she switched on the ultraviolet lamp. A pair of vampires locked in an embrace, feasting on each other, had no time to react before they felt an intense heat spreading through their bodies, dismissing it as a psychological illusion. By the time they realized something was wrong, they had already turned to ash. This immediately alarmed the other vampires, but they had no means of escape. The ones closest to the light under the intensified ultraviolet rays were irreversibly reduced to ashes within seconds. Luffy knew full well that a short exposure would only burn them, not turn them to ash, so he maintained a fixed duration, allowing every vampire to fully experience the long-lost sunlight. After all, they were once human, unlike the purebloods born as vampires. Then Luffy saw a vampire draw a gun and open fire wildly at him and Ruewen. Several vampires in the way were pierced through their deformed bullets, deflected at dangerous angles by Ruin's broken blade. From Luffy's perspective as an ordinary person, all he could see was Ruin's arm, becoming a blur followed by a constant shower of sparks. Even the vampires were stunned. They could track bullets with their dynamic vision, but none could match Ruin's sheer absurdity. This was already supersonic movement. Why was there no sonic boom? In truth, they were mistaken. After passing through a body, a bullet is no longer supersonic. Moreover, Ruewen wasn't intercepting at supersonic speeds, as she was simply predicting the trajectory. For someone who had fought enemies like Jinx and other gunpowder-based foes, reading the muzzle to block bullets was a perfectly normal maneuver, wasn't it? Luffy was also baffled by the absence of a sonic boom, but it was a good thing. Otherwise, he might have been knocked back by the shockwave, possibly killed instantly. With Ruewen blocking the bullets, Luffy could focus on his output. The vampires began to flee. The bar had multiple exits designed for just such an occasion, when vampire hunters like Blade might storm in. Now, seeing that bullets couldn't solve these two suspected hunters, the vampires wasted no time in running. But one tough vampire didn't flee. He hoisted a machine gun, thinking, let's see you block this. Yet before he could pull the trigger, Ruewen vanished and reappeared right before him. Valor. Ruewen understood the threat of a machine gun. Moreover, with a vampire's strength, handling this light machine gun was no problem, and Luffy could easily be injured. The bullets she deflected might ricochet dangerously. With a single slash, the vampire and his machine gun were cleaved in two. Though still alive, Ruin's ultraviolet lamp followed, shining on him as he screamed and turned to ash. Next time, I'm bringing an AA-12 loaded with silver bullets. Lufa was startled by the vampire's use of a light machine gun, but Ruewen had taken it down in time. In movies, vampires never wield such overwhelming firepower, but in reality, vampire hunters aren't invincible. Vampires would certainly use enough firepower to kill them without fear of friendly fire. Even Blade the Daywalker only had enhanced recovery. If turned into a pincushion by a light machine gun, he would still die. Then Lufa saw vampires in sun-protective bulletproof suits, and his face darkened. Wasn't this the gear from Blade 2? Could it be that this was already the storyline of the second movie? Normally, this would be a hopeless situation, but Lufa had Ruewen. Seeing that the ultraviolet lamp had no effect on them, she knew their clothing was unusual. She charged in and sliced them apart with a few swift strokes. Even then, the vampire's vitality kept them alive, but Lufa finished them off with his ultraviolet flashlight. Ruewen didn't let a single vampire escape. She chased down any who tried to flee, severing their legs so Lufa could safely and calmly harvest them. It felt like a high-level player carrying a low-level one. The big one crushed everything while the little one looted freely. Half an hour later, Lufa was once again carried home by Ruewen. The 30-minute battle duration was part of Lufa's initial plan. He didn't know the vampire's response time or reinforcement speed, so he used this encounter to gauge it, applying the data to future attacks. Footage from the cameras we left shows that vampire reinforcements arrived just after we left. The response time was 30 minutes. But without knowing the location of the vampire headquarters, this time can only serve as a reference. Lufa checked his loot while reviewing the footage on his computer. A bunch of pathetic vampires had contributed over $20,000 in income. Over 100 vampires, and they were that poor. No wonder the purebloods looked down on the half-bloods. Moreover, the vampire's communication method isn't magical. The recorder didn't pick up any strange sound waves, so we can rule out long-range communication via ultrasound or infrasound. Note to self: bring a signal jammer next time to avoid worrying about reinforcements. But if only I could get an EMP grenade. Lufa meticulously took notes. Matters of life and death demanded seriousness and attention to detail. Then he suddenly stood up, startling Ruewen. "What's wrong, Lufa?" she asked with concern, sensing no dangerous presence nearby, ruling out an enemy. "I got something good." Lufa held a sword in his hand. The sword had a peculiar design, with a trigger-like mechanism on the hilt. Lufa gripped it, and without any qualification issues, smoothly drew the blade, revealing its aggressive crimson surface. It was the heirloom blade of Jetstream Sam from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, transformed into a high-tech, high-frequency weapon, the high-frequency Murasima blade. The scabbard was equipped with a launching mechanism. When the trigger was pulled, the blade shot out at incredible speed with enough force to send a cyborg guard flying. Strange, could it be wireless charging? But wouldn't that waste a tremendous amount of electricity? The high-frequency Murasame blade was not a weapon with infinite energy. Without recharging, it was merely a blade of exceptional sharpness in its base state, akin to the Gray Fox blade that could cleave through mecha. Only in its high-frequency mode could it become indestructible, cleaving through all but vibranium. Even adamantium could not withstand a single strike. Vibranium's unique molecular structure rendered it immobile, so the kinetic force generated by the high-frequency Murasame blade could not disrupt its molecular arrangement. Adamantium, on the other hand, though vastly harder than vibranium, was still composed of atoms and molecules, and thus could not resist the blade's edge. Yet unable to recharge it, Lufa had no choice but to stow the blade away in the armory. Perhaps one day, after rescuing Tony Stark, he could ask him to study how to recharge it. Their technological levels shouldn't be too far apart, especially since Tony Stark possessed that "I can figure it out" ingenuity. The vampire bar was devoid of cameras or surveillance, so Lufa and Riven remained undetected. The vampire reinforcements who arrived spent a long time inspecting the scene, but ultimately had to leave empty-handed. In the days that followed, Lufa purchased a signal jammer with a wide range, costing him a considerable sum, but it was a necessary investment. He was in no rush to attack the second vampire gathering spot, as he needed to give his enemies time to let their guard down. Huff, huff, huff. Sweat poured from Lufa like rain. He had entrusted the intelligence gathering to Riven. After their operation at the first vampire bar, she knew the drill. As for Lufa himself, he was training his body. 97, 98, 9 100. After completing 200 push-ups daily, Lufa collapsed to the floor. Initially, he could only manage 15, but now he had progressed to 200. The contours of his upper body strength and abdominal muscles were beginning to emerge. The first few days had been agonizing, tears streaming down his face from the pain, but his body gradually adapted and improved. "I'm still too weak." After resting a while, Lufa sat up, regulating his breath as he pondered. He couldn't even lift Riven's rune blade, a mere broken sword that danced effortlessly in her hands, but nearly crushed his own foot when he tried. It must weigh between 100 and 200 gene. No wonder Riven was so strong. Lufa scouted it out. There should be over 300 vampires beneath that church. Riven pushed open the door and entered, speaking to Lufa. "That many?" Lufa was surprised. Should we move? Riven knew Lufa had prepared silver bullets primarily because he found UV lamps too slow for killing vampires. They required prolonged exposure to incinerate them fully, otherwise only causing burns and scorching. Silver was cheap, so Lufa had opted for silver bullets. These weren't pure silver bullets, of course. They were recycled casings with silver-plated tips reloaded with fresh powder. Lufa avoided rifles and submachine guns, deeming them wasteful. Killing a vampire only required one silver bullet, and overkill was unnecessary. Thus, he chose an extended magazine for the 11.43mm caliber M9 pistol, which held 20 rounds with the extended magazine, along with a Remington M870 shotgun loaded with silver slugs. Of course we move. Lufa had no intention of passing up any opportunity to grow stronger. Over 300 vampires meant 300 chances to draw. Wait for me, my wives. The vampire lair beneath this church was audaciously bold. Lufa knew that Ghost Rider existed in this Marvel universe. Even the film version proved that heaven and hell were real. These vampires were truly asking for trouble. Nearly a month had passed since the last operation. Even if the vampires had been on alert, they should have relaxed by now. Lufa worried that other vampire hunters might have made moves in the interim, keeping the vampires tense despite their outward calm. Fortunately, he had Riven's strength to rely on. There was nothing to fear. Riven infiltrated with ease, snapping the necks of 4 vampire guards at the entrance. While they recovered, Lufa used a UV lamp to reduce them to ash. Then Riven opened the door, and Lufa charged in. The vampires inside weren't partying. They were feeding. Bang, 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 bang. At such a dense moment, it was the perfect opportunity to seize the chance and unleash carnage. Amidst a rain of blood, the M9 pistol in Lufa's hand spat sparks. The vampires were jolted awake by the gunfire, but it was too late. The bullets moved faster than they could react. Each struck vampire turned to ash instantly, far quicker than the UV lamps. In under a minute, Lufa emptied 20 rounds. That was fine. He had brought plenty of magazines. Knowing the vampire count, how could he not be prepared? Reloading took time, however. Despite practicing at home, Lufa still panicked when vampires lunged at him. So he drew a second backup M9 pistol, also with an extended magazine, gunning down the charging vampire, who in his final moments questioned his existence. He saw that Lufa not only had holsters on both hips, but also 2 more M9 pistols under his arms. After repelling the vampire assault, Lufa reloaded the first pistol's magazine. Then he noticed the vampires scrambling for cover, drawing their own pistols to return fire. Fuck. Fully armed as he was, Lufa had no desire to take a bullet. He quickly ducked behind cover. These vampires had suffered greatly lately, attacked repeatedly by Blade and Lufa. They had learned to be cautious, at least carrying guns instead of fleeing in terror like in the movies. Now with so many guns trained on him, Lufa had no chance to break out. Body armor wasn't invincible. If only I could drop Siyu Chulin's protection from arrows. Lufa sighed. Fortunately, he had Riven. Riven activated the signal jammer. Vampires trying to call for reinforcements found their signals dead, and the phone lines had been cut by Lufa and Riven beforehand. Now silence reigned here. As the 2 vampires were about to circle behind the cover to attack Lufa, they suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound in the air. Looking up, they saw a strange-shaped blade descending upon them. Riven slashed swiftly a few times. She didn't even need to use her broken wings. The 2 vampires were torn apart, and Lufa followed up with gunfire. He has other accomplices. Hurry and notify Deacon Frost. It's no use, we can't reach him. How is that possible? No signal. The signal is jammed. The vampires, witnessing Riven effortlessly cleave 2 of their kind, hastily aimed their guns at her and opened fire. However, upon seeing her easily dodge bullets and even knock them away, they were thrown into a panic. Deacon Frost was the primary antagonist in the first Blade film. He was also the leader of the mixed blood vampires in New York City, long looked down upon by the pure blood vampires led by Damaskinos. Thus, he sought to decipher the Book of Erebus to gain the power to summon the blood god. This required a daywalker, namely Blade. So even though he knew many vampire nests had been attacked by vampire hunters recently, Frost suppressed the reports to avoid alerting Damaskinos and the others. He was determined to capture Blade and cared little for anything else. Initially, upon hearing rumors of a SWAT team hunting vampires, Deacon Frost thought humanity had finally lost patience and decided to cull the vampire population. He later learned this wasn't the case. There was no word from Damaskinos. The human elite, especially the cowardly capitalists, all sought to receive the vampire's embrace. Thus, the familiar human traders aspiring to become vampires would always cover for the vampires. If anything significant occurred, Damaskinos would surely know. Returning to the main story, as Riven drew the brunt of the enemy's fire, Lufa followed up by attacking. He held his weapon with both hands, delivering steady suppressive fire. Unafraid of being hit by bullets, he could take his time aiming to suppress the enemy. Normally, a single pistol would have limited killing power and deterrent effect, especially against an armed group. But these vampires died from any hit, even a shot to the toe. So after another dozen or so vampires fell, they finally broke and fled. Thank goodness buying body armor is illegal in America. It would have been troublesome if these mixed blood vampires were all wearing bulletproof vests. Lufa's accuracy improved significantly as he fired at the fleeing enemies. Even with Riven present, exchanging fire with these vampires still instilled fear in him. It wasn't a lack of trust in Riven's power, but a basic human instinct. Mixed blood vampires were mostly destitute, and the wealthy ones along with the purebloods would never spend money to arm them. What need did vampires have for military gear? Whether it was hiring people to procure body armor or getting approval for its use, both were troublesome affairs. Humans loved extorting vampires, especially with the exorbitant blood tax, 100 milliliters of plasma for $10,000. Vampires who attacked humans were eliminated to ensure they obediently paid for their plasma. By the time Lufa had exhausted the magazines he brought, no living vampires remained in the underground lair beneath the church. Earlier I got a copper coin from Chinese Paladin and clothes from Tale of Immortal. I wish I could get the demon sword, it would suit me best. The demon sword from the Chinese Paladin game series, the one belonging to Long Kuei, was forged by Jing Tian's past life, Prince Long Yang of the state of Jiang. It was empowered by the virgin blood of Princess Long Kuei. It was a sentient blade capable of converting hatred, resentment, and battle intent into its own spiritual power, making it nearly unmatched across the 6 realms. Although weapons from other games were also tempting, like the Yamato which Lufa coveted, being Chinese at heart he naturally preferred immortal cultivation. Given the choice, Lufa would pick the demon sword. At the very least, he wouldn't need to worry about it being inadequate for fighting even Thanos. Lufa scanned the area and saw no cameras. But to be safe, he piled up flammable materials and set them ablaze. Stories and movies often featured hidden cameras that could survive a fire and recover crucial footage. Lufa was wearing SWAT gear, but Riven wasn't. If their identities were exposed, it would attract unwanted attention. Riven retrieved the signal jammer. Among the flammable materials was gasoline stored as a reserve. Now the container melted, spilling the gasoline, and the fire spread along the fuel to other areas. It wasn't until the next day that other vampires arrived. As they walked into the church's underground, they found the door wide open. Sensing trouble, they rushed inside, only to discover a scene of complete devastation. Everything had been burned. Damn it. Another vampire hunter's doing. Why didn't we receive any distress signal? Deacon, we've lost another location. This can't go on. We need power and manpower. Quinn, the blonde vampire in sunglasses whose nest had once been burned by Blade, said angrily to Deacon Frost. Deacon Frost stroked his chin. He still hadn't located Blade's stronghold. Would acting against a single vampire hunter now cause unnecessary losses? After becoming the leader of the mixed blood vampires, he had mass-produced vampires to gain enough manpower and a voice. He had even managed to sit at the same table as Damaskinos purebloods, earning a seat in their council. But that wasn't enough. Deacon Frost realized that Damaskinos and his purebloods were obstacles. Eliminating them wouldn't be easy, only the blood god could do it. They'll give you 500 men. Take out that SWAT guy. After a long deliberation, Deacon Frost finally looked up and said to his loyal mad subordinate. Before becoming a vampire, Quinn was a drug addict whose mind was already fractured. If he hadn't been turned, he would have been dead long ago. No problem, Quinn replied excitedly, having received Frost's permission. But when he began his work, he realized how difficult it was. He couldn't find the SWAT officer. In the subsequent assaults, Lufa did not intervene again. If he had known, he would have felt utterly wronged. So far, I've only bested you twice. Why treat me as a target? However, unable to locate Lufa, Quinn did not let the matter rest. Other vampire hunters bore the brunt of his wrath, being singled out and eliminated. Meanwhile, Quinn mobilized his own forces and the vampire thralls, the ghouls, to gather intelligence. He recalled that during the first assault alongside the SWAT officer, there was a strikingly beautiful woman with a white ponytail. According to the vampires, she was exceptionally alluring and unique, with a formidable strength that set her apart. Seizing this clue, Quinn's minions turned every corner of New York upside down. Then they quickly uncovered a new lead. Several vampires had once declared they would capture a beautiful white-haired woman for their boss, but none ever returned. This immediately caught Quinn's attention. Yet when he and his men stormed the place and kicked down the door, Lufa and Riven were already gone. Naturally, would a man as cautious as Lufa leave such a glaring flaw? Moreover, since the location lacked surveillance cameras, Quinn had no way to even know what Lufa and Riven looked like. Enraged, he drew his gun and executed the homeowner on the spot. Unbeknownst to Quinn, a pinhole camera in Lufa's room had captured the entire scene. The vampires have come knocking, Lufa remarked, watching the footage. A horde of armed figures stormed into his room, a menacing sight indeed. Fortunately, he had fled in time. Lufa and Riven now resided in another apartment, choosing to venture out only at night to avoid drawing attention. The previous assault had yielded Lufa a bounty of drops. Mystic Code Volumen Hydrardrum. Unlike its counterpart in the FGO game, it couldn't grant invincibility, instead it mirrored the lore. Volumen Hydrargyrum was a mystic code perfected by Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald in his 20s, hailed as the supreme vestment of the L. Malloy faction, one of the 12 noble houses. Its functions included automatic attack, automatic enemy detection, and automatic defense. The attack took the form of whip-like slashes whose detection relied on sensing air vibrations and heat sources. Defense manifested as membranous and pillar-shaped barriers. Crafted from 140 kilograms of mercury, it utilized the physical properties of the liquid metal combined with the mage's expertise in fluid manipulation. Lufa was sorely tempted, but the problem was clear: he lacked magic circuits and the mana to drive Volumen Hydrargyrum. Forcing its use would drain his very life force. A treasure beyond his reach. Heartbreaking. Then came a drop from dungeon fighter Itachi known as Withered Leaf Blade. Equipment quality blue. Equipment stats: physical attack 124, intelligence 7, physical crit rate 3, hit rate 3. Description: it said that when a dead leaf butterfly alights on a branch, it transforms into a withered leaf. So when the withered leaf blade strikes an enemy, might it become a testament to some imaginative youth. The blade indeed seemed to confer a power boost. Upon gripping it, Lufa felt a surge of vitality. Riven tested it and deemed it a fine artifact akin to the mystical equipment of Valoran, brimming with unique power. Nevertheless, Lufa had no intention of using the withered leaf blade. With a gun at his disposal, why risk charging to the front lines? Speaking of which, if I could summon the characters from my DFO account. My 4 female swordsman wives. In DFO, Lufa favored female characters, particularly the mature types like dark elves, female slayers, and priests. However, female fighters held little appeal for him. The withered leaf blade was given to Riven, who found it too light and unwieldy. Other drops were similarly underwhelming, including collapsed liquid sanity potions and wisdom cubes. These individuals have all been spotted nearby recently, Riven remarked, studying the footage. Seeing Quinn's vampire crew seemingly searching for him, Lufa smiled faintly and shouldered his AWP. The AWP sniper rifle from CSGO7, 62mm caliber with a 10-round magazine. Then Riven carried him aloft to a high vantage point. He hadn't used a sniper rifle indoors before, as overpenetration would cause minimal damage and the weapon's low firing rate limited its utility. Outdoors, he had hesitated, fearing the frenzy of New York's police, though a sniper in New York seemed almost mundane. Eventually, Lufa realized he could leverage Riven's high mobility to fire a few shots and relocate, evading any police encirclement. Riven had no objections, as she preferred this approach, keeping Lufa out of constant danger. As for Lufa's sniping skills, he had practiced extensively, as ammunition was the one thing in plentiful supply among his drops. After firing over 1,000 rounds, Lufa felt confident in his marksmanship. 10 o'clock, about 200 meters, 2 vampires. Riven, designated as his spotter and observer, watched as Lufa pivoted the rifle. He spotted 2 grumbling thugs in the distance, their curses inaudible, but their lip movements suggesting frustration at failing to find him. Bang! Lufa took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. A flash and a thunderous roar split the night, and one of the thugs, struck by a silver bullet, screamed before dissolving into ash. Fuck! The other vampire thug cursed, diving for cover. He had no idea what had struck his comrade until the sound reached him. A sniper. A goddamn lunatic. Boss Quinn, there's a sniper. JK is dead. He frantically pulled out his phone to contact Quinn. Lufa watched him reach for the phone, but didn't stop him. He let the vampire summon the rest of the search party, planning to eliminate them all tonight. After the thug finished his call, he cautiously peeked out to spot the sniper, and his head exploded. Riven, get me out of here. Lufa folded the bipod. Riven lifted Lufa in her arms, and he once again endured the sensation of being slapped silly by the wind. Unbeknownst to him, as he pressed closer, a faint blush crept across Riven's cheeks. Before the operation, Quinn had notified Dickenfess, who mobilized the power of the Hargeist clan to enforce silence over this entire area tonight. No matter how much commotion they caused, no one would intervene. After seeing them clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, Lufa couldn't help but remark, these vampires are truly absurd. He then aimed his gun at them. Quinn's words were cut short, as he, the most conspicuous leader, had his head blown off by Lufa's shot. As the corpse turned to ashes, the vampires immediately scattered, not in retreat, but under Dickenfest's stern command. Either they perish here, or the vampire hunter dies. There was no other choice. Naturally, they chose the latter. Another gunshot rang out, and before the echo faded, another vampire had already fallen to the ground. The vampires spotted the muzzle flash in the darkness. He's over there. Move. They surged forward, using cover to evade Lufa's shots. Seeing this, Lufa smirked. Riven, take me to another spot. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening crash erupted behind him, as if 2 massive objects had collided. Whirling around, he saw Riven locked in a clash of weapons with a woman whose attire seemed oddly familiar. Stop, Riven. Lufa shouted urgently. At his words, Riven stepped back, and the other woman lowered her greatsword. Are you Scotty? Lu Fa approached tremblingly and asked. It's me, Doctor. Scotty turned, pulling back her hood to reveal her face. It really was TT. And judging by her attitude, was she in the same situation as Riven? Lu Fa, who is she? Riven's tone carried a hint of unease, though Lu Fa failed to notice. She's Scotty, just like you. You can think of her as a hero from another world, Lu Fa said after a moment's thought. He hadn't expected Scotty to appear out of thin air. It seemed she had materialized suddenly, and Riven, mistaking her for an enemy, had engaged her in battle. But Lu Fa noticed the two deep footprints beneath Scotty where the hard concrete had cracked. Doctor, who is she? Scotty's expression remained impassive as she inquired about Riven. Scotty, this is Riven. Think of her as an operator from another world. A guard operator, I suppose, Lu Fa explained. After some thought, Lu Fa concluded that Riven's traits fit either a vanguard or a guard, but given her durability, she was likely a guard operator. A guard operator. Pleased to meet you. I am Scotty, an abyssal hunter and the Doctor's operator. From their brief clash, Scotty had already gauged Riven's strength. Since coming ashore, she had rarely encountered an opponent capable of withstanding her blade. Riven gazed at Scotty. In truth, her hands were still trembling. Caught off guard, she had barely managed to avoid being sent flying by Scotty's strike. What was that power? An abyssal hunter? Was it akin to Nautilus? Then Lu Fa heard the clamor of approaching footsteps, snapping him back to reality. The joy of Scotty's arrival had made him completely forget about the vampires. What could be more important than obtaining Scotty? Unless it was getting Jean Dark, Alter Lapland Schwartz. And so on. Doctor, are there enemies? Scotty asked, hearing the footsteps and noting the expressions on Riven and Lu Fa's faces. Yes, enemies indeed, Lu Fa nodded. Then eliminate them. Scotty slung her greatsword over her back, ready to carve through them like slicing vegetables. TT, not this time. Riven, take me away from here. TT, follow us. Lu Fa gently held Scotty back, and she didn't resist the intimate gesture. Riven raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. She scooped Lu Fa up and leaped away with Scotty following closely behind. A thunderous crash echoed. Lu Fa spun around to see Scotty emerging from a crater she had just created. The little Orcus, wait. Lu Fa had always thought it was just a joke. After all, Scotty had often sat on chairs and beds in Rhodes Island without issue. Surely their furniture wasn't built to withstand tons of force. Even if Rhodes Island's beds and chairs were specially reinforced, ordinary ones weren't. Riven also turned to witness the scene. Scotty leaped again, and with another deafening crash, she left another large crater in the concrete. The municipal road department would surely be furious tomorrow. Yet despite her astonishing weight, Scotty managed to keep pace with Riven and Lu Fa. However, the noise she made was anything but stealthy. Hearing the commotion, the vampires rushed into the building only to find it empty. They immediately followed the sound in pursuit. Riven set Lu Fa down in a safe spot. He fired, taking down several vampires. Scotty watched in astonishment as they turned to ash. She had never seen such a death before. Was it a new weapon developed by Rhodes Island? Or perhaps a weapon from the Doctor's other world? If she keeps following us, we won't be able to stay hidden. Riven said to Lu Fa. You have a point. Given Scotty's combat prowess, which could shatter mountains and crack the earth, and after witnessing her weight firsthand, Lu Fa had no improper thoughts left. He feared being accidentally crushed by TT. Riven, you and Scotty go intercept those vampires. Lu Fa quickly devised another plan. Now that he had two powerful allies capable of wreaking havoc among the vampires, why not let them block the enemies while he finished them off? No, I absolutely won't leave you alone, Lu Fa. Riven rejected the proposal. This was the first time she had refused him, catching Lu Fa by surprise. I'll be perfectly safe here, Lu Fa insisted. Riven still shook her head. Left with no choice, Lu Fa instructed Scotty to intercept the vampires instead. Though puzzled, Scotty obediently went to stop the vampires. They were no match for her as she tore through them like slicing vegetables, leaving a trail of shattered remains. Lu Fa wielded a high-powered ultraviolet lamp, casting its light upon the vampire corpses. To Scotty's astonishment, the undead bodies writhed back to life, shrieking in agony as they dissolved into ash. Riven remained vigilant at Lufa's side. Scotty glanced over, intending to approach, but paused as footsteps echoed once more. After all, Quinn had arrived with over 500 minions accompanied by a horde of ghouls. What they had faced earlier was merely a fraction. Now the main force had descended. It's them. Open fire. The vampires unleashed a volley of gunfire, their ghoul followers joining in. Chicago typewriters, pistols, everything blazed. Since stepping onto land, Scotty had never encountered such a barrage. Even the weeping cat-eared rich girl and the Exugii crew had never fought so extravagantly. TT. Lu Fa had anticipated this. He watched as bullets ricocheted off Scotty's body, leaving her unharmed. Scotty dodged the attacks oblivious, but Lu Fa noticed. Truly a terra superhuman. But wait, hadn't the Rainbow Squad's bullets been effective? Bewildered, Lu Fa was scooped up by Riven. His arms instinctively wrapped around her neck, causing Scotty's brow to furrow. For reasons unknown, she felt that this operator named Riven harbored animosity, or perhaps even hostility, toward her. But the priority was ensuring the doctor's safety. Scotty hoisted her greatsword, leaping into the air. Wave strike. The heavy blade crashed onto the ground, shattering the concrete pavement. The impact halted the vampires and ghouls' onslaught, sending several vehicles tumbling into the fissures. Such a commotion would inevitably draw the attention of the Serpent Shield Bureau. Lufa doubted the S.H.I.E.L.D. would ignore tonight's turmoil. In a world as chaotic as this, they might refrain from intervening, constrained by the vampire influence in America, but their surveillance was certain. However, witnessing Scotty's terrifying might Lufa's anxiety eased. What was there to fear? Even if the Green Hulk appeared, TT could hold her own. Could the Serpent Shield Bureau subdue the Hulk? Could they subdue Scotty and Riven? Of course, Lufa would inevitably become their weakness. So he resolved to lie low until he could protect himself. TT doesn't give me the same sense of security as Saria. Lufa mused that if he had summoned Saria instead, he would have been insufferably arrogant. Yet given the choice, he still preferred TT. With Scotty and the ultraviolet lamp working in tandem, the vampires and ghouls were swiftly dispatched. Scotty was puzzled why some didn't turn to ash, but Lufa quickly pulled her away. An hour later, Deacon Frost received the news. He smashed his phone in fury. Those 500 vampires were no mere fodder. They were retired soldiers, mercenaries, and other combat-experienced half-bloods. Frost understood that the vampires' true strength lay in their contagious nature and the allure of immortality, easily drawing in such recruits. Thus, Deacon Frost had built his own army, confident he could eliminate the pureblood vampires led by Goshienyu. But tonight, not only had his most trusted lieutenant been slain, but his entire force was annihilated. Rebuilding would take an unknown amount of time. Fuck. Deacon Frost smashed objects around him, then bit to death the ghoul who had reported to him. The ghoul didn't transform into a vampire, for Frost had merely killed him. No matter the cost, kill that hunter. Frost bellowed in rage. Lufa, Riven, and Scotty evaded any potential pursuers, skillfully avoiding the limited surveillance cameras, and returned to their new apartment. This is our temporary home, TT, Lufa said to Scotty. Temporary home. For Scotty, where she stayed mattered little. She had weathered far harsher places. Once we save a wealthy benefactor, we'll have him gift us a villa in Los Angeles. Lufa envisioned rescuing Tony Stark from Obadiah Stane. As for buying stocks, well, he wanted to, but his identity was the problem. He was an undocumented immigrant. How could he trade stocks? He'd have to ask Tony Stark to sort out his identity. Oh, Scotty nodded, accepting whatever the doctor said. Seeing Scotty sitting unharmed in the chair, Lufa was baffled. Did she possess a Superman-like biofield that could control her weight? Riven. Lufa turned to Riven, but she ignored him as if she hadn't heard. Riven. He stepped closer, but she remained silent. Riven. He approached, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her gently. Riven stared at him without a word. What's wrong? Lufa felt a pang of unease. Riven's unresponsive gaze unsettled him. When Riven suddenly spoke. What? Lufa was taken aback. When. She emphasized, and he finally understood. When. Yes, Lufa. Riven answered instantly. Was this really necessary? I only called her TT. Lufa finally grasped the situation. It was his fault. He had never been in a relationship, only theorized. He hadn't realized Riven was jealous. Was this jealousy? Riven felt that Lufa calling Scotty TT was intimate while he still addressed her as Riven. Actually, I prefer calling you Riven. Then call me whatever you like. Riven replied cheerfully. So easy to appease. Lufa mused. But come nightfall, after bathing, Lufa found himself in trouble. Riven and Scotty were both adamant. You two take the bed, they'll sleep on the sofa. They'll switch rooms tomorrow. Lufa dared not sleep with them. Unconscious movements could turn him into Lufakin by morning. No, how can the doctor sleep on the sofa? Absolutely not, Lufa, you should take the bed. Lufa simply went to the sofa himself to end their argument. Besides being in such close quarters with two beautiful women at his age of youthful vigor, he found it impossible to fall asleep. Yet they had all left their doors ajar, so Lu Fa could still enter if he wished. But Lu Fa was in no mood for sleep. He had acquired quite a few items today, and only now had time to inspect them. Let me see, what is this thing? Lu Fa picked up a crystal tube and fell into contemplation upon seeing the amber liquid inside. Fortunately, the system provided a description. G-virus. Oh, the G-virus. Lu Fa broke into a cold sweat. Carefully stowing the tube in his backpack, he rushed to the kitchen to wash his hands, then soaked them in disinfectant. It's fine, the seal is secure. There's no absurd scenario where G-virus clings to the outside of the test tube, nor any possibility of leakage. Lu Fa sprayed a copious amount of disinfectant into the air. The pungent odor forced Scotty and Riven to emerge from their rooms. What's wrong, doctor? Lu Fa. There's a highly dangerous virus. You two should spray some too. Lu Fa disinfected Scotty and Riven. Scotty was puzzled, but didn't refuse. As for Riven, well, Valoran was full of strange and perilous things. What exactly was a powerful virus? She didn't understand. After finishing the task, Lu Fa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did something as dangerous as the G-virus have to drop? Not that it wasn't formidable, but Lu Fa still wanted to remain human. Because only as a human could he be with TT and the others. He had no desire to turn into some monster. Then Lu Fa took out the second item. Oh, it's this. Lu Fa recognized the classic design at once. It was a vehicle from Metal Slug, the tank he often rode. Proportioned similarly to the game, this tank was a miniature smaller than a car and comparable to the various small vehicles in Arknights. Still, it could seat one person, and its weapon system was quite decent, though regrettably not the type with energy guns. Moreover, Lu Fa had no use for it. You might as well have given me a mech. At least then I could crush the Ironmonger and Iron Man. The third item. Tony Stark rose early that morning because he had to go to Afghanistan to promote the Jericho missile. Of course, early was relative. Rhodes still had to wait 2 hours for him. Are you serious? 2 hours. You kept me waiting for 2 hours. So the moment they met, Rhodes launched into a torrent of complaints and sarcasm. Tony Stark told him not to worry about it, leaving Rhodes feeling utterly exasperated. But what could he do? He was friends with Tony Stark after all. After the presentation, Tony Stark declined Rhodes' offer of a plane ride and opted for a happy little Humvee. The result was an ambush midway. As Tony Stark dodged the attacks, he saw a shrapnel missile land before him. Shit. This shrapnel missile was his proud creation. After detonation, not only did it cause lethal damage, but countless fragments would embed themselves in any survivors, slowly migrating toward the heart. During this process, the victim would endure unbearable agony before finally dying. A brutally inhumane weapon. Tony Stark scrambled to escape, but the missile exploded and he was struck down on the spot. He never imagined he would experience his own invention firsthand. After all, his weapons were only supposed to be sold to the U.S. military. Lu Fa awoke to a barrage of breaking news. Tony Stark missing after attack. Fate unknown. The plot is finally starting. Having been dealing with vampires lately, Lu Fa had nearly forgotten about Tony Stark. Fortunately, Stark was a major figure. Every move he made drew enormous attention, let alone his sudden disappearance. We should prepare ourselves for when Tony Stark returns. Lu Fa pondered. But there was no immediate rush. The news would remind them when Stark was coming back. For now, the most important thing was that Scotty and Riven were approaching the door, weapons in hand, sensing movement outside. Knock, knock. A knock sounded. Riven and Scotty looked at Lu Fa, who was cooking. Open the door. It's daytime. Of vampires shouldn't be coming. Lu Fa thought for a moment. If Deacon Frost was bold enough to come slathered in sunscreen, he wouldn't mind hosing him down with a fire hydrant in broad daylight. When the door opened, a middle-aged man with a high forehead and a very affable smile stood outside. Hello, I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast. The man in the suit said politely. Who are you? Scotty placed her greatsword on him, and he immediately dropped to his knees. Scotty's sword was so heavy that most Rhodes Island operators couldn't even lift it. TT. Lu Fa called out, and Scotty withdrew her greatsword. Despite the treatment, the man maintained his smile as he stood up. That really startled me. Is that sword actually that heavy? The man's smile seemed genuine. Riven found this odd. Yet she trusted her judgment. Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. The man flashed his credentials. Phil Coulson, a level 7S. H.I.E.L.D. Agent right-hand man and one of the most trusted subordinates of Director Nick Fury. He possessed exceptional organizational and operational skills, was proficient in firearms and hand-to-hand combat, and could pilot various vehicles. Coulson, who won over a host of heroes with his easygoing smile. The tutorial NPC. She's a bit shy, and it's only natural to be wary of strangers, isn't it? Lu Fa smiled. The Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Its full name was a mouthful, but it was commonly known as S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Marvel Universe, it was Earth's most vital security organization, responsible for forming the Avengers. Lu Fa was well aware of this and knew they would eventually come looking for him. Similarly, that's why I brought my associates along. Coulson smiled back. So what brings you here today? Lu Fa didn't think he could outwit a high-level agent like Coulson. He'd be picked clean in no time. Regarding last night's incident, Coulson, perceiving Luffy's thoughts, spoke accordingly. Luffy's rapid-fire words left Coulson momentarily speechless. In truth, had it not been for the extraordinary combat prowess demonstrated by Luffy and his two women, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not have bothered to intervene. After all, a portion of their annual budget even came from taxes paid by vampires to the American government. All right, another question. Who exactly are you? Coulson opted to change the subject. There was no helping it. Even an agent could be shameless and unscrupulous, but such tactics were only viable depending on the target. The strength exhibited by Lufa, Raven, and Scotty indicated that the consequences of a falling out would be unbearable for S. H. I. E. L. D. Of course, this assessment was based on the fact that they had been forced to retaliate. Had they been the ones committing atrocities and acting with impunity, eliminating them would not have been a difficult task for S. H. I. E. L. D. There was once a mutant who, upon acquiring extraordinary powers, underwent a complete transformation and massacred the S. H. I. E. L. D. agents sent to counsel him. Consequently, one morning a glass of milk laced with poison sealed his eyes forever. His corpse is still being studied within S. H. I. E. L. D. S research facility to this day. This was also the reason for Lufa's wariness of S. H. I. E. L. D. Nick Fury, though often ridiculed and teased as an ordinary man in fan fiction, was in fact exceedingly ruthless. Lufa had no fear of long-range sniper assassinations, as Raven and Scotty could both react in time. However, methods like poisoning were a genuine concern for Lufa. After all, he was merely an ordinary man. Who are we? Lufa understood why Coulson was asking. It must be because S. H. I. E. L. D. could find no intelligence or information on them. Who do you think we are? Lufa deflected the question back. You have no names, no records. Searches in Asian countries based on your appearances yield nothing. You left no trace in this world before your appearance. It's quite astonishing. So are you aliens? Coulson inquired, his imagination running wild. In truth, this was the most plausible conjecture. A person, as long as they lived in this world, was bound to leave traces. Leaving no trace means we are aliens. Since you're an agent, you should also know that there are many ways to avoid detection and leave no trace. Lufa had found his rhythm. You mean... Coulson was of course aware of these methods, but logically none should be able to elude S. H. I. E. L. D. unless the other party was from one of the 5 permanent members. Damn it, the 5 would certainly not reveal everything. All these years we have been observing the actions of your S. H. I. E. L. D. including the Kree invasion. Had it not been for Carol Danvers, we would have intervened. Lufa spoke with profound implication. What? Coulson was utterly bewildered. Convey these words to your director. He will understand my meaning. Bringing up this matter was intended to enhance Lufa's mystique. He planned to fabricate a background, as such things were hardly shocking. You know our director? Coulson was somewhat skeptical. The director's information was supposed to be classified. Nick Fury. Lufa uttered the name, and Coulson immediately understood. Though Coulson did not grasp the meaning of Lufa's earlier statement, he realized this matter was beyond his capacity to handle. He could only report the findings to the director and let him decide the course of action. Then this conversation is concluded. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Coulson straightened his suit and rose to take his leave. My name is Lufa. Lufa nodded. Very well, Mr. F.A. Lu. We may need to contact you again in the future. It would be best if you welcome us then. That depends on your attitude. After seeing Coulson off, Lufa sat back in his original seat, without changing his expression, striking a thinker's pose. However, he was merely concealing his relief. At the same time, he was uncertain whether Coulson had secretly planted any listening devices or cameras, nor how many of those outside were Hydra agents. They would surely make their move. A visit from Hydra tonight was highly probable. S. H. I. E. L. D. Headquarters, the Triskelion Director's office. A one-eyed black man stood gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling window. This man was Nick Fury, the current director of S. H. I. E. L. D. A person whose secrets no one knew and who knew secrets no one could fathom. To many, he himself was synonymous with secrecy. His attire seemed perpetually unchanging, a black eye patch covering his blind eye, a black turtleneck under a black leather trench coat fitting the popular image of a spy. At the same time, it indicated that the air conditioning in his office was set quite high. Any news on Tony Stark's disappearance? Nick Fury was deeply troubled. Just then a knock came at the door. Fury said, "Enter," and made his way back to his desk. As he sat down, the person entering reached the front of his desk. It was Coulson. He was just lacking a capable assistant to handle Tony Stark's disappearance. Coulson seemed suitable. He would assign Coulson to the task. However, after Coulson entered and relayed everything Lufa had told him, he found Nick Fury silent for a long time. He really said these things to you? Nick Fury had been troubled by Tony Stark's matter, but now he had a bigger headache. A far more troubling issue had emerged. How did Lufa know about that incident? Fury had kept that matter extremely confidential back then. Even former S. H. I. E. L. D. Director Alexander Pierce was unaware of it. He even knew the name Carol Danvers. All these years we have been observing the actions of your S. H. I. E. L. D. including the Kree invasion. Had it not been for Carol Danvers, we would have intervened. Nick Fury repeatedly pondered and weighed this sentence. The meaning it conveyed was clear. Lufa and his group had a significant background, or rather there was undoubtedly a mysterious organization behind them, one confident in its ability to confront the invading Kree fleet. I understand, Coulson. Don't archive this mission's file. They'll handle it personally. You know what that means. Coulson was taken aback. The implication was crystal clear. If the director himself with level 10 clearance was archiving it, then access would also require level 10 authorization. With only level 7 clearance himself, yet knowing about this matter, did it mean he was getting a promotion? Wishful thinking. It meant he had to keep this strictly confidential. Forgetting it would be ideal, but since that was impossible, he couldn't breathe a single word. Understood, sir. Coulson quickly replied. One more thing Tony Stark is missing. You're in charge of finding him. Even if it's just a corpse, I want to see it. Nick Fury said to Coulson. Yes, sir. Coulson was about to mention his vacation, but after considering Tony Stark's importance to H-I-E-L-D, he wisely fell silent. After Coulson left, Nick Fury was alone in his office. He walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, analyzing the current situation in his mind. He pulled a pager from his pocket with a meaningful look. No, not yet. Nick Fury thought for a moment and put the pager away. The reason he had retrieved this device laden with secrets was entirely triggered and guided by what Coulson had brought back. This further confirmed Fury's suspicion that behind the Chinese man named Lufa was an unfathomable organization. The most pressing issue now was to figure out what this organization was, hostile or friendly. An organization established even before S-H-I-E-L-D couldn't possibly be less influential. In that era, any group that survived inevitably grew into a behemoth. Lufa ordered Raven and Scotty to prepare for battle. He wasn't sure if Hydra would attack them tonight or in the coming days trying to capture them, because there was a certain Baron in Hydra who was interested in Inhumans. Of course, if Alexander Pierce wasn't foolish, he would stop that Baron from doing so, as it might attract Nick Fury's attention. As for any potential flaws in the story, he fed Nick Fury living in such a cheap apartment probably lacked credibility. But Lufa didn't care. Because once you present sufficiently convincing and impactful facts, once a person latches onto something, even if minor details contradict their understanding, they will, through their own logic, conjure countless reasons, picking the most plausible one or several to make the matter fit their cognition. This behavior is commonly known as rationalization. Nick Fury had rationalized why they lived in such a cheap apartment to conceal their identities and for the observation Lufa mentioned. In fact, if not for those vampires, Fury believed Lufa and his group would have remained hidden there in a place no one expected, silently watching. That evening, after arranging with the landlord, they moved to a room with 3 beds. Lufa could see the landlord's astonished expression. Living with 2 stunning women, yet having 3 separate beds, the landlord's surprise was inevitable. As they were on guard for a possible attack, they heard gunfire erupting outside. Just another day in America. Lufa curiously poked his head out and saw a black man in a trench coat being chased. He looked very familiar. Blade. Then he recognized who the black man was. A Marvel superhero. However, Blade wasn't as illustrious as the Punisher. He was on par with a third-rate villain like Taskmaster, just a notch above Kick-Ass. Blade's power-up was too weak compared to other superheroes, and his luck wasn't as strong either. It seems Deacon Frost has deciphered all of the Book of the Damned. Lufa noticed the vampires chasing Blade were wielding tranquilizer guns. Blade certainly wasn't as smooth as in the movies where vampires only fought hand-to-hand or fled, never using firearms against him. Now he was being overwhelmed and couldn't fight back. Deacon Frost hadn't captured his foster father Whistler to threaten him into surrender, nor had Blade's biological mother appeared. Should we help him? Raven and Scotty recognized the pursuers as vampires. They were exchanging fire in the streets, driving cars to cut off Blade's escape routes, tightening the noose. Many of them weren't even vampires, but human familiars. Deacon Frost must be running out of manpower, Lufa deduced from the scene. Before Lufa could decide whether to help Blade or stay out of it, Blade began scaling a wall to escape the encirclement. With his hybrid vampire-human physiology, climbing was easy. The vampires and humans pursuing him followed suit. It seems the decision has been made for me. Seeing Blade climbing toward their location, Lufa pulled out a sniper rifle. Bang! This time Lufa used a semi-automatic sniper. The first shot took down a man with a headshot, but since he didn't turn to ash, it was clear he was human. Lufa had no qualms about killing humans or vampires, as he had already killed many. Blade, the vampires, and the familiars were all startled by the gunfire. The next shot struck a vampire who disintegrated into ash, making Blade realize he had encountered a kindred spirit. The vampires and familiars quickly scrambled for cover. But finding cover in their current situation was extremely difficult. After Lufa sniped over a dozen people and vampires, the survivors managed to hide. But then it was Blade's turn to counterattack. The vampires and familiars witnessed Blade's brutality. Whenever they emerged from cover to engage him, they faced Lufa's sniper fire, forcing them to retreat. Blade did not pursue, but instead came to where Lufa and his companions were. Had an ordinary person helped him, Blade would have avoided any contact to prevent that person from becoming a target for vampires, and would have simply walked away. However, since his rescuer was a fellow hunter, he need not worry about that. He saw Lufa putting away a sniper rifle, while two strikingly beautiful women stood with blades in hand watching him with an air of intimidation. Blade, oi? Lufa inquired. I am. And you? Blade kept his distance, sensing that the two women seemed unwilling to let him approach. Be more careful next time, or you might not be so fortunate. Lufa, showing no intention of forming a bond with Blade, said this before having Riven close the window. Fair enough. Blade did not take offense at Lufa's attitude. As a renowned vampire hunter, he was accustomed to cold receptions from some and outright hostility from others. Those willing to have a civil conversation were few and far between. Lufa's demeanor was, if anything, tolerable. It mattered little, for even Blade himself loathed his own half-vampire identity. Thus he departed without hesitation, though he would remember today's debt. Riven and Scotty would never question any of Lufa's decisions. Moreover, they were inherently averse to the proximity of strangers. As for Lufa's intentions, he merely sought to claim the first kill after Deacon Frost transformed into the Blood God, hoping it might yield better loot with higher probability. If only he could obtain something useful for himself. Even with Riven and Scotty by his side, his sense of security remained far from adequate. In the coming days, we might need to keep an eye on the vampire's movements in New York. Though Lufa had deceived Nick Fury, he had no intention of ceasing his vampire hunts. As for whether Fury would grow suspicious, as long as Lufa could consistently present convincing evidence, it would suffice. Alexander Pierce, a middle-aged Caucasian man with graying blonde hair, possessed eyes that forever gleamed with sagacity, or one might say cunning. He currently served as the secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D., liaising with the World Security Council and holding level 10 clearance. However, these were merely his public persona. His true identity was that of a high-ranking Hydra leader embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Returning home from work that day, Alexander Pierce sensed something amiss the moment he stepped through the door. Good evening, Mr. Alexander Pierce. Lufa, clad in a white assassin's suit, sat on the sofa in Pierce's home. Who are you? Pierce frowned, wondering why his home security system had failed to activate. You may call me Assassin. Lufa wore a featureless mask. Assassin? So you've come to assassinate me? Pierce said coldly. No, I am here merely to become the head of Hydra. Lufa then dropped the bombshell. I have no idea what you're talking about. That Hydra you mentioned was destroyed years ago. Pierce's expression remained unchanged, not even a flicker in his eyes. Indeed, if he could be so easily provoked, he would never have become the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., nor the new leader of Hydra. No need to be nervous, Mr. Alexander Pierce. Since I've sought you out, it's because I already know enough. Lufa said with a smile. Though Pierce could not see his expression, he could discern the tone in his voice. Alexander Pierce belonged to a new faction within Hydra, represented by the Red Skull, adhering to his doctrines and policies. Although the various Hydra factions operated independently, without transparency or mutual information sharing, the general structure was still known. At present, the entire Hydra organization lurked beyond the light, concealed in the shadows, with few aware of its existence, thus enjoying relative safety. After World War II, the Red Skull's faction suffered near total annihilation, leaving only two of his disciples alive. One was his direct disciple Werner Reinhardt, also known as Daniel Whitehall. The other was Alexander Pierce, a second-generation disciple who had joined midway, yet had become the most powerful figure in Hydra today. The once omnipresent S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a shell now firmly under his control. At this moment, Alexander Pierce's face darkened, for Lufa had recited the above passage word for word in his presence. Simultaneously, he saw a woman dressed in a similar but black uniform dragging a man out. That was his most trusted assassin, the Winter Soldier. At this sight, Pierce's illusions were shattered. Assassin, you wish to join Hydra and become its leader? Pierce now regarded the man before him seriously. After all, joining Hydra was relatively easy. Aside from the ancient Hydra elders, new Hydra cells were scattered worldwide. A simple declaration of intent could yield abundant resources and assistance, provided one had value. And this self-proclaimed assassin had evidently demonstrated his worth, having subdued the Winter Soldier with two women in black uniforms standing flanking Lufa. Indeed, I also considered approaching Werner Reinhardt. Oh, he goes by Daniel Whitehall now, but he's too old. Then there's the Countess, the Chief, the Banker, Dr. Lister, Baron Strucker of Eastern Europe, and Mr. Gideon Malik. Yet none fit my needs. Only you, Mr. Alexander Pierce. The list of names Lufa recited caused a subtle shift in Pierce's expression, surprised by the extent of his knowledge. Recommending you to Hydra is not an issue, but I cannot guarantee you will become a leader, Pierce said after a long silence. No matter. I believe I will demonstrate sufficient value. Lufa shrugged. For now I need your assistance, Mr. Pierce. Lufa continued. Alexander Pierce inquired. Our organization has existed for a very, very long time, merely concealed within the shadows of the world. However, after I became the leader of the assassins, I decided to enact change. Lufa fabricated the tale on a whim, intending only to secure his gains and depart. Upon hearing this, Alexander Pierce suddenly realized something. An organization. The leader of assassins. So this organization was one that produced assassins. It must be deeply hidden, for Alexander Pierce had never heard of it. Yet this assassin organization should possess considerable strength, as not just anyone could defeat his top assassin, the Winter Soldier. What kind of change? Alexander Pierce continued. I wish to step into the light. That is precisely why I have sought you out. Lufa replied. Alexander Pierce began to speculate. It seemed this assassin organization was akin to the Hand, though he wondered how it compared in strength. Hydra, of course, was aware of various organizations in the world, yet it remained the largest. Curiously, all other organizations knew of Hydra's existence except for Nick Fury. Realizing the value of Lufa and his group, Alexander Pierce asked, What do you seek? First, I need an identity. Lufa began. Alexander Pierce agreed to fulfill Lufa's requests, but demanded a debt of gratitude in return. Lufa naturally consented. Thus he obtained a legitimate identity, the heir to a wealthy individual from a minor nation, inheriting a legal $3 billion. As he was not an American citizen, even inheritance tax was waived. With this fortune, Lufa unhesitatingly purchased a villa in Los Angeles as a base, anticipating the need for a permanent residence as his group grew. Frequent relocations were, after all, quite troublesome. The remaining funds were used to acquire shares of Stark Industries. Obadiah Stane, having already prepared for Tony Stark's demise, was aggressively buying back shares. Lufa's late entry yielded only a modest number of shares. Yet he was not overly concerned, for another opportunity for profit lay ahead. Moreover, his dealings with Hydra had broadened his perspective. He realized that with his newfound capital, he need not wait idly for Tony Stark's return to amass wealth. Consider, for instance, the vast assets of the Vampire Empire after Blade dealt with Deacon Frost. The purebloods led by Gao Tianyu had been completely wiped out, leaving their fortunes to the later Damaskinos vampire clan. With money came manpower, and with manpower came intelligence. After spending a sum, Lufa located the building where Deacon Frost intended to perform the blood god ritual. Despite its secluded location, its opulence made it impossible to conceal. Obtaining the exact address, Lufa set out with Raven and Scotty to rescue the purebloods and incidentally extort the vampires. Meanwhile, Deacon Frost's men escorted a group of purebloods to the ritual site. What do you want? It matters not now, Gao Tianyu said, still maintaining the pride of a pureblood, unwilling to beg for mercy, but ready to pay for survival. He was then slapped by Deacon Frost. This is what I want, Deacon Frost sneered, baring his fangs. Not one of the 12 purebloods begged, irking Deacon Frost with their haughty demeanor. But it mattered not. By nightfall he would become the blood god. Blade had been captured and bled, his blood flowing through the ritual array. Deacon Frost's men forced the purebloods to bare their foreheads, ready to let the Daywalker's blood drip upon them and activate the ceremony. Apologies, did someone order takeout? A voice rang out as a vampire behind a pureblood screamed and turned to ash. Who goes there? Deacon Frost waved his hand, mobilizing his assembled soldiers and vampires to prevent any disruption to the ritual. Deacon Frost, having staked everything, knew all too well the consequences of failure. Rat-a-tat-tat. As his soldiers and vampires moved to act, deafening gunfire erupted, turning them into Swiss cheese. 2 Gatling guns swept back and forth, firing silver bullets as if they cost nothing. Whether human or vampire, a single hit meant instant death, with no need for finishing moves. To Deacon Frost's horror, the purebloods at the ritual site were rescued. Yet Lufa bound them after the rescue, leaving Gao Tianyu and the others bewildered. Deacon Frost roared and fled. He was merely an ordinary vampire, stronger than humans, but still vulnerable to silver bullets. Against such a barrage, even he faced certain death. Thus he could only attempt escape and bide his time. Unfortunately, he didn't get far before Scotty appeared and kicked him flying. Crash! The wall caved in, exploding outward and utterly destroying the ritual site. Witnessing this, the shattered Deacon Frost widened his eyes in despair. The site was ruined. Even if he had the means to rebuild, he would never have the chance. Raven, wielding a silver-plated greatsword, carved through the vampires and men, annihilating Deacon Frost's forces within minutes. Mr. Gao Tianyu, a pleasure to meet you, Lufa said, clad in a white assassin's attire, toying with a silver dagger as he smiled at the purebloods. Scotty then dragged Deacon Frost over. Who are you? Gao Tianyu asked, sensing that Lufa's rescue mission harbored ulterior motives. Who I am is unimportant. What matters, Mr. Gao Tianyu, is what price you are willing to pay for your life. And for Deacon Frost's, Lufa stated bluntly. Gao Tianyu immediately grasped Lufa's intent. I understand. You will receive something that satisfies you, Gao Tiannu replied with a sigh of relief. Dickens felt nothing short of absurd. He had lost to a bunch of mercenaries driven solely by money. Don't worry, sir. Dickens is merely the leader of those half-bloods. We, on the other hand, are noble purebloods, and our wealth far surpasses his. Gao Tiannu spoke unhurriedly, confident that when it came to wealth, they purebloods feared no one. I can offer everything I have. Dickens persisted stubbornly. I doubt your everything can match what I'm willing to pay. Gao Tiannus' expression shifted slightly, but he still replied. Enough. I have no interest in whatever transpires between you. Mr. Gao Tiannu, and you noble purebloods. Lu Fa cut their conversation short, for he intended to eliminate them all eventually anyway. He held no goodwill toward Gao Tiannu and his kind. Gao Tiannu then summoned his subordinates. In the original course of events, Dickens launched a surprise attack, catching the purebloods off guard. None had anticipated his audacity to strike at all purebloods, so no one reacted in time, and they were seized. Even if Dickens attacked, they believed he couldn't possibly overcome the combined might of so many pureblood factions with their formidable power. Lu Fa, accompanied by Ruewin and Skadi, was escorted by a group of bloodkin to Gao Tiannus' base, maintaining an air of calm composure. The vampires in North America were all under Gao Tiannus' management, boasting immense wealth and power. The pureblood vampires were battle-hardened elites, yet Lu Fa felt no pressure. Even if they were seasoned warriors, the vampires of the Marvel world had their limits. They were no match for Ruewin and Skadi. Even if they were surrounded and attacked, the two women had ample speed to whisk Lu Fa away, after which a massacre would ensue. Fortunately, Gao Tiannu harbored no such intentions. Whatever Lu Fa desired, he agreed to without hesitation. The members of the Pureblood Council granted him considerable leeway, allowing Gao Tiannu to make decisions. These purebloods were no fools. Having witnessed Ruewin and Skadi's combat prowess, they found Lu Fa unfathomably formidable. Thus, instead of turning hostile, they sought to forge a connection. Though Lu Fa was not adept at social interaction, he discerned their intent from Gao Tiannus' deliberate flattery. It seemed Gao Tiannu realized that Lu Fa failed to grasp his various hints, forcing him to resort to subtle yet unmistakable overtures. Naturally, Lu Fa would drive a hard bargain, or rather, with Skadi present, a killer whale's bargain. Yet Gao Tiannu agreed to every demand without hesitation, leaving Lu Fa wondering if he had asked for too little. He now acquired a company with 60 billion in funding its business and assets yet to be defined. Gao Tiannu injected $60 billion and also resolved their identity issues, although Alexander Pierce, the head of Hydra, had already handled that. Nevertheless, Lu Fa was always cautious. So in addition to the identities provided by Hydra, he insisted Gao Tiannu procure another set, and they had to remain covert. Moreover, beyond the villa Alexander Pierce arranged for them, Lu Fa requested several more from Gao Tiannu, a second one in Los Angeles, a villa in Boston, another in Washington. Gao Tiannu even offered to acquire Oscorp Industries, Hammer Industries, or Stark Industries, if Lu Fa wished. The last one posed some difficulty. Even though Tony Stark was missing, Stark Industries was under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s watch and held shares from the military, making it troublesome to touch. Oscorp and Hammer Industries were different. Even with military stakes, throwing money at them would suffice. Lu Fa remarked that these vampires were far wealthier than he had imagined. Gao Tiannu and his ilk were unperturbed. To them, capitalist nations existed to serve their interests. By dangling the allure of immortality, they could ensnare politicians and tycoons alike. Even those who refused to become vampires would not hesitate to capture lower-tier vampires for research, hoping to unlock the secret of eternal life. However, from their arrival in North America to the present day, no breakthroughs had emerged, so Gao Tiannu and his peers were unfazed. You're mistaken, Mr. Gao Tiannu. As far as I know, there's a vampire among you named Makinos who has developed a strain immune to silver. Hearing this, Lu Fa interrupted Gao Tiannu. Duke Makinos? Gao Tiannu recognized the name immediately. Most likely. He delved into genetic engineering and created a variant called Reapers. They are stronger and faster than ordinary vampires, with hearts encased in bone, impervious to silver, only vulnerable to sunlight. Unless silver weapons pierce through the bone to the heart, sunlight is the only way to kill a Reaper. Lu Fa's words plunged Gao Tiannu into deep thought. If this were true, how did Lu Fa come by such hidden knowledge? Even he was unaware. Realizing that Lu Fa was far from simple, Gao Tiannu nodded, acknowledging the information. Lu Fa had no qualms about revealing the Reapers to Gao Tiannu, hoping to incite infighting among the vampires. Even if Gao Tiannu chose to ally with Makinos, it would only make them easier to eliminate in one fell swoop. A month later in Los Angeles, a newly established company bore a massive sign atop its building reading Umbrella. This company, launched with 60 billion in capital, appeared modest in scale. Its premises were not vast, and the building stood just over 30 stories. In America, such companies numbered in the tens of thousands. This was the company Gao Tiannu gifted them, fully staffed. Beneath its seemingly humble facade lay a 10-story underground base. Originally, this property belonged to the U.S. military, built and overseen by General Ross. It had been one of his secret research facilities for various supersoldier projects. They had excavated a secret base roughly 10 stories deep to conduct research on matters best kept confidential. Although the military removed the essential equipment, the infrastructure remains intact, the manager briefed the newly arrived owner. Now that the United States is suffering from severe industrial hollowing, he had struggled to find this high-paying job and couldn't afford to lose it. To be honest, Lufa hadn't yet figured out what exactly he needed to do. The company will launch several subsidiaries, the first being Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals. As soon as Lufa spoke, the half-century-old manager immediately pulled out his phone to record Lufa's words. Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals. Did that name hold some special meaning? Over the next few moments, Lufa listed 7 or 8 names, but when it came to hiring, he indicated there was no rush. He had to think carefully about how to spend $60 billion. Moreover, these subsidiaries were intended for the wives and subordinates he would summon later, allowing them to return to their original professions. By the way, the others can wait, but Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals must be built with the highest epidemic prevention standards, exactly the same specifications as laboratories that stored dangerous viruses. Lufa pondered before speaking. Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals was meant to house operatives, most of whom suffered from erypathy. If they weren't careful, it would be easy for infections to spread. Moreover, Lufa planned to use the Marvel world's advanced technology to cure erypathy, even if it meant losing the enhanced power that Originium provided. I understand, Mr. Lufa. The manager breathed a sigh of relief after finishing his notes. Next, Lufa instructed him to hire people to construct a 10-story underground military base. He intended to use this as headquarters and base camp, and once he had a group of subordinates, security concerns would no longer be an issue. Lufa was still a shareholder of Stark Industries. The purebloods also held shares in Stark Industries, and upon hearing that Lufa wanted them, and with the stock price continuously falling, they conveniently transferred the shares to him. He wondered if Tony Stark would regret it when he returned. Lufa, are we going to kill more vampires later? Riven lounged on the comfortable sofa, inexplicably nostalgic for the days when she and the summoner had squeezed into a single room. Of course we will. Lufa replied without hesitation. In fact, Gaudion Nu and his team were also preparing to deal with the mixed-blood vampires who had dared to attack them. Whether for experiments or other purposes, Lufa decided to lend a hand, for he was a man who enjoyed helping others. Where did they go? Nick Fury had just dispatched agents to monitor Lufa and his mysterious group, planning to observe for a while before paying a visit. Yet Lufa and his team had vanished, leaving the agents clueless about their whereabouts. Even investigations failed to uncover that Umbrella Corporation belonged to Lufa's group, for Gaudion Nu had arranged for them to be identified as European aristocrats, leveraging his remaining influence in Europe. Thus, both Hydro and Shield in North America could trace nothing. At that moment, Nick Fury realized that Lufa might have been telling the truth. Perhaps Shield did have moles from their organization. How else could Lufa and his group have slipped away unnoticed the moment he decided to send agents to monitor them? Nick Fury grew serious. He had no intention of letting Lufa go so easily. As the head of Shield, tasked with safeguarding world peace, he had to prepare for the possibility that this mysterious organization intended to rule the world. Thus, he decided to send Black Widow to track down Lufa. Sir, the people you ordered us to monitor have disappeared. Alexander Pierce received a report from his subordinate. The informant was Hilvet, a bespectacled, bald, Indian origin agent with a level 6 clearance. Yet he was Pierce's trusted right-hand man, in every sense of the word. Disappeared? How did they disappear? Alexander Pierce was far more concerned with another issue. His wariness of the assassins was unique, especially after reviewing the surveillance footage. Lufa and his team seemed to know the cameras were there, deliberately dragging the Winter Soldier into the camera's view before engaging. Then the Winter Soldier was brought down in just a few moves, causing Alexander Pierce's eyebrows to twitch furiously. He was unaware that Lufa had instructed Riven not to use lethal force, otherwise a single punch from her could have floored the Winter Soldier. He also dared not let Scotty handle it, as her control over her strength was poor. The broken doors and collapsed beds at home were testament to Scotty's unintentional, earth-shattering power. He feared Scotty might turn Bucky into a meat paste with one punch. But Alexander Pierce didn't know that, so he pondered, was every member of this assassin organization stronger than the Winter Soldier? Of course, those close to the leader were bound to be elites. Yet Pierce could see that both were beautiful women, and it seemed natural for beautiful women to stay by a leader's side. Moreover, men subconsciously tend to underestimate women. So if someone claimed these 2 female assassins were the elites of the organization, Pierce might harbor doubts. Besides, even if not every member of this assassin organization could defeat the Winter Soldier, what if they were all on par with him, and in significant numbers? After all, the Winter Soldier was a super soldier modified by Hydra, rivaling Captain America. For this assassin organization to defeat him so easily, who would believe they were simple? Thus, even though Alexander Pierce had agreed to let them join Hydra as one of its heads, he remained vigilant and had them monitored. Now, hearing that they had vanished right under the noses of his surveillance agents, Alexander Pierce was eager to know how they had managed it. Our people have no idea when they left that place. Hilvet spoke with cold sweat beading on his forehead. This was a severe dereliction of duty. As agents, Hydra agents, not those H-I-E-L-D agents who spent their shifts playing Angry Birds and other games. They prided themselves on being elite. Hydra spent a fortune training them each year, yet they couldn't even manage a simple surveillance job. I'm very disappointed, Hilvet. Alexander Pierce was well aware of Lufa and his team's capabilities, but using this to admonish his subordinate was a good move, so he said directly. I apologize, sir. Hilvet hurriedly replied. I don't need apologies, I need results. Do you understand? Alexander Pierce said with a dark expression. I understand. Hilvet answered immediately. Hilvet quickly said. Alexander Pierce watched Hilvet leave, then fell into thought himself. An assassin truly worthy of the title. To detect surveillance agents so swiftly and vanish without a trace, doesn't that perfectly fit the image of an assassin? Now Alexander Pierce somewhat regretted sending men to monitor the assassin, for they had vanished without a trace. Yet it was impossible not to send surveillance. Alexander Pierce was not the kind of man with a generous heart. Such a man could never have deceived Nick Fury for so long. Thus, sending men to monitor was an inevitable course of action. And this led to the current situation. Lufa and his companions had disappeared, and Alexander Pierce would now be plagued by restless anxiety. TT, I've always wanted to touch your hair. You tell me every day how proud you are of it. The man who kept Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury sleepless with worry was now lying on Scotty's lap, idly playing with her white hair. He wondered what shampoo and conditioner Argo used to make Scotty's hair so silky. Doctor, I'm glad you like it. Scotty buried Lufa in her white hair. After untying her hairband, her flowing tresses made her even more enchanting. Riven touched her short hair and made a decision. She would let it grow long so that the summoner could stroke her hair too. However, through her observations these days, Riven had noticed that compared to herself, Lufa seemed to prefer Scotty, even though Scotty was dangerous and could accidentally break his bones. This was indeed true. Lufa favored Scotty over Riven primarily because Riven never whispered sweet nothings or engaged in playful interactions, while Scotty was different. At least, he could poke the little killer whale in the dormitory. Under these circumstances, and since Arknights was a mobile game, the companionship time was even longer. Ever since playing Arknights, Lufa had even rarely touched his computer games. Scotty felt Lufa stroking her hair and resting his head on her lap. Feeling the doctor's warmth meant more to her than anything else, though it would be even better if Spectre were nearby. After Lufa enjoyed himself for a while, he lay down on Riven's lap. Riven's legs were not as soft as Scotty's, and Lufa couldn't understand how Scotty could maintain such softness despite her high physical strength. Riven's legs were firm with excellent elasticity, like a high-quality sofa. The difference was that Riven had started using body wash and shampoo, products she never used in Valoran, and gradually exuded a feminine allure. Lufa had secretly bought a bunny girl outfit, waiting for the day he could take charge and have Riven wear it, though of course not for others to see. After a while of indulgent pleasure that feasted the eyes but starved the loins, Lufa regained his senses and began to check today's gains. He had gone out hunting vampires with Scotty and the others. After Blade was rescued, he was deeply grateful, and Lufa reached a cooperation with him. Blade would provide information on vampire lairs and gathering points, while Lufa would eliminate them. After all, many lairs were too much for Blade alone, but Lufa's group could handle them directly. It seemed that fate finally took pity on his misfortune, for Lufa obtained something that thrilled him. Sparta Black Demon Bloodline. This item dropped from Devil May Cry. According to the description, it could turn the user into a half-human, half-demon like Dante and Virgil, unlike Nero's quarter-demon lineage. Half-human, half-demon. It shouldn't affect fertility, right? After all, Virgil fathered Nero in one shot. Lufa convinced himself and then used it without hesitation. He found that the process was excruciatingly painful, as the corrosive nature of Sparta's bloodline transformed him into a demon. The agony was naturally immense. But fortunately, the pain came quickly and faded just as fast. Before long, Lufa felt his entire body brimming with power. Muscles formed, granting him a tall and robust physique comparable to Dante and Virgil's, and his already handsome face seemed even more refined. Lufa, Lufa. Riven's shouts brought Lufa back to reality. He realized he was being held in the arms of Riven and Scotty, one on each side, an utterly blissful moment. And now he probably didn't need to worry about that matter anymore, did he? I'm fine just got stronger. After saying this, Lufa was curious about his new strength, so he asked Riven to test it. The arm wrestling ended in a complete defeat. Riven couldn't sense any increase in Lufa's power. Level 1 and Level 2. To Riven the change was negligible. How can this be? Hasn't my demonic bloodline awakened yet? Lufa felt deeply disheartened, then recalled the matter of awakening the demonic bloodline. But didn't it require being pierced through the chest by the rebellion sword, a family tradition of impalement? However, Lufa had neither obtained rebellion nor the Sparta sword, let alone Yamato. Even if he had Yamato, he couldn't use it to separate his humanity from his demonic nature. At this rate, he was probably still weak, maybe just strong enough to beat the Winter Soldier and Captain America. Oh well, obtaining the Sparta demonic bloodline is already a great gain. I should eventually reach the level of Dante and Virgil. Lufa thought to himself. It's fine. I'm a Spartan demon now, and training only makes me stronger. Lufa wasn't worried about any side effects. Even with his bloodline power slumbering and only subtly transforming his body, it was enough to make him far superior to a bunch of superheroes, wasn't it? In the Marvel world, counting the comics, there were thousands of superheroes in New York alone, most of them street-level vigilantes somewhere between Blade and Kick-Ass. Riven thought for a moment. She also wanted Lufa to have the ability to protect himself, or rather the endurance to withstand things. Otherwise, Lufa noticed Riven suddenly blushing, unsure of what she was imagining. Lufa and Noxus training means sparring, Riven said to him. At this moment they were each holding 2 iron rods. Isn't it supposed to be swinging weapons thousands of times and running? Lufa asked, puzzled. No, Lufa. What you described only trains soldiers. True strength comes from sparring, Riven said earnestly. As for Scotty, she didn't know this method since she was a modified abyssal hunter. So she was also very interested in this so-called training. I understand. Here I come. Lufa thought it made sense, so he charged at Riven. The next moment his iron rod was knocked away, his hand went numb, and before he realized what happened, Riven had pulled him into her embrace. Riven couldn't bear to hurt him, so she used this method to restrain Lufa. Well, Lufa knew this wasn't ideal. After all, pain and injury were what made people grow and remember quickly, but he couldn't deny that he was quite content with Riven's approach. Scotty watched and thought it looked simple. Let me try to, doctor. No thanks. Lufa immediately shook his head. If Scotty joined in, what if his head got knocked off? Dante and Virgil hadn't yet demonstrated whether they could survive having their heads blown off. Let's continue, Riven. Lufa struggled free from the embrace and insisted through gritted teeth. 2 hours later, Lufa was lying limp in Riven's arms like a dead dog. Fighting drained his stamina rapidly. That's why boxers needed breaks after just a few minutes. They had no energy left. Lufa's original stamina was even worse. He was practically a weakling. Now being able to last 2 hours already showed how remarkable the transformation from the Spartan demon bloodline was. During those 2 hours of continuous combat, Lufa couldn't even touch Riven once. He didn't even know how she knocked his iron rod away. Was the gap really that huge? And if Riven was this strong, how powerful were the hand of Noxus and Garen? However, the recovery speed of the Spartan demon bloodline seemed very fast. After being exhausted like a dog, Lufa was full of energy again in less than 3 hours without even needing to eat. After all, Dante was knocked down by Virgil's demonic form Urizen and was unconscious for a month, yet he woke up and started fighting without needing food, unlike those Scion monkeys. Although Lufa hadn't reached the level of Dante, who could go a month without eating and still fight, he was already far superior to an ordinary person. Let's keep going, Riven, Lufa said after recovering. Lufa, maybe you should rest. Riven had never seen him like this and worried it might be a last burst of energy. I'm fine, Lufa insisted. With no choice, Riven continued sparring with him. Thus, every day from then on, Lufa sparred with Riven. The training wasn't limited to weapon fights, it also included boxing and hand-to-hand combat. Although Riven wielded a weapon, she had fought against the likes of Set and Vi, so she was more than capable of teaching Lufa. For Lufa, he personally enjoyed brutal fist-to-fist combat. His idols included the uncompromising Rorschach Hei by Lang Jun and others, but he also liked wielding a blade. Cool characters like Virgil Sephiroth and Sesshomaru. That was why he asked Riven to train him in hand-to-hand combat. Riven was also astonished to find that Lufa's growth rate was incredibly fast. If expressed in numbers, he had gone from a strength level of 1 to around 10-20. Having personally experienced supernatural power, Lufa was ecstatic. He played with everything like a steel barbell that he could lift with one hand and squeeze like clay, leaving fingerprints. Or he would punch a dozen fist and palm prints into a wall, making a loud noise. It seemed childish, but it was really just excitement. This was supernatural power, something he had only ever dreamed of or imagined, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. And it wasn't fake. If only I had a Kamen Rider belt right now, I could shout Henshin. Lufa mused, but although he had played many Kamen Rider games as well as Ultraman fighting games, the chances of dropping a Kamen Rider belt or an Ultraman transformation device were extremely low. Because he had played far too many games, the possibilities were infinitely diluted. Having Scotty drop directly was already a cause for wild joy, and everything else was beyond his control, left to fate. Anyway, Lufa wasn't in a hurry. There were still so many vampires, countless criminals in this world: Thanos' Black Order army, the Chitauri army, and the Kree Empire, one of the three great cosmic empires. All of them were opportunities for drops. If he killed them all, wouldn't that surely bring out everything he wanted, including his wives? One could even say that without the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, Hydra would never have grown to such an immense scale. The reason was simple: the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division itself was a highly confidential world organization. Initially established and cultivated by America, it later expanded to a global scale to the point where even America lost insight into its internal operations and mission details. Especially after Nick Fury took office, he truly enabled Alexander Pierce's plan to succeed. Under Fury's directorship, even the members of the World Security Council could not inquire about most of the agency's affairs and classified matters. Compounding this, Fury's self-righteous implementation of a compartmentalization system only worsened the situation. This allowed Hydra to conceal itself seamlessly. The compartmentalization system prevented agents of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division from knowing the tasks and secrets of others, forbade them from asking questions, and barred them from reporting to the World Security Council. Today, the supreme leaders of Hydra held a long-awaited gathering for a council meeting. The meeting was primarily initiated by Alexander Pierce. In truth, the heads of Hydra rarely interacted. Their goals and ambitions differed vastly. They were merely part of the same vast organization called Hydra. "Pierce, why have you summoned us?" The speaker was Baron Strucker. All present were using virtual projections. Alexander Pierce was one of Red Skull's disciples. After Red Skull's fall, Pierce infiltrated the Strategic Scientific Reserve and later became the first director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. This meteoric rise within Hydra allowed him to aid several of its supreme leaders, yet it also made him a target of suppression by other Hydra heads. The reason was simple: apart from Alexander Pierce, the other Hydra heads had orthodox origins within the organization, while Pierce alone was an upstart. Today, I wish to introduce a capable individual to join Hydra as a new leader. Alexander Pierce had not expected the assassin to approach him directly today. The truth was, Lufa had suddenly found the idea of mingling with Hydra quite amusing. Who? Everyone present perked up. They were not opposed to new members joining Hydra as heads, but it was not a position granted to just anyone. Take, for example, the esteemed Hydra Supreme leaders present. Daniel Whitehall's entry into Hydra was abrupt. Originally a Hydra head during the war, his stronghold was raided by the Howling Commandos using intelligence left by Red Skull after the conflict ended. The famous Captain America's girlfriend, Agent Peggy Carter, personally led the operation to capture him and threw him into a terrifying prison to await death. Peggy Carter loathed his deeds and believed he deserved to rot in that prison for the rest of his life. Decades later, Daniel Whitehall's loyal subordinates, after years of searching and with Alexander Pierce's help, found and rescued him. Using the organs of Ski's mother, an Inhuman, for transplantation, he restored himself to his youthful appearance. Thus, he emerged, suddenly rejoined Hydra, and became a head without any vetting. Another example was Baron Heinrich Zemo. He too was one of Hydra's major heads during the war under Red Skull, though he never attracted as much attention. After the war ended and Red Skull vanished, Zemo also disappeared without a trace. Decades later, when Hydra had rebuilt itself, he suddenly reappeared to rejoin the organization. Likewise, he faced no scrutiny. Even his apparent behavior of fleeing when the organization was in crisis and returning to reap benefits when it flourished went unquestioned. These examples illustrate that while Hydra was a highly secretive organization, its internal management was chaotic. Each head governed their own domain with their own methods, making it nearly impossible to replicate Red Skull's near-absolute control. Everyone managed their own affairs. If you wanted to command someone else's subordinates, you had to seek their permission first. Moreover, since each head focused on different areas, they rarely interacted or communicated. If the heads were like this, the lower-ranking Hydra members were even more disconnected. Unless they sought to switch allegiances, they typically had little camaraderie. These so-called supreme leaders of Hydra were more like bandit chieftains ruling their own territories. As long as you had guns, people, and influence, at least on par with or surpassing organizations like the Hand, you could become a head. The threshold was neither low nor high. Furthermore, Hydra now valued talent above all, asking no questions about one's background. There was virtually no barrier to entry, as if anyone could join. Consequently, even the heads themselves were unclear about who served under them. Thus, joining Hydra was permissible, and becoming a Hydra head was also possible, but only if you possessed sufficient strength. "He calls himself the assassin," Alexander Pierce said. Then everyone saw a man clad entirely in white appear beside Pierce. "Pierce, you've broken the rules. You cannot bring him before us without our consent." Several Hydra heads immediately attempted to disconnect their virtual projections and condemned Alexander Pierce. "Silence, everyone." Lufa reached out, and smashed the table before Alexander Pierce into splinters, startling the Hydra heads. This was solid metal. Even the Winter Soldier couldn't have done that. You may address me as the assassin. I hail from Zhongzhou, which you regard as a forbidden land, and I am the leader of an assassin organization, Lu Fa continued. Assassin? Baron Strucker revealed an expression of keen interest. Wherever Lufa's finger pointed, he would call out the name, and this display of intelligence prowess sent chills down everyone's spine. Just how vast were the capabilities of this man called the Assassin and his organization that they could know everything about every member of Hydra. Even Hydra itself was not fully aware of each other's situations as they operated independently. Internal information was never shared transparently for fear that if one branch fell or was infiltrated, it would lead to the exposure of others. In fact, they had attempted to gather intelligence on other branches, but none had succeeded in gaining complete control, let alone unifying Hydra under a single leader. Yet Lufa's words had just enumerated all the major members within Hydra. Lufa had merely recited the information he had seen on Baidu Baiki, but to the Hydra leaders it seemed as though he possessed omniscience. I believe with this intelligence capability, I should be worthy of becoming one of Hydra's supreme leaders, shouldn't I? With the acquisition of supernatural power, Lufa exuded a newfound confidence that made Alexander Pierce feel as though he had become a different person. That's enough, Mr. Assassin, Pierce said, though he too was filled with fear and unease at how much Lufa knew. From what they could see, this assassin organization was indeed formidable. They had accomplished what no Hydra leader could, not only knowing the state of each Hydra branch, but even specifying where certain individuals had bases, sending chills down the spines of Alexander Pierce and the other leaders, as if an invisible eye was watching them. After demonstrating this intelligence capability and the implied organizational strength, the Hydra leaders no longer objected to the assassin joining and becoming a new leader. Lufa stated that there was little else they could offer. The assassins specialized in assassination and intelligence, and while their trained assassins lacked superhuman abilities like the Inhumans, a single one could still take on a dozen Winter Soldiers. Alexander Pierce's face darkened upon hearing this. The Hydra leaders, aware of the Winter Soldiers' strength, grew interested in the assassin organization. The Winter Soldiers were super soldiers modified by Hydra, and although Hydra's interest had shifted from super soldiers to superpowers due to Inhumans and various mutants, they would not refuse the ability to mass-produce super soldiers. Mutants were not mutants, their occurrence was too rare and lacked reproducibility. As for Inhumans, Baron Strucker was already studying them and currently had possession of the future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. However, Baron Strucker had no intention of sharing his research on Inhumans, obsessed as he was with them, believing them to be the ultimate power and dismissing other Hydra leaders as fools chasing shadows. If the assassins could mass-produce super soldiers, then they were extremely interested in the power the assassins wielded. Alexander Pierce in particular thought that his S.H.I.E.L.D. action team might incorporate members from the assassin organization. Of course, there was no rush. First, he needed to understand the assassin organization and its leaders' intentions. Seeing their interest, Lufa naturally had no qualms about spinning tales. The assassins possessed a natural modification technique that could make people stronger, different from the artificial modifications of Captain America or the Winter Soldiers. No super serum, required only the knowledge to produce countless powerful warriors. After boasting to the Hydra leaders, Lufa took his leave from Alexander Pierce. He was quite satisfied with having secured a position. After all, boasting was not a crime. Most transmigrators rack their brains to infiltrate Hydra or borrow its resources precisely because of the organization's excellent benefits and resources. If they weren't good, who would join? Moreover, no matter where they went in the world, they could always find other Hydra branches to lend a hand. Otherwise, why would so many high-ranking officials and powerful figures join Hydra? Was it really because of Hydra's ideology and spiritual beliefs? Don't be ridiculous. Even most Hydra members didn't buy that. It was only used to fool rookies and fools. The real reason these influential figures joined was simple: the resources and benefits of the Hydra organization were so tempting that even capitalists would sell the rope to hang themselves to an enemy, let alone join Hydra. However, Lufa had no intention of helping Hydra. He merely wanted to use them and keep them off his back. Given enough time, he would be able to flatten everything with his wife and subordinates. The number of vampires in New York has decreased significantly, Blade said to Lufa. Decreased? Lufa noticed Blade's choice of words. Yes. If they had fled on their own, there would be traces, but their disappearance seems unnatural. Blade was also puzzled, wondering if another ruthless individual was cleaning up vampires, since Lufa and his group could make hundreds vanish in a single night with remarkable efficiency. Be careful yourself. Lufa understood what was happening after hearing Blade's confusion and offered a warning. If it were just Damaskinos and his followers clearing out the overabundant vampires, that would be one thing. But if they were involved in the Reaper mutant plan, then Blade was in grave danger, as Lufa had effectively intensified the plot of Blade 2. Blade nodded. After exchanging information, Lufa headed to a new vampire gathering spot, Blood Research Center. Quite a clever hiding place. Considering that Lufa's strength had already improved significantly compared to before, Riven and Scotty thought it over and did not refuse, then secretly followed him. How could they truly feel at ease letting Lufa act alone? They knew he could be stubborn at times, so they planned to take a roundabout approach. Lufa wielded a silver blade and charged into this Blood Research Center. At first, those outside were merely ordinary people, not even ghouls, just working there. After Lufa threatened them away with a gun, the ghouls and vampires learned of the attack. Then fully armed vampires and ghouls were dispatched, but did not encounter Lufa. He had gone into hiding, and then he used a Barret. Well, a skin Barret from Crossfire with enhanced power capable of penetrating the reactive armor of a heavy tank clean through. Lufa felt that his greatest advantage lay in these hero-grade weapons with reasonably modified stats along with items from guns. They were truly the rich man's artifact, the poor man's tears. A graze meant death, a touch meant doom, no headshot needed. He even suspected that the dual pistols might pack more punch than Dante's ebony and ivory, otherwise why would his machine gun shield fail to block even a few shots? In terms of magazine capacity, it also had an edge. Bang! A silver bullet blasted through a vampire wearing heavy body armor and helmet, and he, stoic to the end, turned to ashes without a single groan. The vampires and ghouls were dumbfounded. Was the enemy using a cannon against them? They immediately stopped advancing recklessly and sought cover. Unfortunately, they did not realize that against such firepower most cover was useless, even reinforced concrete, unless it was exceptionally thick or composite armor-type fortifications. Not to mention what Lufa held was the source destruction. Bang! Another ear-splitting roar echoed. A vampire hiding behind a massive iron tank, thinking himself safe, had his upper body blasted apart as if a bomb had been planted inside him. The vampires quickly realized that even behind cover the enemy seemed to see exactly where they were. There was no way to hide. Let's fight him. The vampires charged out, opening fire at Lufa's position. Relying on their vampiric strength, they wielded weapons ordinary humans could not handle, such as handheld Gatling guns and single-shot grenade launchers. Thus their firepower was exceptionally fierce, but Lufa had already relocated. The moment he saw the vampires leave cover, he decisively moved, leaving behind only a ticking C4. When the vampires, believing Lufa was suppressed and unable to retaliate, excitedly rushed forward, they saw a C4 bomb with its countdown reaching 0 wrapped in several thick layers of steel balls. These were actually silver-plated steel balls, triple-layered, and with the C4's explosive force, their power would be several times that of bullets. Oh, skies! The fastest vampire only had time for a furious roar before the C4 detonated. The shockwave raced dozens of times faster than a tornado, and at such close range indoors, even these vampires beyond human limits had no chance to dodge. Boom! All the glass in the building shattered instantly. A massive flame erupted, consuming much of the air before turning into a mushroom cloud of smoke. The vampires were reduced to ashes while the ghouls lay torn apart on the ground. The triple layers of steel balls had shredded their bodies, killing them before they even knew what happened. Lufa looked back at the wreckage, glad he had run fast, or he would have experienced what a strong push in the back felt like. But just as Lufa breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden gust of malevolent wind came from behind. Had it been the old Lufa, he would never have dodged it. Now, however, with the bloodline of the Spartan demon and extensive training under Riven, his combat reflexes were leagues beyond before. Because the gap was too great to even see Riven's attacks, the demon bloodline's superior battle instincts had trained his body to react before his eyes could perceive the threat. Thus, Lufa successfully evaded an attack that could have killed him instantly. A monster, a huge slick-skinned quadrupedal creature. Lufa turned and saw its form, then swore. What the hell, a hunter? A hunter. From the Blacklight virus mutant biomonsters in prototype. Its strength. Impervious to gunfire and cannon fire, even a tank couldn't destroy it in one shot. Instead, a hunter could smash a tank to pieces in a few hits. But that wasn't the hunter's most dangerous aspect. The most dangerous was the Blacklight virus it carried. What's going on? The dropped items aren't obeying me. Lufa tried to command this hunter to kneel, but it ignored him entirely. Then he understood if something was originally hostile, even if dropped, it remained hostile. Was he essentially creating enemies for himself? Luckily, it wasn't a hunter that dropped first, or Lufa would have died horribly. And then New York would have become another Manhattan. There were also biomonsters like G-Virus William from Resident Evil, and those from Crossfire, Counter-Strike, Gunzi, and other shooting game franchises. Thud. Though Lufa tried desperately to dodge and counterattack, he was clearly no match for the hunter. A single swipe sent him flying, crashing through a door that could withstand rocket bombardment, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The hunter was about to approach when it stopped roaring at the doorway. They'll deal with the monster. Check on the doctor. Scotty said to Riven, holding her sword behind her back. All right, be careful. Riven naturally agreed, and the monster didn't seem like much to her. The hunter eyed Scotty warily as she walked toward it, completely unbothered. Then the hunter finally lost its restraint. Had a hunter leader or an ultimate hunter been present, it might have been controlled, but a mere hunter was driven only by wildness and bestial instinct with perhaps a trace of intelligence, but not much. So it pounced on Scotty. The sword strike, unleashed with unimaginable force, directly smashed the hunter into pieces. Yes, smashed, not cleaved in two. Scotty wore a look of utter nonchalance, long accustomed to the fragility of beings other than the seaborn. Given the hunter's build was hardly that of a giant creature, wasn't it only natural it couldn't withstand the blow? After slaying the monster, Scotty and Riven brought Rufa back home. When Rufa awoke, he found himself already there. Wait, what about that hunter? No sooner had Rufa regained clarity than the pain vanished. Truly, the bloodline of the Spartan demon was formidable. An ordinary person struck like that would have had their organs shattered and bones ground to dust, yet he felt no pain and moved with ease. I've already killed it. Scotty didn't know what a hunter was, but she understood what Rufa referred to. How did you kill it? Did you burn the place down? Hearing this, Rufa grew tense and asked Scotty urgently, why would you burn it? Scotty looked puzzled. Damn it, TT, did either you or Riven touch the monster's blood? Rufa's face darkened as he questioned Scotty. No, Scotty shook her head. The hunter had been smashed to bits before it could even approach, and she, unwilling to bother with messy laundry, naturally avoided any blood. Rufa breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly called Nick Fury. He had obtained Fury's number from Alexander Pierce, intending to use it to showcase his organization's prowess. Though Pierce was curious why the assassin order wanted the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's number, he asked no further questions. Nick Fury stared at his ringing phone, the caller unknown. He recalled having no subordinates or acquaintances with this number, but considered the possibility of an emergency requiring a strange line. Hello, he answered without uttering a superfluous word. Nick Fury, right. Rufa. Listen, I'm telling S.H.I.E.L.D. something. A terrorist organization has unleashed a biochemical virus in New York City. It's extremely dangerous. The target is the blood research center on the outskirts. Send someone to deal with it immediately, or the whole city might become a monster den. Remember, have everyone wear full protective gear. The virus is resilient airborne, and watch the sewers too. Rufa didn't give Fury a chance to speak, rattling off the warning before hanging up. Nick Fury was stunned. Rufa. His eidetic memory as a level 10 agent quickly recalled who Rufa was, the one suspected to be a mutant whom Coulson had contacted earlier, only to find he was part of a vast organization. He later vanished mysteriously under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance, and now he was calling to warn of a terrorist group releasing a biochemical virus. Despite his deep suspicion of Rufa's background and the truth of his words, the threat of turning New York into a city of monsters compelled Nick Fury to choose to believe him, at least for now. So he delegated the matter to his trusted agent Coulson, relaying everything Rufa had said. If that's the case, Director, will need military assistance. After hearing Fury's account, Coulson felt his hairline might recede further. Such a crisis was too much for S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. The military. Nick Fury frowned. Involving the military, given America's tendencies, would likely see the virus collected for weapons research. This was common knowledge, needing no elaboration. Yet envisioning half of New York transformed into a monster metropolis, Fury ultimately contacted the U.S. military. Deal with this crisis first. New York sure has it rough. Good thing my home's in Los Angeles. Rufa didn't know what Nick Fury would do, but he was confident Fury could handle most threats. As for the rest, Rufa would deal with them personally. By then, Scotty and Riven had learned just how terrifying the creature called the Hunter was, not for its strength, but for the virus it carried. Though the blacklight virus within the Hunter had stabilized and wouldn't spawn a prototype, the infected it created were still formidable foes. Ordinary rifle rounds took dozens of shots to down an infected, while mutated ones required hundreds. If a Hunter evolved, it could spread the infection to other cities. The U.S. military acted swiftly, especially with a viral threat looming over a sensitive location like New York. The higher-ups quickly dispatched troops, including top-tier epidemic prevention units. By then, blacklight-infected organisms had already emerged. The hive people Rufa had killed, along with rats and beasts drawn by the scent of blood, were now infected. Though warned, the prevention units underestimated the virus, thinking it was just another pathogen. They only realized the truth upon seeing the horde of monsters, but it was already too late. Had it not been for the military arriving later with gas masks and filters suppressing the monsters with overwhelming firepower, the prevention units might have been annihilated. Yet the military too was inexperienced, neglecting the corpses of the bitten. When the dead rose again, it caused a second wave of heavy casualties. Only then did the military take the virus seriously. They had thought they were merely there to maintain order, wondering why the National Guard wasn't called. Now they understood. Coulson was shocked by the scene. The dead reviving. He relayed the footage to Nick Fury, who was equally astounded. What kind of biochemical virus was this? How the hell was this even a virus? The military and prevention units sprayed disinfectant on site. After killing the infected, they also collected their bodies for research, desperate to understand the principle behind this resurrection. Roar. A hunter slammed a military vehicle against the wall, causing the American soldiers to flee in panic. What kind of monster is this? The M4A1 and M2 machine guns struck the monster, but it was as if they were merely scratching it. The creature showed no concern at all. Of course, it wasn't that it didn't care, it was just that the American soldiers could not see that after the bullets penetrated, the monster devoured a few people and its wounds healed. By the time the American military arrived, it was already too late. The blacklight virus-infected entities had already attacked several nearby households. Fortunately, this blood research center was a secret gathering point for vampires. They didn't want to attract attention, so it was built in the suburbs with very few people around. But let's not forget the humans in the Marvel world are not ordinary humans. Setting aside mutants, which Marvel has abandoned as a race and concept, the humans in the Marvel universe are descendants of Inhumans modified by the Kree. Although the number of awakened Inhumans is not large, it is not as many as those on the moon. However, they still possess the Inhuman gene. The blacklight virus excels at digging into the host's genes for enhancement and transformation. It is manageable when it gives birth to hunters. The military can rely on firepower to eliminate them. After all, hunters are not Hulk. What is most feared is the emergence of hunters and hunter kings with special inhuman abilities. Nick Fury's expression was grave as the dire situation on site remained out of control, even with the military having deployed additional armed forces. Thankfully, that immensely powerful monster was not Hulk. It could be killed by tanks and military vehicle shells, or even machine guns, as long as they were not given the opportunity to heal. So we have identified it. This blood research center is the territory of those vampires. Maria Hill opened Nick Fury's door and said, "Are you sure?" Nick Fury's expression changed, as he had thought this was a secret base of Rufa and his team, but it turned out to be the vampires. It seems this is not Rufa wanting them to clean up the mess, but rather the vampires wanting to research something resulting in an accident. For Nick Fury, he could not overlook the possibility of suspecting Rufa. Perhaps this was originally the base of Rufus' organization, and that biovirus was their research. However, after certain accidents, they were unable to handle it, and had to rely on themselves to deal with it, conveniently shifting the blame. That is why he sent Maria Hill to investigate this matter. Melinda chose to switch to a civilian role due to psychological issues, and Coulson was commanding on-site, so he could only turn to Maria Hill. If someone else doubted her work capabilities, Maria Hill would definitely not let it go easily. However, since Nick Fury asked this way, she could only reply, "Certainly. I understand." Nick Fury dismissed Maria Hill and began contemplating the possibility of Rufa collaborating with the vampires. After all, thinking about everything in the worst way would ensure preparedness. Rufa, Scotty, and Riven had been on the rooftop for half the night. Although the combat effectiveness of the American military was inferior to that of the Black Watch, the Black Watch had fought to the last man without retreating. With such morale combined with various advanced military weapons, if the Black Watch were to handle it, this small infection zone would not last 10 minutes. Due to their inexperience, the American military took over half an hour to end the battle, with the remainder dedicated to cleaning up the scene. Seeing the military recover the bodies of the infected and disinfect the area, Rufa led Scotty and the others to follow the military vehicles into a military base. Uncertain who was in charge of this military base, the defenses were rigorous. It was clearly a military base of a different level, one that couldn't even be found on the map. Perhaps even the president was unaware of the location of this military base. After all, the vice president and the Secretary of State were primarily responsible for such matters. Infiltrate, plant explosives, and blow up this military base. Rufa harbored no good feelings towards the American military. After all, a country that could unleash viruses on its own citizens to test the power of biological weapons could hardly be expected to have good intentions after acquiring the blacklight virus. It would be better to blow up this base entirely and bury everything. Of course, before the explosion, Rufa would still set off an alarm to let people escape. Whether they ran or not was another matter. With Scotty and Riven's skills, bringing Rufa in was very simple. Even though Rufa encountered many tricky surveillance methods and technologies, they ultimately succeeded in infiltrating. However, once inside the military base, getting around was not easy. It required ID cards, fingerprints, retinal scans, and even oral recognition. It was Rufus' first time seeing oral recognition. What if they had a cavity? Moreover, they had no idea where the blacklight virus was being transported. Rufa thought for a moment, captured a military officer for questioning, and the officer revealed the location, allowing Rufa to enter using his ID card. Originally, this military officer was resolute and defiant, but when Rufa pointed a gun at his brother, he succumbed. Devil. The base officer never expected someone to be so cruel. He could forsake his life for his family, so he couldn't ignore his younger brother's life or death. Rufa clearly understood where a man's bottom line lay, so he did not waste time with him. They have already begun dissection. Rufa saw the base's researchers wearing protective suits 3 layers thick with built-in oxygen tanks, and they had to be disinfected when coming in and out, appearing very safe. Thus Rufa took out incendiary bombs such as white phosphorus bombs, napalm bombs, and thermite, while also retrieving all the C4 explosives from his inventory. His backpack was filled with weapons, essentially anything outrageous. Since the researchers could not interact with the outside world in real time, they were unaware that Rufa had filled the area with incendiary bombs. Rufa also did not dare to enter. Who knew if the blacklight virus could infect a Spartan? Even with his own memories, it was no longer himself. Let's begin. Lu Fa set the timer. Judging by the pile of bombs he had assembled from a myriad of games, at least this entire floor of the base would be demolished. Whether other areas were affected was uncertain, depending on the original construction quality of this military installation. After finishing, Lu Fa quickly had Scotty and Riven carry him away to escape. By then the base officer had been exposed, and the entire military base was in motion. With no further worries, Scotty and Riven tunneled straight through the base, fleeing in a direct line with Lu Fa. Less than 30 seconds after their departure, the bombs Lu Fa had left detonated. Amid a thunderous roar, Scotty held Lu Fa tightly, nearly crushing him to death, though his bones were shattered into pieces. Scotty had intended to shield Lu Fa from the shockwave, but she underestimated her own strength and his fragility. Fortunately, Riven noticed in time and urged Scotty to release him, lest Lu Fa become the first doctor in history to be strangled to death by his own operator. Well, perhaps the stimulation might awaken his demonic bloodline, but that would be far too intense. I almost got killed by a face full of softness. Lu Fa gasped for breath. At this rate, sleeping with Titty was still a distant dream. I'm sorry, doctor. Scotty quickly apologized. All right, let's get out of here first. Lu Fa didn't blame Scotty. How could he resent such an adorable Titty? It was his own weakness, too feeble to even share a bed with his wife. Perhaps because of the vast amount of thermite, Lu Fa had deployed the fire rage for an entire day and night, consuming most of the military base before extinguishing. Naturally, nothing remained inside. As for the Blood Research Center, Lu Fa later made another trip, obtaining a fresh batch of thermite from Alexander Pierce after exhausting his own supply. Alexander Pierce flinched at the mention of thermite. Having learned of the military base incident, he deduced the use of thermite, napalm, incendiary bombs, white phosphorus, and various unidentifiable incendiaries. The flames were utterly unstoppable, forcing containment via fire breaks and vacuum extinguishing. Could this be the work of the assassins? When he later received word that the Blood Research Center had been attacked with even the sewers burned clean by thermite, he confirmed the assassins were responsible. He just couldn't fathom their motive. Lu Fa wasn't afraid of explosions from dropping thermite into the sewers. His main concern was spawning a Hydra, not Marvel's Hydra, but a mutated blacklight virus entity, resembling a giant earthworm that burrows from the ground. Moreover, if any creature carrying the blacklight virus escaped through the sewers to other areas, the consequences would be dire. New York's sewer system was extensive enough to house people. It contained all sorts of things, abandoned pets from those who could no longer afford them, even pythons and alligators, including massive ones. After the thermite detonated, a person materialized beside Lu Fa out of thin air. Fortunately, Scotty and Riven had gained experience by now, unlike when Scotty first appeared and nearly got blasted away by Riven. Red A. Lu Fa gazed at the tall, red-clad, white-haired, dark-skinned man, recognizing him as the servant from the game Fate Grand Order, the archer class Amiya Shuro, commonly known as Red A. Pleasure to meet you, master. Red A nodded and smiled. So why did a male servant have to appear? He wanted Jean Dark, Alter, Scat Hack, Tomo Guzan, or Musashi. However, the ruthless and cunning Red A was actually quite suited for Lu Fa. Red A, I have a serious question for you. Lu Fa suddenly addressed him. What question? Red A inquired. Can you cook Chinese food? Here, I can give it a try. Red A hadn't expected that question. Given Lu Fa's solemn expression, he had anticipated queries about combat abilities or noble phantasms. Lu Fa then brought the newly arrived Red A home, introducing them all to each other along the way. This is Red A. His real name. He'll decide whether to tell you. Scotty, you can think of him as a sniper operator, though he sometimes becomes a vanguard. Riven, he's like Jace, a warrior who can switch forms. Red A, Scotty is like Saber, and Riven is also Saber. Lu Fa's introduction gave them immediate mutual understanding. Like Jace, can he switch between hammer and cannon forms? Riven asked curiously. No, he can switch between bow form and dual blade form. Lu Fa replied casually. After all, he was a melee archer. That said, Red A was a very practical servant. He could cook, clean, and handle household chores, and possessed the highly versatile projection magic, a skill elevated to an art form. What baffled Lu Fa was that despite becoming a master, no command spells appeared on the back of his hand. He had wanted to test if the magical energy from command spells differed from that of his Sparta demonic bloodline, though he hadn't awakened that bloodline yet, and had no magical power at all. Regarding Lu Fa's question about Chinese cooking, Reda later couldn't grasp concepts like a pinch of salt or sugar to taste. Consequently, it became a Mia family's today's dinner. Due to his habit of cooking large portions, they only managed to eat 1% of the food. Not every saber is a glutton, Lu Fa remarked. I'm just used to it. Reda replied with an embarrassed smile, though given his thick skin it might have been feigned. By the way, go to this place and deliver a message to a man named Alexander Pierce. Tell him the military base and blood research center were our work the assassins doing. Lu Fa instructed Reda. Assassins? Though puzzled, Reda nodded without further questions. Reda arrived without an appointment and was naturally attacked by the Winter Soldier. However, despite his strength stat being a common joke, he was still a servant. His physical power was immense by mortal standards, and the Winter Soldier was no match for him. After easily defeating the Winter Soldier with a few blows, Reda turned to Alexander Pierce and relayed the message his master had instructed him to deliver. So it was your doing. But doesn't your leader have my number? A simple phone call would have sufficed, wouldn't it? Alexander Pierce rubbed his temples and forehead, then continued. Our leader said he doesn't use phones. Reda hadn't expected Lu Fa to predict the other's response, so he repeated the answer as instructed. Alexander Pierce's expression twisted with bewilderment. He hadn't anticipated such a trivial reason. Why then had he asked for Nick Fury's number? Nevertheless, Pierce quickly began to ponder. He felt the matter couldn't be that simple. If the leader didn't use phones, couldn't his subordinates? Thus it was merely a flimsy excuse. The true intention was to flaunt their strength and power. Another unfamiliar face had effortlessly taken down his Winter Soldier. Alexander Pierce grew increasingly convinced that the assassin organization was unfathomably deep. Perhaps that was the assassin leader's goal, to keep him in a state of awe. Lu Fa had no idea Pierce was overthinking his intentions. His display of strength was crude and devoid of deeper meaning. He simply wanted to heighten Pierce's wariness of the assassin organization, ensuring he would think twice before plotting any malicious schemes against them lest Hydra constantly harass him. Joining Hydra didn't eliminate all worries. Internal strife was tolerated within the organization as it was believed to maintain the elite caliber and vitality of both leaders and subordinates. It was likely that several of Hydra's current heads had their eyes on him. Under such circumstances, Lu Fa had to demonstrate his power, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. The more they hesitated, the stronger Lu Fa would become over time. Although the appearance of the hunter gave him some pause, it wouldn't deter him from continuing to summon his wives. After all, they were his beloved wives. Tell your leader not to act so recklessly in the future, or it will be difficult for me to cover for him. Alexander Pierce said to Reda. Understood. Reda merely relayed the message without offering any opinion, then vanished by spiritualizing himself. The sight startled Pierce. Was that ninjutsu? But Pierce could distinguish between a ninja and an assassin. He was merely taken aback by the supernatural spectacle. Soon he speculated that it might be some sort of special illusion technique. After all, ninjutsu had been publicly exposed as mere trickery. Perhaps the assassins had mastered similar illusions. You're back, Reda. Lu Fa was reclining on Skadi's lap in a rather indecent manner, but Reda showed no reaction. The mission is complete, Master. Reda reported. Good. There are other matters to handle tomorrow. Go get some rest. Lu Fa nodded. The hunter incident had caught him off guard, so he decided to transform the Umbrella Corporation into a true Umbrella Corporation, one dedicated to countering all possible disasters. However, don't misunderstand. Lu Fa wasn't doing this out of altruism or to ease his conscience. He merely intended to appease his potentially virtuous and order-loving wives and subordinates, and incidentally eliminating these threats would benefit him as well. It was akin to a recurring loot drop and gotcha opportunity. The next day, Lu Fa summoned his company's assistant. The one originally arranged by the vampire Gao Tianyuo had been dismissed due to mistrust. He then hired an Ivy League graduate, a highly qualified talent, tall and statuesque. No, highly educated with excellent credentials and experience in corporate management and secretarial duties. Michael. Lu Fa looked at his personal assistant. As the founder of Umbrella Corporation with the company not yet publicly traded, he held supreme authority and didn't need a chairman or CEO. The enterprise wasn't that large yet. What can I do for you, sir? Michael wore a pure white low-cut business blouse paired with a black pencil skirt complemented by long black stockings and sky-high heels. Her figure was smoking hot and her blonde hair was flawless. Unlike Pepper Potts, the personal assistant of Stark Industries, she had no freckles. Lu Fa couldn't understand Americans' fondness for freckles. He preferred his assistant without them. For Michael, her dream was to latch onto a wealthy man like Lu Fa. Her idol was Virginia Pepper Potts, personal assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries. The difference was that Lu Fa was far easier to handle than the missing genius playboy, and he was also quite handsome by her standards. After all, Lu Fa was originally a pure Chinese man, but after merging with the bloodline of a Sparta demon, his appearance had been enhanced, making him as handsome as the Predaboy Nero. This didn't give him a mixed-race look, but to any human female he exuded extraordinary charm. "Have you found any candidates for the company's CEO?" as I asked. Lu Fa had no romantic interest in Michael. She was merely pleasing to the eye. Of course, if a wife or subordinate skilled in management arrived in the future, Michael could step down. "I've already entrusted a headhunting firm and have 5 candidates." Michael was no mere decoration. Such a high salary demanded competence. She quickly sent the information on the 5 candidates to the computer in Lu Fa's office. Lu Fa soon found a promising candidate, a man facing bankruptcy after his previous company collapsed, a ruthless and unscrupulous CEO. Thus, Lu Fa conducted an interview and hired this desperate and scrupulous CEO. He also assigned him his first task to recruit some mercenaries to serve as personnel in the company's security department. "BOSS, I don't quite understand what you mean." Emil Jiren said, cautiously worried that he had misunderstood the intentions of this young founder and general manager. "I want you to find some mercenaries who can do dirty work no matter what they are asked to do, and who can keep secrets without blabbing everywhere." Lu Fa contemplated that if a cloning device for a biohazard crisis were to fall into his hands in the future, he wouldn't need to find mercenaries. He could just clone a bunch of them for use. But for now, he had no choice but to recruit. Emil Jiren immediately understood. "I see, boss. How many people do you need?" he asked. "The more the better, because casualties will be high," Lu Fa said calmly. This caused Emil Jiren's expression to change slightly. "In that case, BOSS, I wouldn't recommend buying them out as it would waste a lot of money." However, this unscrupulous CEO quickly replied to Lu Fa. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how many mercenaries to buy out, not knowing how long they would need to keep secrets. It would be better to sign a long-term agreement directly. But now, hearing Lu Fa say this, Emil Jiren realized that a long-term agreement was not cost-effective and would waste a significant amount of the company's funds. He was grateful to Lu Fa for pulling him out of the mire and wanted to demonstrate his value. "It's good that you can think for the benefit of the company. You are now the CEO." Lu Fa was very pleased with Emil Jiren's thoughts and suggestions. This guy was truly a talent. As for being an unscrupulous capitalist, Lu Fa considered himself quite conscientious. After all, he intended to provide compensation. Compared to the American military, demanding compensation from disabled veterans running them over with tanks was far too much. He was practically Captain America among capitalists. "Thank you very much, boss." Emil Jiren did not expect Lu Fa to trust him so much. As a person with a checkered past, becoming the president of a company with an investment of $600 billion was indeed a shock. Even someone like Emil Jiren, who lacked a conscience, felt moved after experiencing the lows of life and facing desperation, encountering someone like Lu Fa. Next, Lu Fa told him that since there was no long-term agreement or buyout contract, they would establish a compensation plan. Emil Jiren wanted to express his thoughts on the compensation, but Lu Fa rejected him, stating that this was the way to ensure those mercenaries would be at ease in facing death. A fixed salary could easily lead to a loss of motivation, but with commissions and insurance, it would be different. Lu Fa's side offered commissions for each task, and outstanding performance would yield bonuses. After all, they had to deal with various possible monsters, and their mental resilience would have to be bolstered by money and a sense of mission. For humanity, for justice, for the world, and of course for the essential piles of dollars. No matter what slogans must be shouted, but money must also go into pockets. What nobility can you expect from mercenaries? A bunch of war profiteers and wild dogs who cannot survive without war. Clearly, Emil Jiren's speed was quite good and his efficiency was high. Just by the next day, Lu Fa saw that the Umbrella Corporation had added over 100 fully armed soldiers, looking very intimidating. "I didn't hire them to be security guards. They need to undergo training and be ready for real combat at any time," Lu Fa told Emil Jiren. Real combat readiness. Emil Jiren still did not quite understand what his company's business was about. There was a subsidiary called Rhode Island Pharmaceuticals and various other subsidiaries. Where would the real combat readiness come from? Moreover, Lu Fa appointed Hong A to be the instructor and security supervisor for these mercenaries. Hong A had already heard of the events triggered by Lu Fa. He did not propose to stop it, but he also understood the seriousness of the matter. Thus, he planned to train this group of mercenaries well, at least to make them somewhat useful. The unruly mercenaries were mainly motivated by money. Umbrella Corporation offered such a high salary for a short-term contract. If they wanted to sign a long-term agreement, they would need to get promoted first. They naturally did not want to give up such a high-paying job and wanted to perform well. They had no objections to Hong A, their direct superior, and would not provoke him, but Hong A would provoke. "Come on, you pack of wild dogs, let me see your skills. Whoever can take me down will be the new security supervisor," Hong A said with a sneer to the mercenaries before him. The mercenaries glared angrily, but under the captain's reprimand they did not move. How come I didn't know you had the inherent skills of mockery and provocation? Lu Fa said, quite surprised at Hong. In the past, I often used them on some battlefield, but I don't remember where. Hong said. His memories were too numerous and he had killed too many people. His memories were all jumbled up. He couldn't even remember most of the things himself. Alright, did you all hear what he said? This is real. As long as you can take him down, whoever will be the new security supervisor. Lu Fa said to the mercenaries. They already knew his identity as the boss of Umbrella, so upon hearing him say this, the mercenaries could no longer hold back. Is this true, sir? The mercenary captain asked cautiously. Of course, Lu Fa replied with a smile. This group of mercenaries was carefully selected by Emil Jiren and was full of confidence. After receiving Lu Fa's promise, two large men stepped forward. Hong looked at them and made a gesture signaling them to come at him together. The two were furious, but only allowed one to come forward. This old man was quickly taken down by Hong, causing the mercenaries' expressions to change. From Hong's skills, it was clear he had the ability to provoke and belittle them. However, the temptation of promotion was right before them, which meant a higher annual salary and a long-term contract. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Hong subdued everyone, and Lu Fa glanced at his watch before continuing to speak. The mercenaries lying on the ground found it hard to believe that the opponent had resolved their 100+ numbers in just 5 minutes and 40 seconds with pure hand-to-hand combat. Was this even human? Even if they were up against him, it would be a struggle to handle 10 people in 10 minutes. This group of mercenaries was merely the beginning. Lu Fa, being a man of foresight, had no idea how many he would need to prepare, but he resolved to stockpile as many as possible. Moreover, the subsidiaries under the Umbrella Corporation responsible for manufacturing had commenced operations. They were tasked with producing protective suits and weapons for this mercenary unit. To this end, Lu Fa had no choice but to hire technical personnel specializing in the design and manufacture of light weapons, as Hammer Industries was not adept in this field. They merely handled the production and sale of fixed armaments. In other words, Justin Hammer was essentially America's white glove. As for Stark Industries, they did not produce light weapons at all. Their lightest arms were missiles. In the end, Lu Fa named this mercenary unit Werewolves. Their appearance was modeled after the comics and films titled Jinro, featuring oppressive breathing masks, heavy and solemn black armor, large-caliber automatic rifles, and squad machine guns. Their emblem was the classic redand white umbrella logo of the Umbrella Corporation combined with a wolf's head. However, these pieces of equipment were far from light, so their primary training objective was to enhance their load-bearing capacity. I still need to find a way to enhance them, but there must be a means of control. Lu Fa had the G-virus in his possession, but he dared not use it to develop biochemical weapons, at least not until he awakened his Sparta demonic bloodline, which might then open up such possibilities. However, having played so many games, he knew there were always things that could be used to enhance humans. For instance, the later-stage Blackwatch soldiers developed by Blackwatch. Although dangerous, they had a high degree of controllability. Even a god who had evolved to that extent was suppressed by them. They were far superior to the Tyrant series of the T-virus, and perhaps even the G-Tyrant could not contend with these Blackwatch soldiers. And then under these circumstances, Tony Stark returned. The news spread like wildfire, saturating every corner of the media. Lu Fa glanced at the newspapers and television broadcasts, realizing that he no longer needed Tony Stark. Plans could never keep up with changes, especially when those vampires had so much money. But now that Tony Stark is back, it means Iron Man is about to be born. While the Mark I and Mark II are out of the question, but the Ironmonger can be recycled and repurposed. Lu Fa pondered. The Ironmonger did not require an artificial intelligence like J.R.V.I.S. for assisted operation. However, acquiring the suit was not enough. The true value lay in its power source, the miniature arc reactor. The rest, such as the fire control systems, were too outdated and relied solely on sheer bulk to overpower Tony Stark. It was also due to Tony Stark's inexperience. Had he been better prepared, a single anti-tank missile could have taken down the Ironmonger. Then Lu Fa thought of Ivan Vanko. This man possessed the technology for the arc reactor. If he could control him and secure the Ironmonger, he could have an endless supply of Iron Legion. Nice. So the first step was to find Ivan Vanko. Then after Tony Stark defeated Obadiah Stane, he would retrieve the Ironmonger for modification. Lu Fa suspected that Ivan Vanko might cause trouble, perhaps even creating a super Ironmonger comparable to the Hulkbuster armor. But that was fine, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. With Scotty and Riven around, he wouldn't even make it out of the lab. As for intelligence, Lu Fa was certainly not skilled in that area. Although he knew all the plots of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he was unaware of the finer details. This included Ivan Vanko's exact location in Russia, though it was also possible that Ivan Vanko had already arrived in America. Lu Fa thought it over and concluded that Ivan Vanko was probably still celebrating Tony Stark's disappearance and presumed death. Considering the remote location of his residence as depicted in the films, it would take several months for him to learn that Tony Stark was alive and had returned. Only then would he set out to smuggle himself into America to seek revenge, and he would first need to prepare his own weapons and equipment. By that calculation, it would likely drag on until the second Iron Man movie before he appeared. So Lufa certainly couldn't wait that long. He needed to mobilize people to search for him. Coincidentally, the werewolf unit could be sent out for training as well. Training in the icy wilderness would surely yield better results. As for Lufa, he had recently noticed a new type of monster appearing in New York City. Not only were vampires disappearing in large numbers, but humans were also vanishing and many of them were innocent. This led Lufa to believe that Chad Norman was not behind it. To avoid provoking Blade's hostility and enmity, that man only targeted humans who served vampires, the familiars, thugs, and drug dealers. If he had launched a large-scale attack on innocent humans, Blade would have certainly come after him first, given the immense threat of the Reaper variant. It seems like something cooked up by Damaskinos and his son, and it got out of control. Lufa mused. Damaskinos was no fool. His son might have had such ambitions, but he would never have allowed the Reaper variant to be exposed before his plan succeeded. Now the widespread disappearances had sparked panic. Drawing the attention of the American authorities at this time would be detrimental to their plans. Lufa intended to completely eradicate Damaskinos and his followers. Although he held no affection for America, he would act for the sake of the spoils. Tony Stark was dead. By all accounts, he should have been elated, yet the inability to slay his nemesis with his own hands left Ivan Vanko, a man who had lived his entire life in the shadow of vengeance, feeling lost and adrift. What was he to do next? Time had lost all meaning for him. Each day was a monotonous cycle of drunken stupor, brief sobriety, and then back to oblivion, living in a daze. But one day an unexpected visitor arrived. "This is the place, right?" Red pulled back his hood, the biting wind, making even him feel uncomfortable. For Lufa, having his wives by his side was paramount, and as for his subordinates, they were naturally dispatched for errands and field work. Besides, it wasn't yet the late game stage where monsters roamed everywhere, so Lufa felt at ease sending Red to lead the team to capture Ivan Vanko. Otherwise, he would have no one to rely on and would have to make the arduous journey himself. Before heading to Russia, Lufa had informed Hydra. Thus, upon landing, Red and the werewolf unit immediately received assistance from the local Hydra branch. Red marveled at his master's seemingly vast influence, and with Hydra's help successfully located Ivan Vanko. The key was that Ivan himself was not well known, but his father was infamous. Anton Vanko, who was deported for stealing Howard Stark's technology. Using Anton Vanko as a crucial lead, they naturally found Ivan Vanko. Two members of the werewolf unit kicked open the door, and the others filed in, quickly dragging out the heavily intoxicated Ivan Vanko. However, Ivan Vanko was only physically weakened, his mind remained sharp. "Are you Ivan Vanko?" Red looked at the burly white man before him, his hair a tangled, greasy mess, clearly unwashed for a long time. He wore a tattered white vest, its original color barely discernible, his body covered in dense tattoos that marked him as a man of ill repute. A toothpick dangled from his lips, his face pitted and scarred. "Who are you people?" Ivan Vanko forced himself to stay alert. "Take him away." After confirming the man's identity, Red ordered his men. They placed a black hood over Ivan Vanko's head, bound his hands behind his back with nylon zip ties. "Master, we have captured Ivan Vanko," Red called Lufa, hearing gunfire in the background. "Good. Bring him back and dump him at the company." Lufa nodded and hung up. They were now facing Reaper variant vampires. Fortunately, Lufa had previously tasked the weapon division of Umbrella Corporation with developing UV bullets. These specialized bullets featured in the world of Underworld were manufactured without much difficulty. Hit by a UV bullet, a Reaper variant screamed and exploded into a dazzling flash of light. It seems Gaudion Nu and his ilk haven't solved the Reaper's weakness to sunlight. Or are these just failed experiments and the successful ones have already overcome it? Lufa pondered, habitually thinking of the worst-case scenario. These things are disgusting and unkillable. Scotty sent a Reaper flying with a slap. It shattered but still moved, its stench utterly vile. She had thought the Seaborn were the most repulsive things in the world, but now she felt the Seaborn were actually not so bad. Riven said nothing, simply tossing out UV flashbangs. These might be a nightmare for those who prized fair skin, but for the shattered Reapers they were a hellish torture, as they couldn't even flee. Meanwhile, Lufa was contemplating genetic weapons targeting the vampire genome. Since vampires could undergo genetic modification, they weren't purely undead, contrary to the mystical lore of Marvel Comics involving Dracula. Thus, a vampire-specific genetic weapon could theoretically be developed. For humans, genetic weapons were inhumane, but against biological threats, minimizing environmental damage, they could be highly effective. It was possible to artificially design and synthesize organisms or viruses that didn't exist in nature. Such a weapon could alter the genetic material of non-pathogenic microorganisms, creating drug-resistant pathogens that, exploiting differences in human biochemical traits, would only afflict people with specific genetic characteristics, selectively neutralizing enemy forces. The question was whether the system would recognize kills made by genetic weapons. Lufa recalled that in the original story, Princess Nissa of the McGregor clan used pheromones extracted from these Reapers to lure them. So Lufa had Rhodes Island pharmaceutical staff collect most of the Reaper variant remains, extract the pheromones, and plan to use them later. He then led Scotty and Riven to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. In the underground base, Lufa saw Ivan Vanko. "Hello, Ivan Vanko." Lufa ignored Ivan Vanko's bird. Judging from Ivan's later attitude, the bird was insignificant, likely a prop to make people think he had a weakness. "Who are you?" Ivan Vanko looked at Lufa, not recognizing him. "We are Hydra." Lufa thought it was a good idea to pin the blame on Hydra, and he wasn't entirely wrong. His assassins were also part of Hydra. Hydra. Ivan Vanko's mind was now fully clear, mainly because Red hadn't given him any alcohol or food on the plane, forcing him to sober up. Then he remembered what that organization was. No, wasn't Hydra destroyed by Captain America? Ivan Vanko shook his head. "Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. What Captain America destroyed was merely one head of Hydra," Lufa stated calmly. "You want the arc reactor technology?" Ivan Vanko got straight to the point. He was intelligent and knew that was the only thing Hydra would covet from him. "Correct." Lufa nodded. "And why should I give it to you?" Ivan Vanko said dismissively. "We can help you bring down Stark Industries. Tony Stark is dead now, but don't you still want revenge on the company?" Red and his team had kept things confidential, so Ivan Vanko was unaware that Tony Stark had returned. Hearing Lufa's words, he fell silent. Deal. He had nothing left to lose anyway. Ivan Vanko thought that if he could drag Stark Industries down with him, burying Tony Stark and Howard Stark together, it would count as revenge for him and his father, wouldn't it? In this regard, simple terrorist attacks were useless. Ivan Vanko felt it was better to leave it to Hydra. "But I'm in charge of this. Don't think about deceiving me, or it'll make you regret it no matter the cost." Ivan Vanko spat the toothpick onto the ground and said, "Pleasure doing business, Ivan Vanko." Rufa didn't care and said to Ivan Vanko before quickly leaving, as he couldn't stand the smell of sweat on Ivan Vanko anymore. Didn't the man bathe? As a southerner who couldn't stand going a day without a shower, he couldn't understand that people living in cold regions like Ivan Vanko didn't bathe frequently, nor did they have the conditions to do so. After finishing up, Rufa lay down on the sofa in the lowest level of the underground base, the home he shared with Scotty and Raven, and began to check the spoils dropped from hunting those Reaper variants. Since characters and enemy units appeared out of thin air and dropped items directly, Rufa hadn't dropped any wives or subordinates this time, and naturally the enemy units hadn't dropped anything either. That was for the best, mainly because he had no idea what those enemy units might drop. What if one dropped a Golza? He had played so many games with countless settings and spectacular effects. For instance, it wouldn't be good if something like Hua Xian from Azura's Wrath, the one who poked the earth with a finger, showed up. That thing probably only the Ancient One could handle. My. Rufus suddenly sat up straight, and a blade materialized in his hand. Yamato. Tears welled up in Rufus' eyes. He had finally obtained the Yamato, but it still seemed useless. Without the bloodline of the Sparta demon, he couldn't use the Yamato's space-gutting ability. To him, the Yamato was merely a sharp, unbreakable blade. However, since he had the Yamato, now could Rebellion and the Sparta sword be far behind? Looks like the Yamato from the 4th generation. Rufus swung it a few times, unable to put it down, and identified which generation this Yamato belonged to by its design. In his opinion, the 4th generation Yamato was the most aesthetically pleasing and naturally his favorite. Among the other dropped items, there were also valuable ones, but for now nothing he wanted or could use. He even got a Blue Eyes White Dragon card, but the problem was that it couldn't summon a monster. It was just a real literal Blue Eyes White Dragon card. Damn, this thing showed up too. Then Rufus saw something that shocked him. The Allied barracks from Red Alert. Was this thing really useful? Rufa didn't even have a base vehicle, but he still placed the barracks on the second to last level of the underground base, where there was enough space. After successfully placing it, information about the barracks flooded into Rufus' mind. For now, it seemed capable of producing troops, but the problem was that there were no Navy SEALs or engineers. The only units available were American GIs and attack dogs. By design, the American GI served as the basic infantry of the Allied forces, all trained in fundamental combat skills. In terms of equipment, each American GI was armed with a submachine gun and a heavy machine gun, wearing a composite bulletproof vest with shoulder pads and a composite combat helmet with goggles. American GIs could directly attack enemies with their submachine guns or quickly deploy sandbags to use their heavy machine guns. Relatively speaking, the machine gun had longer range, greater power, and a faster firing rate, making it suitable for countering enemy light-medium vehicles. Massed American GIs could even confront heavy tanks head-on. Once garrisoned in buildings, their firepower would be significantly enhanced, largely mitigating their vulnerability. Then there were the crucial attack dogs. Allied attack dogs cost 200 gold each. They could eliminate humanoid units at close range and identify spies. Rufa didn't know how many of the game's settings were retained, but if the attack dogs kept many of their abilities, wouldn't each one be a primate murder? Even if they could only kill ordinary humans instantly, that would be deterrent enough. It's a shame there's no option to produce spies. With enough spies, I could turn S-H-I-E-L-D into my own. Rufa shook his head. Both American GIs and attack dogs required 200 gold coins to produce. Real gold coins, not dollars. For the old Rufa, this might have been impossible to afford because he was broke. But now Rufa simply made a call to Gao Tiannu and Alexander Pierce, and also had Emil Gillen arrange to acquire several gold mining companies, securing a sufficient source of gold coins. As for the required standard specifications of the gold coins, Rufa now knew. He certainly wouldn't agree to spending 200 gold coins on ordinary American GIs and attack dogs. It wasn't cost-effective. But American GIs who were absolutely loyal to him and attack dogs with special abilities, especially the ability to identify spies, were an incredible bargain. It was equivalent to buying a person's life outright for 200 gold coins. Rufa first tried producing an American GI. Seeing the soldier's robust muscles and physique, he became curious about his marksmanship and strength. It turned out this American GI outperformed the mercenaries, though his intelligence level might not be as high, perhaps due to the assembly line production. His ability for independent thought was virtually non-existent. He could understand commands, accept them, and execute them, feeling almost like a robot, just slightly more flexible. Then Rufa produced an attack dog. Compared to the American GI, this dog looked far more dangerous. Although it had the appearance of a German shepherd, the ferocity emanating from it made Rufa, with his keen senses, realize this dog was far tougher than its kind. Moreover, this attack dog seemed much smarter than the American GI. Looks like I should produce more attack dogs in the future and hold off on the American GIs for now. Rufa thought it over. The werewolf squad could also be replaced. He didn't mean replacing all the mercenaries, but integrating American GIs into the teams to ensure sufficient control over the company's action units. To Rufa, this barracks was no different from a cloning device. From now on, he could ensure a steady supply of troops. Maybe he could even drop Terran buildings from StarCraft or other structures, or those from Warcraft. This incident directly caused Stark Industries stock to plummet to an unprecedented low, with only those still holding faith in Tony Stark remaining. Lufa, seizing the moment, bought heavily into Stark Industries shares. Yet his market-stabilizing efforts failed to halt the stock's decline. Many minor shareholders eligible for board meetings sold off their Stark Industries holdings, all of which Lufa devoured in one go. Stark Industries, a munitions company founded during World War II, rose to become one of the world's most renowned multinational giants within just 2 generations, thanks to the unparalleled inventiveness of the two Mr. Starks. In the realm of high-tech innovation, only a few titans like Oscorp Hammer Industries and Japan's Yasuda Industries could rival Stark Industries. To put it bluntly, Stark Industries led the pack. Such a colossal enterprise capable of financially overwhelming over half of Europe's nations naturally possessed an intricate composition. First and foremost was its owner, Tony Stark. Holding approximately 23% of the company's shares, he was the largest shareholder and the proprietor of many patents vital to the company's survival. These patents belonged not only to Tony Stark, but also to his father. Thus, his position within the company was virtually unassailable. Unless Stark Industries' stock took a nosedive. But even then, the U.S. government alone would never allow such a scenario. Next was Obadiah Stane, a founding veteran who had built the company alongside Tony Stark's father. Unquestionably the second largest shareholder, he held roughly 11% of the shares. He also acted as the company's de facto controller, at least with Tony Stark's tacit approval. Further down was Lufa, who had recently acquired a significant stake. Holding 7% of the shares, he became the undisputed third largest shareholder. The remaining shares, about 5%, were scattered among individual retail investors. Wall Street financial magnates collectively held 7%. The U.S. Air Force and Army each held 10%, while Oscorp and Yasuda Industries owned 4% and 5% respectively. This cross-shareholding arrangement was commonplace among large corporations. As for the remaining 28%, it was distributed among over 20 different companies and families. Per Stark Industries regulations, shareholders with less than 1% stake were ineligible to attend board meetings. Thus, only about 6 or 7 individuals could participate in those meetings. Lufa hadn't anticipated such a fragmented share structure. Despite his aggressive acquisition spree, he could only purchase 1% from retail investors and a certain amount from those 20-plus companies and families, ultimately raising his stake to 10%. Umbrella Corporation, lacking any standout products, had yet to go public, making equity swaps or share exchanges impossible. Lufa had no intention of taking Umbrella public anyway. He wasn't short on funds. Why bother with an IPO? Those who had sold their shares breathed a sigh of relief thinking they had cut their losses in time. But the very next day, Tony Stark announced a new product, the arc reactor, capable of meeting clean energy demands. Compact yet immensely powerful, it sent the stock, which had just hit rock bottom, soaring at an astonishing rate. Wait, he's rolling out the arc reactor this soon. Luffy was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be unveiled after dealing with Ironmonger? Such a drastic change left Luffy momentarily speechless. While this turn of events netted him a fortune overnight, multiplying his investment several times over, some of those who had sold their shares ended up jumping to their deaths. Unbeknownst to him, Tony Stark's impulsive decision to shut down the weapons division was calculated. Discovering Stark weapons among terrorists had made him suspect someone within Stark Industries was secretly selling arms to them. He aimed to reclaim some shares through this move, but just as he began, a voracious giant swept in and swallowed all the sold-off shares. Realizing he couldn't recover shares against an opponent who bought up everything in sight, Tony Stark abandoned the strategy. Unwilling to see a new influential voice emerge at the shareholders' table, he hastily cut his losses. Emil Gillen, who had initially viewed Luffy's share acquisition in Stark Industries with deep unease and tried to dissuade him, could only marvel at his boss' foresight. Had he received inside information? Now, as Stark Industries shares continued to appreciate, everyone recognized the value of the pioneer in the new energy sector. This would usher in an unprecedented Sapera, even if its arrival was slow, a veritable goldmine of guaranteed returns. Boss. Emil Gillen sprang to his feet upon receiving his boss' call, even though Luffy wasn't present. Since Stark Industries' weapons division is shut down, recruit those laid-off personnel as soon as possible, Luffy instructed. Yes. Emil Gillen realized his boss, or rather Umbrella Corporation's next move, was to take over Stark Industries' weapons market. However, those workers were the cream of the crop from Stark's weapons division, highly sought after. They received job offers from other defense contractors immediately after being laid off. Umbrella Corporation, despite its $60 billion capitalization, lacked a strong reputation and struggled to compete with giants like Hammer Industries, Oscorp, Yashida Industries, and General Electric for top talent. Given better options, why would they choose Umbrella? If only I could drop high-tech talents from games like May or something, Luffy mused, contemplating his recruitment failure. At the very least, he wished for his maxed-out Chongyu mechanic. The mechanical prowess of a celestial being should be both valuable and formidable. Luffy wouldn't bear to send Scotty and Riven. However, upon seeing Ivan Vanko, Luffy was reminded of the new element. He dispatched Red A to infiltrate and obtain the proportional data of the map model, intending to beat Tony Stark by several versions and unveil the new element. Luffy thought this would be easy, but in reality, analyzing the atomic structure alone consumed considerable time. Fortunately, the production process went smoothly, allowing him to successfully synthesize the new element. Subsequently, Luffy had professionals conduct a series of tests and evaluations, and then submitted a paper on the new element to the Natural Science Journal. Meanwhile, Luffy presented the new element and its technical report to the U.S. Patent Office, applied for a patent, and named it the Luffy element. The Patent Office acted swiftly. Within days, Luffy received the patent certificate and related documents. By then, the Natural Science Journal had already taken effect, and Luffy's name, along with the title father of the new element, became known worldwide. Umbrella Corporation's market value began to rise. Setting everything else aside, this new element alone ensured Luffy could live on a pile of money for the rest of his life. Some attempted to claim the invention as their own, but Luffy had connections. A single phone call made those with ill intentions vanish. Unable to tamper with it, others sought to invest. However, since Umbrella Corporation was not publicly listed, they could neither find Luffy himself, nor even get past the security guards at the company's entrance. A new element. Tony Stark was investigating internal moles and potential arms dealing channels, but he also kept a close eye on scientific news. He couldn't miss a revolution like the new element. After reading the paper, he found he analyzed the performance data and evaluations. To him, who always considered himself a genius, it didn't seem like a hoax. If it's real, perhaps we could collaborate. Tony Stark stroked the new arc reactor in his chest. After analysis, he believed that using this new element in his reactor would provide far more efficient energy. Acquisition was also an option, but the creator wasn't from some small lab. The chances of a buyout were slim, so Tony Stark considered cooperation instead. After all, two people could monopolize the new energy market. Acquisition was also an option, but the creator wasn't from some small lab. The chances of a buyout were slim, so Tony Stark considered cooperation instead. He was quite self-aware. After all, his original goal was merely to boost Umbrella Corporation's reputation. He wasn't accustomed to being a shadowy savior of the world. At his core, Luffy enjoyed the spotlight, especially in a capitalist stronghold like America. If he could build Umbrella Corporation into a powerful entity, his wives and subordinates would benefit and thrive as well. Perhaps one day Liu Fa could even back a politician's campaign for the U.S. presidency, having them serve his interests. That would allow him to do as he pleased. Returning to the main topic, Umbrella Corporation's influence had indeed expanded. Job applications flooded in like ocean waves, overwhelming their capacity to process them. After all, Liu Fa had once grandiosely established numerous subsidiaries covering almost every industry. Except for one sector suffering from American hollowing out, there was a vast pool of talent in all other fields. People had recognized Umbrella Corporation's potential and future influence. The father of the new element, a new energy giant. Only Stark Industries could rival him. With one of the two future new energy titans, why wouldn't they apply now and wait? Emil, Gillen, and Michael were swamped. They had to pre-screen applications before sending the shortlist to Liu Fa for approval. Once he gave the nod, interviews would follow. Of course, not every role or candidate needed Liu Fa's review. He only saw information on top-tier management and elite talents. Even so, Liu Fa felt buried under a mountain of information. He couldn't shirk this responsibility. Without a trustworthy managerial wife or subordinate to delegate to, Liu Fa had to handle it personally to prevent deceit and insubordination. Sigh, if only I had an artificial intelligence. Even a Red Queen would do. Liu Fa realized he was out of his depth. He was a top graduate from law school, once on the verge of becoming a judge, but the adage, every trade has its own specialty, has held true through the ages. Moreover, many of these applicants were likely Hydra agents. In the end, Liu Fa simply delegated authority to Emil Gillen. After all, he was the CEO, let the capable do more. Liu Fa would just have people keep a close watch. Originally, the Ten Rings gang had not killed Tony Stark, and even let him return alive, yet they still dared to seek him out. Unexpectedly, he was greeted with a surprise when Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, fought his way out, and not only that, but later on he retaliated against the Ten Rings gang, drawing their eyes towards his Iron Man suit. Among the survivors who had witnessed Tony Stark fight his way out in the same Iron Man suit, the Ten Rings gang searched nearby for a long time before finally finding the Mark I suit abandoned in the desert. After some effort, the Ten Rings gang managed to reassemble it and brought it to Obadiah for a deal. We will help you deal with Tony Stark, but in return, we want 100 sets of this armor. The leader of the Ten Rings gang confidently stated to Obadiah. Obadiah stared blankly at the massive object before him, then nodded. He then produced a sound wave weapon developed by Tony Stark, which could paralyze humans upon hearing it. However, the military had not approved its mass production, yet Obadiah carried it for self-defense. Kill them all, and take everything here back with you. Upon seeing the Mark I, Obadiah had already formulated a new plan in his mind. His subordinates had already taken control of everyone in the Ten Rings gang. After all, Obadiah had come to eliminate witnesses, yet he hadn't expected such a grand surprise. On the other side, through his reconnaissance and the assistance of Blade, it was confirmed that the Reaper mutants were likely not from Prince Norman, who was probably long gone. Given the intervention of Godhan and others, even a formidable figure like Damakinos could not compete with them, who had been operating in America for years. Moreover, Law did not find many Reaper mutants in the sewers. Ultimately, it was Red A who discovered the source of the Reaper mutants, a place called the Interspecies Genetic Blood Research Center. Just hearing the name felt like something out of a horror film or a villain's lair. Godhan and the others were extremely wary of the near success of the hybrid bloodline under the leadership of Deacon Frost. After learning about Damakinos from Law, Godhan and the others decisively attacked Damakinos, having no thought of cooperation. As a result, Damakinos had already compromised and collaborated with Godhan and others to research vampire genetics, seeking to become stronger and faster, unafraid of sunlight and silver. In such circumstances, the out-of-control Prince Norman was captured and studied. Law donned a black trench coat different from his assassin attire, similar to those worn by Dante, Virgil, and Nero, but in black. He also used cut-resistant fabric and carried the previously acquired Yamada no Orochi. Even if he couldn't cut through space to unleash a dimensional slash, the sharpness of Yamada no Orochi alone was sufficient for Law's use, and he was eager to see whether the Reaper mutants would perish if sliced in half by the blade. If they didn't die, he could just supplement with a UV lamp. In combat against Reaper mutants, the most critical thing was to avoid getting close, but Law thought it feasible to wrap a UV lamp around himself, effectively creating an invincible repelling aura. Scathach and Riven already had experience fighting against the Reaper mutants, and Red had gained some experience recently, often shooting down the mutants with a single arrow after they approached Law. He had seen many weapons effective against bloodsuckers. Projections weren't a problem, but some were useful while others weren't. After all, these were scientifically engineered vampires, merely a type of organism with a strong allergic reaction to silver and sunlight. Of course, from the perspective of the blood god from the first film, one could also argue that they possessed mysterious powers. The Interspecies Genetic Blood Research Center resembled a bank with its two-tiered architectural structure, and its entrance was fortified with thick, bulletproof tempered glass, with Made in China inscribed in fine print at the lower left corner. They actually know how to use reinforced glass from the Heavenly Dynasty. Law acknowledged the professionalism of this interspecies genetic blood research center. In movies, the glass in those laboratories was as fragile as can be and could be easily shattered, yet here it was being used by ordinary people. Naturally, this reinforced glass could not withstand Law's blade, as the indestructible Yamada no Orochi effortlessly sliced through it. However, Law's direct entrance through the front door was noticed by the staff inside the interspecies genetic blood research center. A large group of armed personnel intercepted him, primarily because the security personnel were terrified by the footage of Law slicing through the reinforced glass, thinking he must be Captain America. Seeing that the opponents were armed, Law knew he was not Deadpool or Virgil, capable of slicing bullets, and his body was not strong enough to ignore the threat of bullets, so he left the battlefield to Scathach and Riven. After a series of effortless slashes, Law discovered an additional person in the scene. It was a beauty with long black hair. "Who are you?" Law looked at the suddenly appearing beauty with long black hair and felt a sense of familiarity. Tifa. Upon seeing her attire, he recognized her. "Damn, it's actually Tifa." "Law." Then Tifa addressed him unexpectedly. "Shouldn't you call me Cloud? By the way, does this count as a Minotaur?" Law was drawn into a state of contemplation by Tifa's address, but Riven did not share this sentiment, feeling a strong headache upon seeing yet another woman. She preferred facing monsters to dealing with more women. "What's wrong, Law?" Tifa approached Law, asking with concern. "I'm fine." Law shook his head, and now was not the time to think about that. "Let's finish the dungeon first, and they could talk later." "Tifa, are you willing to help me?" Law said to Tifa. "Of course." Tifa, like Riven and Scathach, seemed to have no objections to his request. Thus Law briefly explained the current situation to Tifa and handed her a UV lamp. "I see, I understand now." Tifa nodded. Soon they encountered the modified vampires released by the Interspecies Genetic Blood Research Center, which were essentially controllable Reaper mutants. Watching Tifa send the charging Reaper flying into the wall with a single kick, causing it to explode upon impact, Lufa felt utterly weak in comparison. Even Tifa was far more formidable than him, and not just by a small margin. Fortunately, he had the Yamato, and he had already warned Scotty and Riven in advance, otherwise not a single Reaper would have been able to approach Lufa. Several Reapers deliberately allowed to slip through charged at Lufa. He drew the Yamato. Though he had practiced the Iajutsu draw cut, the Yamato was ill-suited for such techniques, so he opted for a straightforward slashing style similar to Nero's. After all, few weapons could rival the Yamato in a direct clash. His first stroke was a vertical cleave. The Yamato descended cleanly, bisecting the Reaper in one swift motion, and the creature promptly crumbled into ash. Before he could dwell on it, the other Reapers moved with startling speed. To vampires, these creatures were what vampires were to humans, utterly helpless when preyed upon by Reapers. Thus, even for ordinary people, the Reaper's speed was terrifying. Had it not been for the foundational enhancements granted by his Sparta demon bloodline, Lufa would not have been able to react in time. Given a decade or so, he could surpass Nero at his debut before Nero's demonic bloodline had awakened. After all, Lufa possessed a 50% Sparta demon bloodline, purer than Nero's and thus faster to mature. But for now, time was too short. Though Lufa could sense himself growing stronger, the change was not yet pronounced. The Reapers that lunged at him failed to evade the Yamato and were effortlessly slain. "Lufa, are you alright?" Tifa hurried to his side. She had been startled to see him facing those Reapers alone, but was surprised to find he had dispatched them with such ease. "I'm fine." Lufa smiled. These Reapers posed less threat to him than firearms. Still, he found Tifa's attitude toward him puzzling. If she were projecting Cloud's image onto him, she shouldn't be so worried. After all, Cloud had faced Sephiroth and saved the world. They pressed deeper into the facility. Meanwhile, the Cross-Species Genetic Hematology Research Center had already notified Gao Tianyu and his team. "It's them." Gao Tian's face darkened as he spotted Lufa, Riven, and the others on the surveillance footage. Having witnessed their prowess firsthand, seeing them effortlessly dispatch the Reapers filled him with dread. Release Subject 1. Gao Tianyu mused that this could be an excellent opportunity to test their creation. Worst case scenario, they could keep their distance or offer Lufa and his group some form of compensation. As the corridor sealed shut with falling alloy blast doors, Lufa and his companions seemed trapped. These blast doors were incredibly sturdy, impervious to most explosions. Yet Lufa's group was not truly confined. While the doors were difficult to breach, Scotty could smash them, but why not simply break through the walls, which was far simpler? No vampires attempted to stop them, as if they had given up resistance. After Lufa's team punched through several walls, a dark shadow hurtled toward them at terrifying speed. Thud! Tifa, Scotty, and Riven reacted swiftly. Only Lufa was too slow to comprehend what happened before Tifa clashed head-on with the shadow. The shadow was sent flying, crashing into the ceiling before slamming onto the floor. Tifa staggered back a few steps and was caught by Scotty. "Thanks," Tifa said to Scotty. "Don't mind it," Scotty replied. "What is that thing?" Lufa watched the shadow rise. It appeared formless like black mist, yet seemed tangible. The mist was a veil, making it look bizarre and eerie. Looks like they've cooked up something extraordinary. Lufa's expression turned grim. He pulled out a rocket launcher, a weapon from the Blackwatch and prototype capable of crippling a hunter or blowing up a tank with a single shot. In the game, he loved using Alex to pick up guns and explosives. Rifles made short work of common enemies, while rocket launchers handled hunters and tanks with ease. In the real world, this was modeled after the Javelin missile, a portable anti-tank missile developed by the United States. It could be shoulder-fired or mounted on wheeled or amphibious vehicles. It also had anti-helicopter capabilities. Using an infrared focal plane array seeker, it was a new generation fear-and-forget anti-tank missile with day-night combat capability and a range of 200 meters. The complete weapon system consisted of the missile and its launcher. The system weighed 22.5 kilograms with a missile diameter of 114 millimeters, a length of 957 millimeters, and weight of 11.8 kilograms. The tandem warhead attacked from the top, penetrating 750 millimeters of rolled steel armor. It used infrared imaging guidance and a two-stage solid propellant. Whooshed. Pulling the trigger, an anti-tank missile shot forth. A standard Javelin would be sluggish at a range of 100 meters, but the prototype version was slightly more advanced, optimized for minimum engagement distances. This addressed the Javelin's short-range shortcomings. The Shadow tried to dodge, but the missile's speed exceeded its expectations. Within mere meters of leaving the tube, it had already accelerated and struck the Shadow dead center. Boom. This weapon, designed to destroy tanks, packed immense destructive power. Holy shit. To be honest, Gao Tianyu was shocked to see Lufa pull out a rocket launcher. He had expected them to engage Subject 1 in close combat, allowing him to gauge its strength, but he never imagined Lufa would be so unscrupulous as to open fire with a rocket launcher. And such a powerful one at that. It felt like a tank main gun had fired. When the flames and dust settled, Lufa lowered the Javelin. The Shadow had been obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. It's not the Hulk. What's the point of bioengineering? Lufa remarked that even a tyrant could be taken down by a rocket, let alone something that didn't seem all that formidable. So that guy was Shednoma, but what a miserable fate. Lufa never expected that the one he blasted to death was actually the Reaper mutant leader from Blade 2, Prince Shednoma. The purebloods like Gao Tianyu had never believed in the blood god recorded in the Necronomicon, but Deacon Frost gave them a demonstration. Since Deacon Frost had deciphered the Necronomicon, why shouldn't they take advantage of it? If they couldn't capture the Daywalker, why not try the blood of the Reaper mutants? The result was the creation of new vampires. Immune to silver, moving like shadows, seemingly monsters wandering between the human world and the underworld, possessing immense strength and incredible speed. This sounded even more formidable than the successful product. A failed product stronger than the successful one. Thinking back to the original plot, the blood god Deacon Frost, who endured Blade's attacks and displayed a formidable regenerative ability, was ultimately only strong in immortality and was taken down by anticoagulant. However, Lufa felt it was time to completely eradicate these vampires, or who knew what they would create next. Umbrella Corporation underground base. If Lufa had the means, he would have installed a laser corridor as the passage for every floor. With the arc reactor, there was no need to worry about energy shortages, and the cold fusion reactor was safe to use without radiation concerns. Since Ivan Vanko arrived, this Umbrella Corporation building had been using an independent power source. A palladium reactor was enough to supply electricity for several years. Tony Stark used it frequently, so he had to replace the palladium element often. This underground base was previously military, accommodating many personnel. After Lufa and his team renovated it, it was no less than any villa, even superior. Lufa planned to sell off those villas. Tifa never expected that beneath this seemingly ordinary skyscraper lay such vast space and structures. Tifa, this will be our home from now on, Lufa said to Tifa. Now he finally had time to think about Tifa's situation. The Tifa who appeared was wearing the outfit from the remake, but it didn't rule out that the timeline had progressed further. I understand. Tifa's gaze was gentle as water, smiling at Lufa as she spoke. Lufa felt love at first sight for Tifa, though Scotty was also love at first sight. However, he had no special feelings for Aerith, Yuffie, or Jessie, proving he was not a man swayed by appearances. After all, Aerith and the others were so beautiful, yet Lufa wasn't tempted, right? Tifa, there's something I care about for you. Is there a difference between me and Cloud? Lufa asked. At this moment, Scotty and Riven had gone to change clothes, leaving him alone with Tifa, so he voiced his question. I know what you're thinking, Lufa. But Cloud is you, yet you are not Cloud. Tifa shook her head. What did that mean? Lufa didn't quite understand. However, after Tifa explained, Lufa understood. Just as for Riven, he was her summoner. For Scotty, he was her doctor. For Tifa, he was her Cloud. It could be understood that this Tifa was not that Tifa, or that Tifa loved the person behind Cloud. Lufa wasn't overly troubled by this. If he went to the world of infinite terror, and entered the main god space, the first person he would create would be Tifa. For him, having a Tifa by his side was enough. Why bother whether she was the real Tifa? Tifa, it seems you don't have any clothes yet. Let me take you shopping. The purple outfit from the remake had Lufa yearning. Now that he had the real thing, he had to make Tifa wear it for him. But Lufa's good mood was naturally interrupted. Ivan Vanko said he had something important to discuss with him. Very important. Lufa entered Ivan Vanko's laboratory. A mechanical exoskeleton connected to a dense web of cables stood in the center. Is this the power armor? Lufa examined the rough craftsmanship of the exoskeleton. Ivan Vanko, while pulling off the connecting wires, put on the power exoskeleton. That's right, designed based on the exoskeleton power armor concept you gave me, Ivan Vanko said with his fierce face. So how does it perform? Ivan Vanko activated the power switch of the exoskeleton. First came the hiss of the hydraulic system, then the entire exoskeleton began to move in sync with his actions. The movements of the power exoskeleton were somewhat sluggish, but certainly within an acceptable range. We can test it. This is the first test of the assembled power exoskeleton. I'm not sure of the results, but it will definitely meet your requirements. Ivan Vanko exuded strong confidence. To test the machine's flexibility, he didn't take the elevator, but walked down the stairs in the power exoskeleton to the open space outside the workshop. In the speed test, Ivan Vanko, wearing the power exoskeleton, ran a lap back and forth. Covering a total of 400 meters, he achieved an astonishing time of 38 seconds. Easily, with the help of the hydraulic system, he lifted a boulder weighing 600 kilograms. Currently, some components of the power exoskeleton are off-the-shelf products with limited performance. If we can order high-performance components from the manufacturer, the performance of this exoskeleton can be improved. Additionally, if we can obtain industrial control chips with sufficient computing power through channels, I can write an AI to assist in operation. Ivan Vanko said calmly. The servo system, he wrote, performed excellently. Even with the limited computing power of the industrial chips, the power exoskeleton could follow movements with great agility. You're a genius, Ivan Vanko. Lufa couldn't help saying. He never imagined Vanko possessed such talent. Of course I am, or else you wouldn't have sought me out, Ivan Vanko said arrogantly. Compared to Tony Stark, he lacked only knowledge and resources. After Umbrella Corporation resolved these issues for him, the shortcomings that had held him back for years were filled. Though he still couldn't catch up to the genius Tony Stark, he had surpassed 99% of people. As for the issue of industrial control chips, it's simple. Just buy them directly from Stark Industries. Stark Industries, after all, represents the pinnacle of high-precision technology in this world. Besides weapons manufacturing, it is also the largest supplier of industrial chips. Ivan Vanko, however, couldn't quite understand why the power armor had to be designed to resemble a Cyclops. Liu Fa had initially wanted to model it after the power armor of Space Marines, but Ivan Vanko, considering practical constraints, told him that was unrealistic. So Liu Fa switched to a Zaka design, albeit a smaller version now. The most limiting factor for power armor is its sustained firepower. Ballistic weapons are highly constrained in this regard, as carrying too much ammunition reduces agility and risks catastrophic detonation. Energy weapons, on the other hand, are simply uneconomical. Within an atmospheric environment, their energy suffers severe attenuation and loss, and even if successfully developed, their range would never reach the absurd levels depicted in movies. Nor would their power be as immense as in films. Since it was a compact Zaka unit standing just over 2 meters tall, Liu Fa decided after some thought to equip them with a massive axe each, along with a rocket launcher and a Gatling gun like those used by the Nemesis. With the strength of the Zaku frame, swinging that axe would be unstoppable, cutting down anything in its path. Once the rocket launcher and Gatling gun ran out of ammo, they could switch to melee combat with the axe. However, since Umbrella Corporation was just getting started and production machinery wasn't yet in place, manufacturing the Zaka units was no easy feat. Conservative estimates suggested it would take at least a year before the second Zaku armor could be delivered. Just then, Stark Industries approached them for a partnership. Pepper Potts had been extremely busy lately. On one hand, Tony Stark had told her that there might be a mole within Stark Industries selling weapons to terrorists in Afghanistan. On the other, she had to investigate and root out the traitor while also handling the company's daily operations. Now Tony Stark was insisting on collaborating with Umbrella Corporation, which had discovered a new element. Pepper Potts naturally considered this important, so she came. Michael was thrilled to meet his idol, but since he had no authority over business decisions, the matter had to be determined by CEO Emil Gillen and their boss. Especially when it came to such a massive business deal. A partnership. Emil Gillen couldn't make a decision on something this significant either. For any other company, he would have to notify the board and let the shareholders decide. The CEO merely executed orders, not made them. When Liu Fa received the news, he was quite surprised. Wasn't Tony Stark supposed to be busy hunting down the mole? How did he have time to discuss a partnership? And he wanted to buy out the new element outright. Was that a joke? The market for this new element was worth trillions of dollars in the future, and he thought he could secure it with a single lump sum. Pepper Potts also realized it was unlikely. An equity swap was out of the question too because the founder of Umbrella Corporation turned out to be a major shareholder, holding 10% of Stark Industries shares, far beyond her imagination. Once she learned this, Pepper gave up all hope for a deal. Lou Fa had no interest in going public. He wasn't short on money. An equity swap was even more impossible. He already held 10% of Stark Industries shares unilaterally. With a bit more effort, he could acquire the shares held by Oscorp Industries, giving him substantial influence within Stark Industries. After being rejected by Lou Fa, Tony Stark initially planned to visit him in person. But at that moment, Obadiah Stane, realizing he had been exposed, struck first. Hield had also uncovered that Obadiah was the one selling weapons to Afghanistan. If it had been just ordinary guns, it might have been tolerable, but Obadiah was trafficking Stark Industries' military hardware, not simple firearms, but heavy weapons like missiles. So Coulson immediately deployed several agents. Given Hield elite standards, these few should have been enough to neutralize Obadiah's bodyguards and take him into custody. But they hadn't anticipated that just as they were about to subdue Obadiah, he suddenly emerged piloting a massive mechanical suit. "Oh my God!" Coulson uttered 3 perfectly standard words before quickly notifying the director that a major crisis had erupted. Pursued relentlessly by the ironmonger, Coulson fled into the streets just as Tony Stark arrived in his Mark II armor. However, due to insufficient power, Obadiah took his new arc reactor, forcing Tony to rely on the old, underpowered one. After all, it was a crude device hammered together in a cave, barely capable of sustaining the Mark II, especially since Tony hadn't even fully charged it. Seeing Tony Stark losing ground, Nick Fury considered deploying the military to eliminate Obadiah. But the military would surely protect him. Just then another robot appeared, though its design was somewhat different. This robot, standing just over 2 meters tall, carried a massive axe. One side of the axe head was a crescent-shaped blade, while the other was a huge hammer. Crucially, the entire thing was made of solid steel, exuding an immense sense of weight. After Tony Stark was sent flying once more by Obadiah, the robot charged forward. Who goes there? Obadiah's ironmonger lacked the agility of Tony's Mark II and didn't have Jarvis as an AI assistant. Before he could react, Lou Fa, piloting the Zaku, struck him with the hammer side of the axe, sending him flying. Equipped with industrial control chips from Stark Industries, the Zaku's mobility and responsiveness had improved significantly, making it more than capable of battling the ironmonger. Most importantly, only the hammer strike could effectively breach the ironmonger's defenses. Though the armor was thick and heavy, it was still just steel. Under such a powerful blow, it immediately dented with several cracks spreading from the edges of the depression. Tony Stark stared in bewilderment at the single-eyed iron suit. Where in the world had this come from? Obadiah had yet to react, for his suit of armor lacked the convenience of an artificial intelligence like Jarvis. Lufa caught up to him directly and unleashed the chaotic wind hammer technique. Although Obadiah's suit incorporated shock-absorbing technology, it was merely a crude version crafted by Tony Stark in a cave. Thus, it could not withstand the relentless assault. The armor was shattered and Obadiah inside was shaken to death. Tony Stark and Coulson broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Too brutal, this sudden appearance of armored suits. It even made Tony Stark wonder if he should craft such a weapon for himself. At that moment, Hield and the National Guard arrived. They were not blind to the battle between the two giant robots. "Hello, sir." Coulson approached Lufa. "Agent Coulson, don't you recognize me so soon?" Lufa's voice emanated from the Zaku unit. "Mr. Lufa." Coulson quickly recalled the owner of that voice. Not long ago, Nick Fury had ordered him to cease searching for Lufa and his group, so their memory remained fresh. What was happening? He had thought Tony Stark's invention of an armored suit was extraordinary, but now it seemed Lufa also possessed one. The problem was that Lufa appeared to be part of a mysterious organization. When Coulson tried to talk further, Lufa ignored him and left directly. He was eager to return and spend time with Tifa and the others. Why waste time on a man when he could be with his wife? However, upon returning, Lufa saw the spoils from defeating the Ironmonger and let out a gasp, for he had actually obtained the nanosuit from Crisis. He eagerly took it out and placed it on a mannequin. The suit was entirely gray-black, completely enveloping the body without leaving any gaps. At the eye level on the head were red crystals shaped like goggles, and below was a slightly protruding inverted triangular breathing apparatus. No external alloy armor was visible. Its exposed form resembled a person flayed with muscles fully revealed. It appeared to be artificial muscle fibers, crafted to mimic human musculature. Because they were gray-black rather than red, they exuded a sense of power. This powerful, highly flexible combat armor allowed the suit to adapt through various forms, absorbing energy from heat, light, radiation, static, electricity, and even carbon. Moreover, the artificial muscle fibers could be programmed for multiple purposes, such as hardening to absorb and resist more damage, muscle enhancement, or invisibility, greatly enhancing combat and physical performance, enabling the wearer to perform superhuman feats. The muscle-like material was called nanofibers, possessing biological characteristics that allowed it to integrate with the human body and even heal the wearer's wounds. It was a semi-organic combat suit. The nanosuit had several modes. First was the armor mode. The suit's surface featured an ionic electroactive polymer EAP liquid armor, fast-twitch muscle fiber reflective copolymer 0.008 MSRT, equipped with colloidal ceramic doped with copper nanocrystals in a glycol C60 matrix, along with RAD hardened ceramic armor, providing unparalleled protection. The exoskeleton used tantalum titanium alloy, and the carbon nanofiber composite armor had an elastic potential energy of up to 20 joules per cubic centimeter. The external elastic ceramic doped skin could absorb kinetic energy and other destructive forces such as heat and dangerous radiation levels, effectively shielding the wearer from actual physiological damage, allowing them to withstand normally fatal impacts. Extremely fine silicon particles, very hard, were another component of the STF. The combination of this highly fluid liquid and hard particles formed a material with unusual properties. The outer protective layer became even harder upon impact. A special gel containing nanoparticles such as silicon carbide and similar substances was added to the armor material. The second mode was strength mode. In this mode, the nanosuit tightened, injecting biochemical regulatory substances through the wearer's skin, substances easily absorbed into the bloodstream to enhance human physical capabilities. At the same time, nanobots were introduced to augment various aspects of strength. Once activated, the mode allowed the wearer to exhibit superhuman power. The third mode was speed mode. In this mode, the wearer inhaled a greater volume of oxygen. This was achieved through injected nanobots that entered the bloodstream, accelerating blood flow throughout the body, providing more oxygen to the brain and muscle tissues, and stimulating abnormally heightened neural reflexes. The fourth mode was cloak mode. When activated, the nanosuit modified its surface by growing crystals that fully absorbed and bent incoming light waves, such as visible light. Radio waves, radar, infrared, thermal imaging, microwaves, and the like were also absorbed, rendering the wearer completely invisible to the naked eye and the most sophisticated surveillance equipment. During this time, the wearer was enveloped in a faintly glowing bent light that made them invisible. However, a slight distortion could still be noticed by the human eye, especially when the nanosuit was in motion. The greater the movement, the higher the probability of detection. Because it was semi-organic and partially fused with the human body, putting on and removing the nanosuit was a difficult process requiring a specialized laboratory. As for eating and excretion, there was no need for concern. While wearing the nanosuit, these matters did not require attention. The longest continuous wear of the nanosuit to date was half a month with no issues arising. Simulated human wear experiments indicated that provided the suit remained intact, it could be worn for up to a year, even accounting for the suit's own wear and tear. However, the nanosuit had a significant hidden danger. Lawrence discovered that the planet beneath his feet emitted a special signal radiation that affected the nanosuit, gradually assimilating the human inside and transforming them into that race. But in the Marvel world, this was not a concern. There was absolutely no need for any Zaka mecha. Lou Fa felt that the nanosuit was far more appealing. How did you obtain this? Ivan Vanko was somewhat taken aback. Although his expertise lay in energy science and mechanical dynamics, that didn't mean he couldn't recognize the technological sophistication of this device. To put it bluntly, even if Earth evolved for another few hundred years, it couldn't produce such a thing, because the very concept had never existed in the first place. The company in crisis was able to manufacture it because they discovered an alien ruin whose technology enabled them to produce and craft the nanosuit. I'm not very familiar with that aspect. You'll need to study it. How is Stark Industries doing? Ivan Vanko's primary concern remained the state of Stark Industries. We're in contact with the U.S. military preparing to sell our products. Stark Industries will soon be dealt a devastating blow. Lou Fa stated calmly. After all, Ivan Vanko had no expertise in these matters. A genius wasn't necessarily a polymath. Don't try to deceive me, or else. Ivan Vanko wasn't easily fooled, but since Lou Fa had shown no flaws so far, he merely issued a threat before immersing himself in the study of the nanosuit. Meanwhile, Lou Fa was contemplating which antagonistic genius doctors or brilliant scientists from the original storyline he could recruit. Dr. Connors. No, Dr. Connors was merely a herpetologist and genetic engineering expert. His specialty didn't align. Moreover, after years of research with no results, he couldn't compare to Spider-Man's father. He wasn't a true genius. Dr. Otto. That might work. Dr. Otto specialized in atomic energy physics and could also create artificial intelligence and mechanical tentacles. His genius was beyond doubt. Dr. Reed. Perhaps not. Mr. Fantastic relied on that I think it works logic, and besides it seemed impossible to locate him. Tony Stark was in a foul mood. He had been reduced to a mere foil, and he had learned that the robot from that night belonged to Umbrella Corporation, the same company that had invented the new element. The video that Lou Fa had someone shoot had been uploaded online and went viral. Umbrella Corporation made no attempt to conceal it, openly declaring that the robot that had stomped on Iron Man and pummeled Ironmonger was their product. This catapulted Umbrella Corporation to the top of every search engine and news headline. In the U.S. in particular, there was immense curiosity about when the company would sell this mech with orders already prepared. Tony Stark, who should have been the protagonist, was largely ignored. A month later, Ivan Vanko successfully improved the nanosuit, now dubbed the Nanosuit 3.0. This version completely surpassed the Nanosuit 2.0, and thanks to the palladium reactor power source, it could sustain all states and modes without the energy shortage issues that plagued the game. A critical improvement, in Lu Fa's view. After all, anyone who played Crysis knew the game got harder as it progressed, especially with the energy constraints. Now, after Ivan Vanko's enhancements, the palladium reactor sat at the chest like Ultraman's timer, protected by the nanosuit's tissue. The radiation released by the palladium was absorbed as energy without affecting the wearer. As for why they didn't use the new element reactor, it was naturally because the best was reserved for their own use. The nanosuit with the palladium reactor was meant for sale. In its standard state, this nanosuit's strength, speed, and defense matched the data of previous suits when their various modes were activated, all combined into this default form. One could imagine how much more powerful it was than before. If the armor mode was engaged, even tank shells couldn't push the wearer back more than a few steps as the impact force was absorbed and converted into energy. In strength mode, it could even lift a tank. In speed mode, it achieved a terrifying 100-meter sprint in 5 seconds sustained as long as energy remained. Neural reflexes were also enhanced and attack speed increased. The stealth mode was removed at Lu Fa's request. Donning and doffing the suit no longer required special devices or a room for appealing-like removal. A simple mental command sufficed to shed the entire nanosuit. Based on this heavily enhanced nanosuit, Ivan Vanko also designed a weaker version, the Grey Wolf nanosuit, with specs similar to the original, intended for sale to the U.S. military and other nations. Then there was the more advanced Werewolf nanosuit, powered by the new element reactor for Umbrella's Wolfpack troops. It retained the stealth mode, facilitating their missions and retreats. Thus, there were 3 versions in total. However, Lou Fa disliked naming them a type 3, 1 or 3, 2, so he simply categorized them by wolf species. For the U.S. military, they sold the Grey Wolf nanosuit painted gray-black. For the Russians, they sold the Russian Wolf nanosuit painted black-gray. Having improved the nanosuit in just a month, Lou Fa gained a deeper appreciation for Ivan Vanko's genius. Still, if it were Tony Stark, wouldn't he have done it faster and better? Product sales were then handed over to Emil Guyland. Since it was infantry-focused gear without flight capability, the price wasn't exorbitant, just $500 million per suit, equivalent to wearing dozens of Apache attack helicopters. After watching the demonstration of the Grey Wolf nanosuit, the U.S. military was satisfied with its performance but displeased with the price. $500 million. Why not just rob a bank? And they wanted power armor, not this biological suit. But humans couldn't escape the allure of true quality. With former Blackheart CEO Emil Guyland leveraging his skills, Umbrella Corporation secured a massive order from the U.S. military. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Umbrella Corporation had now ascended to the ranks of the world's elite. Although a portion of the $50 billion in revenue was spent on materials, the remaining profit was still staggering. One might regard Tony Stark's Stark Industries as highly esteemed, but in reality, due to the excessively advanced nature of the military weapons Tony Stark produced, the U.S. military procured them in limited quantities and only in batches. The primary reason was the limited opportunities for deployment. Procurement was merely a means to maintain a cutting-edge military advantage. The nanosuit, however, was a different matter. It could significantly enhance military capabilities and was not a weapon unsuitable for everyday use. It could be deployed at any time. Whether for decapitation strikes or frontal assaults, it was exceptionally suitable. Achieving victory with minimal cost was a necessity in military operations. After all, the U.S. military couldn't call in air support every time its soldiers encountered a few gunshots. The cost of the missiles and bombs deployed could easily buy off the lives of those few terrorists. Lou Fa also instructed Emil Guyland to explore markets in other countries. Over this period, Emil Guyland traveled extensively by plane to negotiate deals. Lou Fa had made it clear that as long as the buyer could afford it, even Afghanistan was welcome to purchase. Creating some trouble for the U.S. was a good thing, and as for being held accountable by the U.S., I am merely a manufacturer of military weapons. As for their use, I truly have no idea. Perhaps a major power purchased them and then supplied them to Afghanistan. Moreover, Umbrella Corporation was not an American company, it was a private entity. Furthermore, Liu Fa was not a U.S. citizen. He hailed from the same homeland as Dr. Doom in the Lawless Territories. In this world, Liu Fa had transmigrated as a stateless individual. Given the difficulty of obtaining Chinese citizenship, he simply had the vampire Gao Tiannu procure several nationalities for him to facilitate his affairs. The bear was highly interested in the nanosuit, ordering 50 sets in a single batch. Their technological development in this field was lagging, and while they harbored thoughts of attempting to reverse engineer the technology, it was merely a tentative effort. If they failed, outright purchase would suffice. Other nations, large and small, were also in Arabia. The rabbit's wealthy patron was particularly generous, ordering 100 sets each time. This made Liu Fa realize that making money could be so effortless. However, payment was only received upon delivery. At present, only half of the payment had been made. With production lines operating at full capacity, it was estimated that all orders would be fulfilled only after 10 years. This 10-year timeline assumed that those who had ordered production lines and machinery could deliver on schedule, enabling Umbrella Corporation to expand its production capacity. If the machinery was not delivered on time, the delivery of the nanosuits would be further delayed. Nevertheless, it was already enough to provoke envy. Hammer Industries was particularly consumed by jealousy and resentment. It had already been burdened by the dominance of Stark Industries and Tony Stark, and now Umbrella Corporation had suddenly emerged to compete for business. The U.S. military had already announced a reduction in Hammer's military expenditure and orders. A U.S. soldier equipped with the nanosuit might not be a human tank. After all, the original version did not reach that level, but one soldier could still handle a fully armed force of 100 men. Wasn't that far more cost-effective than purchasing Hammer Industries weaponry? Nick Fury received word from Coulson about Liu Fa's reappearance and the fact that Liu Fa also possessed an Iron Man suit that appeared more advanced than Tony Stark's. He sensed an ominous foreboding, especially given the high-profile nature of Liu Fa's debut. A few days later, his foreboding became reality. An undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agent embedded in the U.S. military informed him that a company named Umbrella had contacted high-ranking military officials offering to sell them a product featured in a video. The high-ranking officials had made an immediate decision. The agent sent back the video. When Nick Fury watched it, he realized it was the same footage from the previous night featuring Tony Stark and Liu Fa. What is the product they intend to sell? Nick Fury took a deep breath and asked in an unreadable tone. The bioarmor Timber Wolf nanosuit. Then Nick Fury watched another video showcasing various tests of U.S. soldiers equipped with the Timber Wolf nanosuit. Upon seeing a soldier punch through a concrete wall with a single blow requiring only 2 punches to breach, even reinforced walls move with the speed of wind and lightning and remain impervious to direct machine gun fire, though still knocked back by the impact. Nick Fury recognized the gravity of the situation. Umbrella. Nick Fury remembered that this was the company that had previously invented the new element, wasn't it? He also recalled the inventor was named Liu Fa, but he hadn't made the connection, assuming it was merely a coincidence of names. Now it seemed evident that this company was the product of that mysterious organization. Both the new element and the Timber Wolf nanosuit, which represented another revolution in military weaponry, were earth-shattering creations. What exactly do they intend to achieve? Were they selling such weapons to provoke a new arms race and profit from it? No, their purpose couldn't be that simple. Nick Fury refused to believe that a vast, mysterious organization would merely seek monetary gain. But with limited time and insufficient intelligence, it was difficult for him to analyze anything of value. Coulson set aside the matter of Tony Stark for now. The current focus is on Umbrella and the man named Liu Fa. Nick Fury planned to dispatch agents to investigate Liu Fa and Umbrella Corporation in order to uncover the mysterious organization behind them. Director, now that Umbrella has reached a cooperation agreement with the military, conducting an investigation will be extremely difficult. Coulson understood that after such a major development, his superior would inevitably investigate Umbrella and Liu Fa. However, it was impossible to launch an investigation immediately. It was now public knowledge that Umbrella had secured a deal with the military. However, the military naturally hadn't placed a large order initially. Their annual military budget had already been fully allocated. They needed to discuss which areas to cut in order to fund the Timber Wolf nanosuit. Additionally, the congressmen and tycoons would have to deliberate on whether to make a purchase. It was said that Tony Stark was frantically acquiring video websites and then taking down those videos. When necessary, use necessary means. Nick Fury said. Understood. Coulson knew what to do since Fury had made it so clear. Not only that, Nick Fury also planned to recall Black Widow and have her infiltrate Lufa's side. As far as he knew, this Liu Fa seemed to have 3 beautiful women around him, each unique with charm and allure far beyond ordinary standards. though Black Widow might not be as beautiful as those three, she knew how to seduce and tempt a man. Then on Lufa's side, he decided not to continue playing games with Gao Tiannu and the others. Lufa was about to flip the table, and now he had the power to do so. The Wolfpack had all donned the Wolfpack nanosuits. As enhanced versions of the nanosuits, they made dealing with mere Reaper variants effortless. Under their protection, Lufa could continuously reap rewards. As for where Gao Tiannu and his crew were, Lufa had already learned through Alexander Pierce. Hydra was dissatisfied with the vampires' recent actions. They didn't want to destroy the world, rather they aimed to make it better under Hydra's rule. That's why Hydra agents worked so diligently. They weren't lazy loafers waiting to die, they were building a brighter future. Alexander Pierce was surprised that Lufa, the mysterious assassin leader, wanted intelligence on the vampires. However, he had been troubled lately by the vampires' actions, which had caused many problems and losses to Hydra's assets, such as population. These people were all future subjects of Hydra. Hearing that Lucifer wanted to deal with the vampires, Alexander Pierce hesitated before agreeing. His main motivation was coveting the vampires' immortality and eternal life. After all, if the plan succeeded, he would become the king of Hydra and the king of the world, naturally requiring immortality. But if he became a vampire, a ruler who couldn't see the sun, wouldn't that be too problematic? Thus, even though Alexander Pierce felt his body deteriorating with age, he never considered becoming a vampire. Instead, he had people study the captured vampires, attempting to unlock the secrets of their genes. Yet whether due to his people's incompetence or the mystery of vampire genes, all that money invested yielded no results. After the Wolfpack fully equipped the nanosuits, each member stood 2 meters tall, their pitch black, coating distinct from the commercial models. Their weapons were large-caliber automatic rifles specially designed by Ivan Vanko, essentially equivalent to anti-material sniper rifles. Due to the exceptionally long and large bullets, the magazine capacity was small. But the power was undeniable, on par with anti-material snipers with absurd propellant loads. This seemingly oversized rifle could only hold 15 rounds, even with an extended magazine. Bang, 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 bang. Alexander Pierce had ordered the cameras in this area cut off. Everything happening here would remain unknown to anyone. Though Pierce himself was curious, considering the assassin organization's elusive methods and their intelligence capabilities that had uncovered all Hydra leaders' identities. As far as he knew, after the organization exposed the identities and files of other leaders, many moles had been rooted out and bases relocated. Even so, they remained deeply wary of the assassin organization. Since the latter casually revealed such crucial information, it meant that even if they changed, the assassins could still find them. So Alexander Pierce merely thought about it, and then gave up the idea. The deafening gunfire was bearable because Lufa, Scotty, Tifa, and Riven all wore noise-canceling headphones. Red A. He was naturally on the front lines, being the commander of the Wolfpack. Reaper variants and vampires shattered upon being hit. Did their hearts have bone protection? Then just shatter the bones. Could flesh and blood withstand anti-material automatic rifles? This was the Wolfpack's first mission against monsters. Before coming, Lufa had Red A conduct ideological work among them. As a result, except for the American soldiers produced from the barracks, the others were somewhat at a loss. But soon they were swept up by the mood. People easily get hot-headed, especially when surrounded by many who already are. These monsters aren't so tough, said an old Mexican mercenary, shattering a Reaper variant with a single shot and watching it turn to ashes. No, they're fast. We can only see them clearly because we're wearing nanosuits. Ordinary people would be dead for sure, the captain said calmly. It was seeing these monsters that shook his doubts, for who would have imagined the earth they lived on was so alien, filled with such creatures? For humanity, kill all monsters, wipe them out. The captain recalled the words heard before departure, and his wavering heart became firm. For a war dog like him, with a checkered past, walking such a path seemed worthwhile. Dying for humanity would be a rare feat, even if their deeds remained unknown, for the sake of peace and stability. He had no choice in his original life. Born in a war zone, killing was the only way to survive. Later, after killing many and becoming skilled, becoming a mercenary was only natural. And now being able to choose his death wasn't bad. Haha, bitch, eat my bullets. Suddenly, a Wolfpack member strayed a bit to pursue a Reaper variant, but a shadow darted out from the darkness, pinned him down, and began tearing at him wildly. What the fuck? This Wolfpack member might not have the captain's insight, but whether for money or something else, Lufa had given them a reason to convince themselves in doing this for humanity. Isn't it normal to get paid more? With faith and money fueling them, fear was suppressed. As for that unfortunate mercenary, he had already been reduced to a puddle of blood. The nanobiochemical suit did not possess an outrageous resistance to strong acids, especially since the blood of the alien was not something an ordinary strong acid could compare with. Lufa had anticipated this, as his speed in killing monsters increased, the probability of encountering hostile creatures also rose. Thus, he needed to form his own private army to prevent the monsters from escaping. However, with more and more wives in the future, there would be no need for a private army, but for now it was not possible. Search the surroundings carefully to avoid ambushes. Liu Fa reminded them, concerned that it was not just the aliens that had spawned, but other things might have come as well. He recalled a game he had played before and felt a wave of worry. The members of the werewolf squad paid their respects to the fallen, showing no fear. With both money and faith boosting their morale, and knowing that monsters could indeed be killed by bullets, what was there to fear? It was just like the battlefield. If that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? The alien corpses could not be left behind. Liu Fa did not want others to take them for research, and besides there might be facehuggers or invisible predators around, so caution was necessary. However, no unexpected events occurred afterwards. Gao Tiannu and his crew did not bring out any new gadgets. After all, the Machinos had spent so long to develop a single variant of the Reaper, which was still unstable. How could Gao Tiannu and his group produce results so quickly? Although the Marvel universe was filled with uncontrollable factors and mutations, it was evident that this time vampires were not favored. Liu Fa, spare me. I can offer you money, a lot of money and assets. What do you want? I have many houses in Los Angeles, Boston, and New York, as well as oil fields and gold. Gao Tiannu listed many valuable items. With Liu Fa right in front of him, he couldn't bear to part with them, but had no choice but to do so. After all, if he could survive with the resources of a pure-blood family and a long lifespan, he could recover any time. Liu Fa did not pay him any mind, and had his men kill Gao Tiannu and the other vampires. He already had enough money, especially after selling the nanobiochemical suits. Money would be rolling in, which would be more valuable than these assets. Especially with the new energy era approaching, even if those oil tycoons and old energy giants did not want to see it happen and tried to obstruct new energy under the guise of protecting the livelihood of millions of laborers, they certainly did not want to go bankrupt. They also wanted to acquire new energy, but the two major players in the field, Tony Stark and his Stark Industries, were under the most pressure. Liu Fa had not yet announced his plans to sell the new element as a new energy source, so he was facing some pressure, but not an overwhelming amount. Those who recognized the value of energy could be quite mad. Due to the sale of the nanobiochemical suits, the Umbrella Corporation was under military protection, making it not so easy to touch. Thus, those people resorted to spreading rumors that the new energy emitted radiation and was harmful to humans. The American public, due to their lower education, easily believed this and began to resist Stark Industries' new energy. On Liu Fa's side, all the vampires had been slain, at least in North America. There should be very few vampires left. As for the remaining ones, Liu Fa would arrange for others to track them down. Come on, it's time to open the boxes. Liu Fa returned home and called for Tifa and the other two to gather around, eager to see who would be lucky enough to help him draw good items. However, that was probably self-deception, as the items that dropped were already predetermined, otherwise there wouldn't be hostile creatures appearing. Yet Liu Fa felt that this time having 3 wives with him might increase the likelihood of getting good items, as one of them might be lucky. Of course, it was also possible that either Scotty or Riven was unlucky, and the appearance of rare items like the Yama blade and the bloodline of the Spartan demon indicated that one of them was indeed fortunate. Liu Fa had never considered the possibility that he might be unlucky, and that both Scotty and Riven were lucky occasionally, allowing him to obtain good items. After all, he had encountered the situation of transmigrating, and even had a system to draw wives. How could he be considered unlucky? Wasn't he the luckiest among the lucky? Do you understand the value of a 1 in 6 billion chance? What should we do, Liu Fa? Tifa knelt down and asked, while Riven and Scotty also sat down. Just hold my hand, Liu Fa said with a smile. Tifa then reached out to grasp Liu Fa's hand, their fingers interlocking. Liu Fa tightened his grip on Tifa's hand, feeling a stir of emotions. He then opened the drop interface to check what had been obtained. Unfortunately, it seemed that Lady Tifa was not particularly lucky. There was nothing good on the first page. So he switched to Scotty. It was not that Liu Fa was biased, rather Scotty was sitting on his other side, so according to the order, it would be Scotty first, and then Riven. Liu Fa had a vague feeling that a Shura field was forming, but the 3 of them, out of love for Liu Fa, did not start a quarrel. As for the notion that fighting meant they truly cared, Liu Fa believed that was just a sign of them not loving him enough. If they truly loved him, they would not allow him to be put in a difficult position. At least as far as Liu Fa knew, Scotty and Riven fought privately always without letting Liu Fa know. This worried him greatly, and he felt a pressing need to become stronger. After all, if they fought to the death, he could not afford to lose either of them. Why on earth did a basket of horsegrass appear? Liu Fa roared, though it was a shout in his heart. However, he thought about it, and did not discard the basket of horsegrass. After all, if his female soldier were to appear, this basket of horsegrass could serve as a gift. Tai-Tai's luck was not too great either. Liu Fa discovered that the second page also had nothing good, leaving only the third page. Riven, seeing Liu Fa looking at her, proactively reached out to grasp Liu Fa's hand. My luck should be decent after all. I've managed to survive on the battlefield until now. Riven knew that Lu Fa needed luck at this moment. She truly believed her luck was quite good. People with bad luck could not survive so long in Texas. Good items are appearing. Lu Fa nodded, tightening his grip on Riven's hand, and then saw the items that appeared on the third page. A revival coin. Can this thing be used? Lu Fa looked at the revival coin in his hand, which was similar to those from Disconnect City and Weaken Warriors as it had dropped from there. It truly could resurrect. Lu Fa felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Riven, my goddess of fortune. Even if many drops were empty, the preciousness of a resurrection coin capable of bringing one back to life needed no further elaboration. Yet Lu Fa still worried whether this resurrection was a genuine revival or merely the creation of a clone possessing his memories and body. Unless absolutely necessary, I must not die. Lu Fa made his decision. Did anything good come out? Scotty and Tifa, seeing Lufa's excitement and delight, guessed that Riven had granted him something remarkable. Though a pang of displeasure stirred within them, witnessing his joy brought them happiness as well. Something truly excellent came out. Thank you, Riven, and all of you. Our combined fortune brought forth such a treasure. Lu Fa employed the art of equal favor as he spoke to them. Yet whether this truly counted as luck would require testing through controlled variables. As for the dropped items being fixed and unchangeable for testing luck, nonsense. When I do not observe it, it exists in a state of uncertainty, does it not? As for what exactly that good thing was, he had no intention of telling Tifa and the others. Regardless of who it might be, he would never allow any of them to die. May this resurrection coin forever gather dust in his inventory. Within the underground experimental base of Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, in a specially reinforced arena, Lu Fa was sparring with Tifa. Compared to Scotty, who could easily crush Lu Fa to death, and Riven, who had to exert control to avoid killing him, yet still left him battered, Tifa was relatively closer to Lufa's level of power, sparing him the fear of being slain or crippled. Moreover, whether it was his imagination or not, Lu Fa felt his strength growing and his speed increasing, as if the Sparta demonic bloodline within him was beginning to take effect. Tifa's fist connected with Lufa's crossed arms in a defensive stance. He felt as though he had been struck by a speeding car, yet he merely skidded 10 meters across the floor before coming to a halt. But Tifa did not relent, following up with a swift kick aimed at his head from her elegant long legs. She already knew that Lu Fa sought to unlock his latent potential through their sparring. Tifa too wished to help Lu Fa awaken his power and grow stronger. In her eyes, Lu Fa was far too weak at present, and that made him vulnerable. However, just as Lu Fa and Tifa were engrossed in their exchange, Riven suddenly charged forward, her blade cleaving toward Lufa's head. Witnessing this, Tifa's pupils contracted, and she threw herself toward Lu Fa without a second thought. Scotty was no exception. Though she had been slow to grasp Riven's intent, she too lunged forward upon seeing her action. Lu Fa hesitated at Riven's attack. She wouldn't strike me. She loves me. His thoughts were severed as his body confronted a terror akin to facing an apex predator. Riven unleashed her killing intent, momentarily stunning and intimidating him, filling him with fear. This fear was enough to cloud Lufa's rational thought, leaving his mind blank, reduced to primal instinct and the shattered sword inches away. Boom. Just as Nero awakened his demonic power under the stimulus of death, Lu Fa, with a purer bloodline than Nero, had a new instinct ignited from his genes when his primal fear reached its peak. This instinct rapidly eroded his normal genes and cells. The various viruses and bacteria within Lufa's body were purged, his immune system dismantled, and a demonic immune system reconstructed in its place. His black hair had transformed into the silver white of Dante and Nero, and the contours of his face had softened. Though traces of Eastern heritage remained, he now appeared more akin to European lineage. His body was adorned with steel-like sinewy muscles that bore smooth lines, a cold metallic sheen faintly flowing beneath his taut skin, evoking the aesthetic strength of ancient Greek heroic sculptures. Yet perhaps due to his bloodline, his skin had not turned bronze, but remained fair with a rosy undertone. Then, opening his eyes, Lu Fa calmly caught Riven's broken blade. With a tug, he drew Riven into his embrace, dodging Scotty's strike. Lu Fa spun around once before coming to a stop, cradling Riven. All right, Scotty, Tifa, I'm fine. He spoke to them. Seeing Lufa's dramatically altered appearance, Tifa understood what had transpired. Scotty was a step slower. I never expected you to use this method to stimulate me, Lu Fa said to Riven, still in his arms. Sensing the surging demonic power and strength within him, Lu Fa reckoned he was now on par with Dante during his first awakening in the Demon Tower. To grow stronger, he would need soul stones. It just occurred to me now, Riven remarked. Previously, without Tifa, who was close to Lufa's level, Riven had to focus on controlling herself to avoid harming him, leaving no room for other thoughts. It was only now, witnessing Tifa sparring with Lu Fa, that inspiration struck Riven, leading to the scene just moments ago. But you still scare me half to death. Come here, MWH. Lu Fa leaned down and kissed Riven. Far from being shy, Riven wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let him pull away. This left Lufa at a loss. He had expected a bashful reaction, not such fervor. Well, this suited his taste even more. Only when Tifa and Scotty let out impatient snorts did the demonic man and the Texan woman who could hold their breath indefinitely finally part. Then it was Tifa and Scotty's turn to throw themselves into his arms. After kissing all three, Lufa felt a stirring of desire. After all, Tifa and the others were stunning beauties, and now that he had awakened his demonic bloodline, he no longer feared death. Even if Scotty accidentally crushed, flattened, or pummeled him to death, he could recover. At that thought, Lufa's ardor cooled. He suddenly felt he was still too weak. Perhaps he should let it go. A demonic immune and circulatory system. I am no longer human. Lufa reflected on his body. After awakening his demonic bloodline, his circulatory and immune systems had been completely restructured. Viruses and bacteria harmful to humans now had no effect on him. They would instead be broken down as nutrients by his powerful demonic organs. He also seemed capable of demonic transformation, as instinctual as breathing. Soul reaping. Lufa grabbed the head of the vampire before him, his demonic energy surging forth. The unfortunate pureblood vampire convulsed and spasmed like a frog struck by lightning. It melted like a genuine candle into a vivid red liquid, appearing viscous, yet remarkably clear. Skin, muscles, bones, blood, essence, and soul. The liquid, transformed from a complete vampire, was compressed and condensed by an unknown force, finally forming a brilliant red crystal in Lufa's hand, a regular polyhedron shimmering like a diamond, yet faintly revealing a twisted human face upon its surface. The product of this horrific ritual was the so-called Soul Stone. Like the Philosopher's Stone obtained through human transmutation in Fullmetal Alchemist, it was a condensation of life and spirit in a fission energy crystal. It also contained the memories and obsessions of the living. It could serve as a casting material for sorcerers or be swallowed directly as a restorative for vitality and spiritual power, but it would be influenced by the internal memories and obsessions. Without spending time to refine it, the consequences would be troublesome. Finally processed, it could be fully converted into a life stone to restore and enhance vitality, or a mana stone to restore and enhance spiritual power. The extracted memories could be made into corresponding skill stones. From any perspective, it was an incredibly useful item. Just like in the Devil May Cry series, where red souls from slain enemies are automatically absorbed within a certain range, this was the tangible result of the Black Demon's soul-reaping ability. Demons and devils who toy with souls. After eating this, I can obtain the vampire's memories and use its life force to strengthen my own mana and vitality. Lufa gazed at the soul stone in his hand, what the game called a red soul. This was his experiment with his abilities tonight, and also a new round of harvesting the vampire's vast wealth. After consuming the soul stone, Lufa felt his mana and vitality strengthen at a visible rate. Though the final increase wasn't enormous, it was sufficient. At this pace of growth, it was no wonder that Virgil, after eating the fruit of the demonic tree condensed from an entire city's life force, could achieve the true devil form that Dante attained by absorbing the Sparta sword and the power left by Sparta. For demons, becoming stronger was far too easy. Simply seize the essence of heaven and earth, devour souls, and absorb life force. This method of obtaining memories and turning enemies into skill stones to consume their abilities was no different from the Blacklight virus. The Blacklight virus carried the risk of memory disorder, and it also meant completely abandoning one's humanity. What lived on was merely a mass of virus, not oneself. I could probably drink the G-virus like a beverage now. Lufa mused, but he didn't attempt it. That would be asking for trouble. Besides, what if it had no effect on him, but proved useful to others after being metabolized? He reviewed the newly acquired memories. With a demon's formidable mental strength, there was no need to worry about schizophrenia. Both magic and physical resistance were high. Look at Dante, who casually caught bullets fired by Trishit demons with his mouth and came out unscathed. Subsequently, Umbrella Corporation's assets multiplied several times over, with large and medium enterprises across various industries suddenly announcing mergers into the company. Lufa had only killed one pureblood vampire, Gao Tiannu, and refined the rest into soul stones for consumption. Through this, he gained control of vast assets, leaving untouched those that required personal presence or authorization. Even with much left unclaimed, this was still the accumulated wealth of a pureblood vampire family spanning countless millennia, including numerous oil fields. What does it mean to become rich overnight? This was becoming rich overnight. This only confirmed Nick Fury's suspicion that Umbrella Corporation was backed by that mysterious organization. How else could such seamless asset origins be explained? What infuriated him more was that since Lufa wasn't an American citizen or merchant, and his nationality wasn't a UN member, the Security Council and Highlord had no jurisdiction. Of course, they could still resort to dirty tactics if they wanted to burn bridges, and Highlord was quite adept at that. But the problem was that Lu Fa's mysterious organization hadn't done anything wrong. How could Fury go to the Security Council with this? What would they think? They'd surely assume that this bald black man was restless feeling Hild's influence waning and had fabricated an organization to deceive them. Oh, there really is such an organization. Then show us proof. What? No proof. You're messing with us. Even an international organization like SHIELD can't gather evidence. Nick Fury could already imagine it. So counting on them was less reliable than hoping Black Widow could dig up something. After completely resolving the vampire issue, Lu Fa felt as if he had lost a source of loot. He still had many wives yet to appear. Let me think, what other monsters in Marvel can I grind? Lu Fa pondered. Kingpin. Would Kingpin be too insignificant? Although his underlings could also be farmed for drops, Lu Fa didn't know if the system evaluated the quality of monsters to determine the value of the loot. The Hand. He wondered if the movie universe included agents of SHIELD plots, since that was from the TV universe. If it did, he could still find members of the Hand to farm, and since they could resurrect, their numbers wouldn't be a concern. Moreover, given the appearance of Blade, other independent Marvel universes might also emerge, such as Ghost Rider or Moon Knight. However, Lu Fa didn't plan to get involved in Ghost Rider's storyline for now. Being targeted by Mephisto would be troublesome. Though he was a demon, devils excelled at temptation. Lu Fa himself wasn't afraid, but he worried that Scotty and the others might be targeted by Mephisto. If Ghost Rider exists, then this world also has hellish demons and devils. Perhaps I can lure some demons and devils to kill. Lu Fa's heart stirred. Devouring the souls of demons and devils would accelerate his growth tremendously, and he could even use their souls to forge unique soul weapons. The so-called soul weapons were essentially demonic armaments like Beowulf the Lightbreaker gauntlets or the Chattering Twin swords. They are primarily formed by powerful souls, whether those souls are coerced or willingly offered. However, weapons made under duress have their self-awareness stripped to a blank slate, then begin accumulating memories and impressions from scratch, such as the gauntlets crafted by Virgil from the claws of the battle wolf Beowulf. Those formed willingly possess complete intelligence and memory. Some can even speak, like the three-headed hound that actively follows Dante, and the dual swords of wind and fire. For the beings of darkness, demonic weapons serve not only as excellent armaments, but also can alter the demon's form upon activation, manifesting the critical soul traits of the weapon. For example, transforming using the Thunder Sword Alastro would grant bat-like wings capable of flight. The advantage of demonic weapons lies in their ability to grow merely by consuming souls rather than relying solely on the strength of the wielder. Secondly, their control aspect means that a powerful demonic weapon cannot be wielded if it is not recognized, and it is common for them to even exert control over the user. One of the necessary steps: soul harvesting. Similar to the process of creating soul stones, the crafting of demonic weapons also involves extracting the soul, first, not directly condensing it into a soul stone, but processing it slightly to obtain an absolutely complete soul. This is an indispensable requirement for creating magical weapons. The stronger the target, the better. The more unique their abilities, the stronger the soul will be. Otherwise, a magical tool made from an ordinary person's soul would be exceedingly fragile. He also desired the ebony and ivory of Dante, but that item is not a magical tool. It is a weapon crafted by humans. Lu Fa does not understand how to create such a wondrous weapon, so he can only resort to magical tools. But with the Supreme Mage and Kamar Taj present, the Hell Dimension cannot open the passage for demons and devils to descend. Lu Fa pondered, and it is indeed strange that he, a half-demon awakened from the bloodline of demons, has not been targeted by Ancient One. Perhaps Ancient One has already spoken to him and caused him to forget that memory. However, in the original plot, the Witch King came to the human realm gathering the Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Earth Demon, indicating that Kamar Taj's efforts are still lacking, as they have been infiltrated without notice. Then Lu Fa saw the news of the green monster causing havoc at a school suppressed by the military. Hulk. Lu Fa was somewhat taken aback. If that's the case, isn't the Green Giant's archnemesis about to make an appearance? Great, at that time he could take the soul of this abomination and see if he can forge some powerful magical tools. Based on the abilities and attributes displayed by the abomination, it should result in magical tools like Light Destruction Fist Beowulf or Fire Demon Baroque, certainly not transforming into a scythe or greatsword right. Having made up his mind, Lu Fa used Hydra's connections to locate Emil Blonsky, who could not wait for Emil to turn himself into the abomination. Of course, he also had read a fine Mr. Blue, who might later become a major player. This person had collected Hulk's blood and cultivated a large amount of it for research. If Ross were to find out, he would surely be envious. After all, he has gone to great lengths without obtaining a drop of Hulk's blood, yet you have cultivated so much. Emil Blonsky felt extremely displeased. He had already injected the super soldier serum with General Ross' help, yet still was no match for Hulk. After the school battle, he was smashed into pieces by Hulk's kick. However, it seemed that due to the super soldier serum, he healed within a day, yet this only fueled Emil Blonsky's desire for power. He longed to obtain Hulk's strength. After Lufa approached him, Emil Blonsky was taken away. Mr. Blue and Dr. Stern were also brought to this place. Doctor, I need you to inject the blood that Mr. Green gave you into him, Lufa said to Dr. Stern. After this, he might be able to turn Dr. Stern into a major player serving as his research personnel. But doing this could have unforeseen consequences. Dr. Stern, while eager for fame, did not wish to become responsible for some mishap. He naturally recognized who Lufa was, the inventor of new elements. Even if they were not in the same field, such a genius capable of illuminating an era would attract the attention of all researchers and the scientific community. No need to worry, Dr. Stern, just follow my instructions, Lufa told him. All right. Seeing the armed werewolf troops beside him dressed in nanobiochemical suits, Dr. Stern swallowed hard. The werewolf troops here were all American soldiers produced and manufactured in the barracks. Their loyalty was unquestionable. Hearing Lufa say that he would gain Hulk's power provided he obeyed orders, Emil Blonsky accepted without any suspicion. To create a sufficiently powerful abomination, Lufa crossed his arms watching as Dr. Stern performed a complete blood transfusion on Emil Blonsky, replacing 80% of his blood with Hulk's blood. During this process, he would also endure gamma radiation exposure beyond normal human limits. This is to ensure that the Hulk's blood within him has enough energy to grow. Then Emil Blonsky felt unimaginable pain, causing him to scream involuntarily as his body began to swell, ultimately transforming into a small giant, nearly 3 meters tall, his muscles exploding the super soldier serum affecting the Hulk's blood. This caused all the bones in his body to mutate, developing external skeletal spikes that burst through his flesh. Oh! Emil Blonsky broke free from his restraints, his eyes filled with fury as he glared at Lufa. What are you waiting for? Come on. Lufa cracked his neck, flexed his fists, then provocatively said boom. The abomination threw a punch, but missed as Lufa had already performed a backflip, landing perfectly on the abomination's shoulder. He landed a punch on the abomination's head, but was splattered with blood from the spikes of the external skeleton. However, the abomination also took the hit and was knocked to the ground. Oh my God! Dr. Stern looked on in disbelief at the scene before him. The inventor of Lufa's element, a rising star in the scientific community, actually knocked down a monster in hand-to-hand combat. However, Emil Blonsky's counterattack was also incredibly swift. Lufa was swept away by a powerful elbow. By contrast, his sense of touch was even more acute. Emil Blonsky's mind was now consumed with violent thoughts, and he harbored a deep hatred for Lufa, the one who demanded his obedience. Clang! Just as Emil Blonsky charged forward ready to deliver a vicious blow to Lufa, a flash of blade light swept through. Emil Blonsky's arm fell to the ground. Ah! With his nerves also enhanced, making him far more sensitive, the agony of having his arm severed was akin to a man losing his manhood. Especially since his bones, strengthened by the super soldier serum, were laced with dense neural networks, the amputation nearly sent him into shock. The Yamato. Lufa wielded the Yamato, but he couldn't perform Virgil's judgment cut. He was unskilled in that technique. So much like Nero, he used the Yamato as a cleaver. However, given the Yamato's inherent sharpness, this crude method was not without its merits. Emil Blonsky let out a furious roar, clutching his severed arm. Though the Hulk cells granted him regenerative abilities, such a severe injury could not be healed in a short time. I have no more time to waste on you. Lufa took a step forward. Emil Blonsky dodged the blade and swung his leg in a sweeping kick toward Lufa. But Lufa, as if with eyes in the back of his head and possessing lightning-fast reflexes, performed a backflip to evade the kick. Midair, he swung the Yamato again, severing one of Emil Blonsky's legs. The blow elicited another scream from Emil Blonsky. His massive, heavy body lost balance and crashed to the ground. He tried to prop himself up, but it was too late. Lufa cleaved his skull open with a single stroke. Soul, life, spirit, will. Give me everything you have. Lufa grabbed Emil Blonsky's head with one hand. As he activated Soul Harvest, Emil Blonsky's soul was torn from his body. A massive radiant orb appeared, bearing the anguished visage of Emil Blonsky. Lufa then infused the soul with his own will and magical energy, choosing to extinguish Emil Blonsky's consciousness. He had no desire for a chatterbox demonic weapon like the twin swords. As the soul was tainted by his magic, turning a vivid crimson, Lufa pressed it onto the corpse on the ground. A blinding blood-red light erupted. From within the radiance emerged a pair of deep black gauntlets and greaves. Their ferocious appearance with spike-like bones exuded an overwhelming sense of power. They comprised gauntlets, greaves, and pauldrons. Upon acquiring them, Lufa learned their name: Abomination. Its ability was simple upon activation. It doubled Lu Fa's physical strength and defense. This was pure physical might, not including his magical power. It also had a cool feature: when punching or kicking, hardbone spikes would protrude much like Wolverine's claws, enhancing lethality. So it really is a set of limb demonic armaments. Not bad though. Lu Fa tried equipping the abomination demonic armaments. Instantly his arms, legs, and shoulders were covered in black armor. The ferocious design of the armor exuded violence and dominance. He attempted a punch and a kick, finding his speed largely unaffected. Despite its heavy appearance, the limb armor didn't hinder his movement. As for strength, a light punch could now shatter solid concrete ground. Regarding defense, he didn't expect the abomination armor to withstand the Yamato's edge. However, he tested it. Even a tank's main cannon shell failed to damage the armor at the point of impact, and he didn't even stagger. The impact seemed to be absorbed by the armor. Or perhaps it wasn't absorption, but shock absorption. Regardless, Lu Fa was now satisfied. With these limb demonic armaments, he could go toe-to-toe with the Hulk. If the abomination was this formidable, how powerful would demonic armaments made from Red Hulk General Ross and the Hulk Dr. Banner be? Moreover, the abomination demonic armaments could be used by Tifa and the others. In the original story, Dante had sold or rented out demonic armaments before implying that others could use them. After killing the abomination, something dropped. A power ring. Even these things appear now. Lu Fa stared at the green power ring that had materialized in his hand. He had played DC games, of course, but could he use a Green Lantern ring? Did the Marvel Universe even have an emotional spectrum? He recalled that the Infinity Stones from Marvel were supposedly unusable in the DC Universe. Lu Fa tossed the green ring in his hand. He certainly wouldn't use it, it was far too green. If it were a red or yellow ring, he would have gladly accepted it. Oh well, maybe I can study it. He had no intention of giving it to anyone else. If this thing actually worked, it might draw the attention of the Marvel Universe's cosmic entities. In the evening, Lu Fa was cooking with Tifa, Scotty, and Riven, occasionally sneaking a playful touch, utterly content. Then the sound of police sirens, gunfire, and explosions erupted outside. What could it be? Probably another bank robbery. Lu Fa said nonchalantly. In this place, America, they encountered bank robberies daily in Los Angeles, truly worthy of being called Los Santos. At first, Lu Fa would get excited thinking a major monster might appear, but now he remained utterly calm. The main reason was that those robbers and criminals weren't worth his intervention. If he killed them on the spot, and a monster emerged from their bodies, what then? The resulting casualties and trouble would be immense. Compared to the benefits, Lu Fa deemed it more trouble than it was worth, so he simply pretended not to notice. As for taking them away, doing it once or twice was fine, but repeatedly would raise suspicion. It was far better to directly target those evil organizations. It seems to be getting closer to us. Scotty tilted her head, listening intently, then said to Lu Fa, "What?" Before Lu Fa could react, the ceiling of their house was smashed through. This wasn't happening in the underground base of Umbrella Corporation, of course. They were having an open-air barbecue. Who would barbecue in an underground base? Even with excellent ventilation, the ambience of an outdoor barbecue was unmatched. Moreover, Scotty and the others were no ordinary people. The natural aura they emitted kept all insects and rodents at bay, so there were no mosquito bites in the sweltering summer or rat troubles typical of Los Angeles. They grilled only the finest ingredients, truffles, caviar, lavishly wasted on the barbecue. It was all about the price and the taste. Who cared if the ingredients were expensive? He could earn it back in seconds. This villa wasn't arranged by Hydra, but belonged to vampires. After all, Lu Fa had taken over some of the vampires' assets. It seemed that Blade 2 and Blade 3 had been erased from existence, and those vampires probably lacked the funds to seek out Dracula. Only 2 or 3 vampires remained in North America. Even if the pure-blood vampires from Europe came to investigate the sudden disappearance of so many vampires, they wouldn't go looking for Dracula. Only the North American vampires would seek out Dracula to find a leader. Hulk. Lu Fa saw that the Colossus crashing through his villa's ceiling was none other than the Green Hulk. But wait, hadn't Abomination been turned into a hand demon? Why was he still here? Dr. Stern Mister. Blue had his head forced into Hulk cells by Lu Fa. Now, with a swollen head, he had successfully become the leader, possessing powerful intuition, computational thinking, information storage, and logical and philosophical structures. His intelligence was virtually limitless. Theoretically, he could surpass normal human cognitive abilities to acquire knowledge and understanding, mastering every professional subject in the world and fully grasping concepts beyond his environment. His brain had been enhanced to the point where his intuition could almost always discern the truth. The leader possessed perfect memory, capable of recalling every moment after the accident. With his intelligence multiplied 1,000-fold, Samuel Stearns replaced Ivan Vanko as the new head of research at Umbrella. Now he was frantically studying the various professional subjects Lu Fa had assigned him. So Bruce Banner couldn't have injected the Hulk-suppressing antidote. Logically, the military should have been unable to deal with him. Why was he here? Then another massive figure descended from the sky, seemingly leaping from a distance, crashing to the ground. The earth exploded, mud splattering in all directions, nearly hitting Lufa and the others. Red Hulk. Lufa looked with surprise at the second giant landing before him. His skin was entirely crimson, the air around his body visibly distorted from intense heat, with short black hair and muscles bursting with explosive power. Hulk. The Green Hulk tore down a wall of Lufa's villa and hurled it at the Red Hulk. Is that all you've got? The Red Hulk smashed the wall with a single slap, then kicked the Green Hulk flying. The Green Hulk was launched into the sky by the immense force, flailing his limbs in a futile attempt to grab something before crashing to the ground, carving a trench. What is this plot correction? I took out Abomination early, and now they give me a Red Hulk. Lufa took a bite of the grilled king crab handed to him by Tifa, who had already shelled it. But he wasn't in a hurry. Once Ross and the Hulk fought to a conclusion, he would step in to claim the spoils. Perfect, another magical artifact delivered to his doorstep today. As for the consequences of killing Ross, who was he? A major capitalist. Did they understand the weight of a major capitalist in America? He'd just say Ross was trampled by the Red Giant, and he killed the Red Giant to avenge him. The Red Hulk and the Green Hulk fought, shaking the earth. Lufa and the others enjoyed their barbecue watching the show. The Green Giant is no match for the Red one. Their strength is equal, but the skill gap is enormous. Tifa observed for a while before speaking to Lufa. Right, the Green one seems to have no combat training. He probably couldn't beat Mundo. Riven nodded. No, the Green one's strength seems to be increasing, and his body is changing, Scotty said. Lufa saw the military arrive belatedly, 2 Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and pitiful infantry. This was Los Angeles after all. 2 monsters battling in the streets was a disgrace to America. How did Ross become the Red Hulk? He hadn't injected himself with the Hulk serum. Lufa had already confiscated every last milliliter. Ross, while trying to capture Bruce Banner, was splashed with blood from the injured Banner. Then Banner transformed into the Green Hulk and sent him flying. After the intense shock, Ross became the Red Hulk. If Lufa knew, he would definitely scoff at how forced and contrived it was. Such a mutation would likely kill an ordinary person. After all, Bruce Banner's bodily fluids were highly concentrated gamma radiation. Contact would cause cell necrosis, genetic collapse, immune system failure, followed by a painful death. That was the normal outcome. This led to its continuous strengthening due to anger. General Red Hulk Ross initially managed to suppress it using skill and strength, but as the gap widened, he was ultimately defeated after being overwhelmed by sheer power. Unlike the Green Giant, Red Hulk can only grow stronger by absorbing gamma radiation. The military attempted to intervene. However, the depleted uranium rounds failed to penetrate the 2 monsters, only serving to enrage the Green Giant further, making him even stronger and quickly bewildering Red Hulk. Depleted uranium rounds cannot be used at will, as they leave the decontamination unit with a lot of work afterward. However, they had previously tried and found that most weapons were ineffective against Hulk, even the main cannon of a tank. Thus, to prevent further destruction by the 2 monsters, they had no choice but to deploy the depleted uranium rounds. Depleted uranium penetrators are armor-piercing rounds made from uranium-238. When they hit an armored target, they generate temperatures of 6,000 degrees Celsius, causing significant damage to the target's protective armor and harming personnel inside. These bullets also possess a degree of radioactivity, meaning that even if the struck personnel do not die instantly, they may succumb to the radioactive elements. This is precisely why depleted uranium penetrators fall outside the category of conventional ammunition, and thus the U.S. military had refrained from using such rounds in combat. After being struck by the depleted uranium penetrators, Red Hulk absorbed the radioactive radiation and became somewhat stronger, which prompted him to stop avoiding the military's attacks. Such external injuries were far from enough to kill the 2 Hulks, but the high temperatures and the stinging from the radioactive elements still caused them considerable pain. The military also wanted to evacuate Lufa and his team, but Lufa pushed back, and as a military individual, he naturally recognized Lufa, the genius who invented the North American Grey Wolf nanobiochemical suit. It can be said that the military was eagerly anticipating the rapid production of Lufa's North American Grey Wolf nanobiochemical suit. Therefore, since Lufa was unwilling to leave, the military had to send personnel to protect them, while also redirecting the 2 monsters elsewhere. At this point, Hulk had already defeated Red Hulk. Despite General Ross suffering from the radioactive damage of the depleted uranium rounds, he could not compete with an injured, enraged Green Giant, who could hardly be scratched by the same rounds. Bang, 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 bang. Red Hulk Ross was being pounded by the Green Giant, with each punch producing shockwaves that forced nearby American soldiers to cover their ears lest they burst their eardrums. Alright, seeing that the Green Giant was about to kill Red Hulk, Lufa dashed forward, switching to the Abomination's magical tool midway. Then, while the Green Giant was completely unprepared, Lufa delivered a powerful kick to him. Take that. The green giant's heavy body weighing over 10 tons was kicked away by Lufa, likely taking a while to return. Red Hulk Ross lay unconscious in the massive crater created by the green giant's relentless pounding. Lufa felt quite satisfied as the military had not yet arrived, giving him ample time to deal with Red Hulk Ross. Soul Life Spirit Will. Give me all that you have. Soul Harvest. As powerful magic was infused, the stripped soul orb re-entered Red Hulk Ross' body, but this time, it was to be used to create a magical tool from his very flesh. If the magical tools created by Abomination were already so powerful, how much stronger would they be when made from Red Hulk? However, to Lufa's surprise, this turned out not to be a limb magical tool, but rather a black cloak. What the hell? You're a military man with the power of Red Hulk, and you give me a cloak magical tool. This cloak resembled a vampire's cloak with a very high collar that could obscure the face, and it was long enough to almost drag on the ground. This was not due to Lufa's short stature. After activating the demonic bloodline, he had grown to over 1.8 meters tall. After donning the cloak, Lufa was stunned as he realized its purpose. In simple terms, it was a versatile magical tool akin to the cloaks of Venom, Carnage, and Rebirth, essentially a portable arsenal where the ammunition was his own magical energy. He could harden the cloak or overlay it onto vehicles to alter their forms. It could also change color to create visual camouflage, alter material to mimic invisibility materials, rendering him undetectable by various detection instruments, even sonar. Moreover, the cloak could transform into wings for flight, possessing a passive ability to absorb damage and convert it into magical energy for replenishment. Lufa was incredulous as he felt the various capabilities and powers of this cloak magical tool. Was this akin to winning an SSR in a direct lottery? Of course, just as the Rebellion Greatsword could be shattered by Yuri's punch and the Enma Blade could be broken, the abilities of the cloak magical tool were not absolutely invincible. It had its limits unless it continually absorbed souls and lives to grow stronger. Alternatively, if the user Lufa was powerful enough, he could naturally enhance the capabilities of this magical tool. For instance, if Dante, who had surpassed Sparta, were to use this cloak magical tool, even Montes would find it impossible to break its abilities. Is it named Jealousy? Lufa didn't quite understand the meaning of the name. If it were up to him, he would probably call it the universal weapon. Because it was genuinely so useful. Aside from requiring magical energy, it had almost zero flaws, and magical energy could also be replenished by absorbing damage as long as the attacks weren't too overwhelming. Then a gigantic monster descended from the sky. The American military was dumbfounded, and S.H.I.E.L.D. focused on the battle was equally stunned, for this monster was simply colossal, standing at least dozens of meters tall. How did it come here? The monster Gorzin, which causes the earth to tremble. Lufa looked at the enormous creature, his expression grave. It seemed they had directly encountered Gorzin this time. What is that? Tifa looked at Gorzin in astonishment, while Scotty reached for her sword which she had brought along. What is going on? Why is there such a monster? Wasn't it supposed to be Hulk? Nick Fury's eyes widened. Once Golza emerged, it began wreaking havoc on a massive scale. Lufa had no idea whether Golza possessed any rationality, but it certainly appeared devoid of it. Then Lufa witnessed Golza charging and unleashing a purple ultrasonic ray that shattered a skyscraper. The ultrasonic ray, a purple beam fired from the forehead, after concentrating energy, possessed devastating destructive power. Typically released after the head glowed, it could also be emitted from a larger area spanning the body to the neck, channeling the creature's full might for a more explosive and continuous barrage. Fissures crazily spiderwebbed across the ground while rubble and dust showered from the sky. The earth split apart like a shattered eggshell, cracking with a series of sharp pops. Open fire. The American soldiers fled without looking back. Did they take them for fools? That monster was colossal. Their puny firearms would only tickle it or draw its attention, getting them crushed underfoot. Moreover, they had just witnessed its terrifying attack. How could they not realize the futility? Nevertheless, the Air Force and tanks opened fire. Missiles and shells bombarded Golza, capturing its attention. Only after flames enveloped the beast did the assault cease. Golza's massive form lumbered out of the inferno. Its arms swept through the surrounding fire with gale force speed, parting the flames as it let out a piercing shriek, a defiant roar. Let alone causing harm, the creature remained completely unscathed. The fighter jet's bombardment failed to leave even the shallowest scratch on its hide. Target is unharmed. Repeat, target is unharmed. The fighter pilot's voice cracked with disbelief. This defied all human comprehension. They could not fathom how any flesh and blood being could withstand missiles and artillery shells. Nick Fury, with satellite feeds providing a live broadcast, saw it clearly. His jaw dropped in astonishment. What in the world was that thing? Was it even a living creature? Those missiles could pierce aircraft carrier armor. How could they fail to leave a single scar on this beast? Lufa felt his eardrums nearly burst. The missile explosions and Golza's roars were deafeningly close. He mused that an ordinary person would have their internal organs shattered by the sheer sound waves. How then did the Earth Defense Forces and ordinary humans in the Ultraman universe manage to stand so close to the battles between Ultraman and Kaiju? These were colossal beings weighing tens of thousands of tons colliding at near supersonic speeds while displacing the atmosphere. Could it be that humans in the Ultraman universe were actually superhumans like Hancock? Empiricism is a killer. Good thing I'm not ordinary, or I'd be dead by now. Luffy's envy cloak automatically absorbed the damage from sound waves and shock waves, converting it into magical energy for him. Scotty, Tifa, and Riven were also shielded by Luffy's envy cloak. The cloak was remarkably stylish in use. Luffy experimented and found it transformed into enormous bat-like wings defying physics as it carried him and the girls into the air. Are we going to fight that monster? Tifa asked, clinging to one of Luffy's arms. Let's see how things play out first. The Marvel world was different from the Ultraman universe. If he jumped in to help, he might get attacked, just like what happened to Nagi. Luffy figured he wasn't as noble as Nagi. If he found himself in a similar situation, he would hide and wait until humanity paid a heavy price before stepping in. Otherwise, why bother rescuing people only to get beaten every time? Nick Fury watched grimly as Golza rampaged through Los Angeles, seemingly drawn toward New York. The monster shrugged off military attacks, each hit packing the force of an anti-ship missile. Fury imagined such a creature facing the fully armed trump card ready U.S. military. Honestly, he doubted the military's chances. Vulcan cannons and high-explosive warheads were useless. They couldn't even scratch its hide. Nick Fury now wondered if all conventional weapons were ineffective against such a being. Who? His phone rang. Fewer than a dozen people knew this number, yet it was an unfamiliar caller. Fury answered. Director Nick Fury. The voice was familiar and Fury instantly recognized it. You, Luffy. Fury wondered how Luffy had gotten his number. Did that mysterious organization have moles within S-H-I-E-L-D, and they had to be highly placed to access this number? You've seen the monster in Los Angeles. Luffy stated. Do you know what it is, eh? Fury demanded. Of course. That monster is an alien weapon from a civilization called the Precursors. Unlike our civilization, their weapons are colossal biological constructs. Luffy's words shocked Fury. Are you sure? He hadn't expected the monster to be an alien invasion weapon. You've seen the Kree, so why act so surprised? Luffy said calmly. This was different. The Kree were formidable, but Danvers was around. Now they had no comparable force. Should he call Danvers back? Fury wasn't naive enough to think there was only one monster. Luffy had mentioned an alien civilization using monsters as weapons, so there had to be more. Can you handle it? Fury recalled Luffy telling Coulson they were a mysterious organization akin to S-H-I-E-L-D, though Fury remained skeptical. Of course, we're professionals. Just make sure your people don't accidentally shoot us. Luffy replied. Luffy had noticed Golza seemed fixated on him. Using the envy cloak to remain invisible, he avoided detection by S-H-I-E-L-D satellites and the military, who remained unaware that Golza was following him. However, this fixation was fragile. If someone inflicted enough damage on Golza, its attention would shift, much like an aggro mechanic. So after Fury ordered his people to hold fire on any suspicious figures and informed the military, Luffy prepared to reveal himself. The form of the Sagittarius gold god cloth. Under the watchful eyes of all, the sky was ablaze with flowing radiance. Nick Fury recognized that it was Luffy, but what in the hell was going on? Director, this is the suspicious person. The S-H-I-E-L-D agents on site could barely speak properly. Then they witnessed Luffy descending from the heavens. The jealousy cloak formed the final vent of Kamen Rider Knight, wrapping his body into a drill-like shape as he plunged at breakneck speed. Anyway, Luffy found the jealousy cloak quite amusing. Boom. However, it was evident that Luffy's final vent couldn't shake Golza. The colossal beast, also weighing tens of thousands of tons, erupted in countless sparks and remained unscathed. Motherfucker. Nick Fury's expression shifted instantly as he subconsciously reached for his pager. But Golza's sudden roar of agony halted his reflex. Scotty swung her greatsword with unparalleled might, delivering a pedicure to Golza, at the cost of severing one of its legs entirely. After all, despite her low in-game strength in the lore, Scotty was a powerhouse capable of effortlessly stirring the tides with her giant blade and splitting mountains and cracking the earth. Even Riven and Tifa were no match for Scotty. Perhaps only if Luffy obtained other formidable characters could they contend with her. Until then, Scotty was the strongest card in Luffy's hand. This doesn't make sense. I should be no weaker than Dante when he first awakened his demonic bloodline in the Temenigru, so why can't I even defeat Golza? Luffy was baffled, hovering in midair with his wings spread. Could it be that the jealousy cloak wasn't powerful enough? Then he might as well use the Yamato. Golza, having lost a leg to Scotty, crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, crushing a building and causing minor tremors elsewhere in Los Angeles. Nick Fury was even more astonished. What was with that woman in the strange attire? Tank shells and fighter jet missiles couldn't even scratch the beast, yet she had crippled it with a single sword stroke. How absurd was that? Especially when Nick Fury saw another, even more bizarre white-haired woman wielding what looked like a broken blade. She carved wounds into Golza that missiles couldn't produce, though she seemed dissatisfied with the result. Sir, the times have changed. No, they haven't. That was Nick Fury's current sentiment. So was this still the age of cold weapons? He thought he had already come to terms with it. After all, Carol had once single-handedly pummeled an invading Kree fleet with her bare fists. But when he saw Tifa striking Golza with her gauntlets and greaves and actually making an impact, he found it unacceptable. Were her muscles packed with diesel generators or nuclear reactors? Even a fighter jet's engine power couldn't budge this behemoth. Yet it wasn't over. Nick Fury finally saw Lufa draw a blade descend from the sky a second time and slice off Golza's head with a single stroke. Motherfucker, this was not the world he knew. Watching Golza's head roll to the ground, Lufa sheathed the Yamato. That blade was still indestructible. Apart from being unable to use Dimensional Slash, it was flawless. But that was fine. Even Nero, Virgil's own son, couldn't use it. Soul Harvest. Lufa used Soul Harvest on Golza's corpse, fusing its soul and body into a soul stone the size of a human. Upon devouring it, he could restore mana and vitality and even enhance them. He hadn't decided what to do with the soul stone yet, so he stored it in his inventory. He would figure out later whether to use it to strengthen himself, Scotty, and the others, or to enhance the jealousy cloak and the hatred demon arms. The matter is resolved. After calling Nick Fury, Lufa hung up without giving him a chance to speak, displaying an attitude of sheer disdain. Nick Fury was furious but helpless. Given the power displayed by Lufa and the three women, this mysterious organization was no easy foe. At the very least, Fury was determined to form his own Avengers. As for Lufa, after defeating Golza, he received a reward, but not a character one, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. He still wanted more allies and wives. Of course, the drop from Golza was unexpected. He obtained Golza's summon card. Although it was a one-time use, and the summoned creature would die if killed, it would obey his commands. This made Lufa feel it might be useful after all, perhaps to obtain another soul stone of the same size. If such a massive monster corpse could vanish without a trace, could those preposterous eyewitness accounts from the past actually be true? Nick Fury felt a chill of dread, realizing that many things he had heard of before, but dismissed with disdain, might very well have been alien invasions. Judging by how effortlessly Lufa and his team had dispatched this colossal beast, they indeed possessed the capability to protect Earth, as they claimed. Just as they said they could have eliminated the Kree during their invasion had Carol Danvers not stepped in. But what about memories? Didn't they erase them? Wouldn't that easily expose everything? Or did they assume S-H-I-E-L-D could handle it? Nick Fury pondered, given the emergence of Golza, Lufa's words likely weren't false. Otherwise, if Lufa had created such a colossal monster for world conquest, wouldn't that be more effective? Even fighter jets and missiles had failed to scratch it, and the effectiveness of nuclear warheads remained uncertain. However, this possibility couldn't be dismissed either. Perhaps they were the creators of the monster, and it was only because the creature went out of control that they were forced to clean up the mess and fabricate a lie. As the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury had to remain skeptical, sufficiently skeptical. Thus, despite everything appearing genuine so far, he could only trust Lufa's words by 70 or 80%. Tony Stark was upgrading his Iron Man suit in the basement. The emergence of Lufa and his nanobiochemical suit made Tony realize that even his armor might not be safe. The nanosuit couldn't punch through his Iron Man suit in one blow, nor could it fly. Yet it perfectly fulfilled the U.S. military's and the world's requirements for super soldiers, enabling soldiers to become superhuman fighters far superior to Captain America. The coordinated combat effectiveness of such super soldiers was terrifying. For instance, wearing the nanosuit, soldiers could sprint dozens of kilometers carrying anti-material sniper rifles and still hit every shot within visual range, thanks to the suit's assistance, unless the target also wore a nanosuit. Carrying dozens of kilograms of ammunition would no longer be a logistical concern. Tony Stark believed that if super soldiers in nanosuits coordinated their attacks, his Iron Man suit might not withstand the assault and could be destroyed. That's why he needed to upgrade his armor. "Sir, you should see this," Jarvis said to him. The engrossed Tony Stark casually grabbed a cheeseburger and took a large bite. He loved burgers. They were convenient and symbolized American culture. "What is it?" Tony Stark looked at the screen Jarvis projected, which displayed the colossal monster Golza rampaging through Los Angeles. This footage was inevitably captured by someone, but Lufa had simply chosen not to deal with it. After all, he didn't have the Men in Black's neuralizer, so he left it to Nick Fury to handle. Nick Fury could think whatever he wanted as long as it didn't affect Lufa. Is this a monster movie? Although Tony said that his sharp instincts told him it was real, devoid of the foolish details typical of movies. Sir, this happened at exactly 7:11 p.m. The monster appeared without any warning, materializing out of thin air, and immediately began causing destruction. The U.S. military launched an attack against it. Jarvis played the footage of the military's assault and its results. When Tony saw that even missiles couldn't scratch the monster's hide, he was stunned. What's the situation now? Tony Stark moved toward his Iron Man suit. It's already been dealt with. Jarvis' answer made Tony pause. If fighter jet missiles couldn't penetrate the monster's skin, how was it resolved? Had the U.S. Navy sailed in and bombarded Los Angeles. But given its hardness and defense, such bombardment likely wouldn't have been effective either. According to comparison, it was resolved by Dr. Lufa of Umbrella Corporation. Jarvis then played the footage of Lufa and Scotty dealing with Golza. Tony was even more astonished because with his expertise, he couldn't identify the technology Lufa and those beautiful women had used. Especially the armor Lufa wore. It shifted seamlessly. Was it a new nanobiochemical suit technology? And that blade that decapitated such a formidable monster in one stroke. What technology was behind it? Subatomic cutting. Tony Stark seemed mesmerized, repeatedly asking Jarvis to replay the footage. He desperately wanted to understand these technologies, but as I think it works, intuition wasn't as potent as Reed Richards'. Otherwise, he might have figured it out and replicated it scientifically. I never imagined such gigantic monsters existed. It seems my suit faces far more threats than I anticipated. Tony Stark looked at the nearly completed Mark IV and suddenly felt it was utterly inadequate. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. In the end, he decided that strengthening himself was more important, so he directly devoured the massive soul stone of Golza. The immense vitality and magical power made Lufa feel far stronger than before, essentially doubling his enhancement. With a roar, Lufa couldn't help but bellow toward the sky as the shadow of the demonic figure flickered over him. Then a terrifying burst of magical energy erupted. Before the astonished gazes of Tifa, Scotty, and Riven, they witnessed Lufa's complete demonization. It was as if a demon from the abyss struggled to break free from the confines of flesh. Beneath Lufa's skin, visible and violent writhing began. Muscles, sinews, bones, every component of his body seemed to undergo renewal. Reading the information carried by the demonic power, he mobilized all his strength to manifest it explicitly. This was mutation, or more precisely evolution. Bone plates grew to protect his skull along with iconic inverted horns. Newly formed scales interwove with keratinized skin enveloping his entire body in pure white. Delicate, meticulously arranged curved plates overlapped like fish scales, their unique structure granting both formidable toughness and the ability to absorb massive impacts through a cushioning layer beneath the carapace. White. After completing the demonic transformation, the first thing that came to Lufa's mind wasn't the surge in power, speed, or defense, but his color. The bloodline of the Dark Demon. Sparta is black, Dante is red, Virgil is blue, Nero is cyan blue. Why am I pure white? Although some of his keratinized layers, such as the hardened parts used for attack, gleamed with a metallic silver luster and weren't entirely flawless white, he could still undeniably be called a white demon. As for the Envy cloak, it merged with the demonic transformation to form something akin to a back shell. With a ferocious visage and a pure white appearance, Lufa thought. How incredibly cool. White is a color few can master, but if one can, it exudes unparalleled beauty and majesty. Looks more like the design from Devil May Cry 5, but without the true demon's large wings. Speaking of which, the Yamato is from the 4th generation, yet the bloodline is from the 5th. Lufa carefully examined his current form and felt quite satisfied. The stimulation of immense magical power and the intake of soul energy had finally enabled him to achieve demonic transformation. Lufa, are you alright? Seeing his now fierce and imposing appearance, Scotty, Tifa, and Riven showed no fear, but instead rushed over to ask with concern. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you? This is the demonic transformation after my bloodline awakened. It amplifies strength, speed, defense, and magical power nearly tenfold. I feel like I could punch Golza down now. Lufa said to them with satisfaction. But you've turned into this. Tifa wondered if something was wrong. Could bloodline awakening really cause such a change? Then she saw lightning flicker across Lufa's body, and in the blink of an eye he reverted to his normal form. I am half demon, half human. That form only appears after I transform, and I can't maintain it for long. So my human self is my true form. Lufa said to Tifa, and then gave her a kiss. Feeling emboldened now, he thought he could be more intimate with them. He could not only transform into a demon, but also had become much stronger in his normal state after absorbing Golza's soul stone. Hopefully he wouldn't get his waist snapped by Scotty in a moment of excitement. Tifa quickly pushed that thought aside. After Lufa's sudden ambush, if not for Riven and Scotty's presence, she might have nestled into his arms. But not now, because both Riven and Scotty would stop her. Seeing Tifa kissed by Lufa, Scotty took the initiative to kiss him too. Riven, noticing Scotty had gotten ahead of her, immediately joined in. Wait, I haven't even processed Tifa's and Didi's kisses. Aren't you two indirectly kissing each other? Oh, that's not so bad. Lufa initially wanted to stop them, but when he felt Riven slip her tongue in, he was utterly astonished. Riven's tongue was like her sword, straightforward and bold, probably because she lacked experience. But Lufa himself was no expert either. So even when he tried to teach Riven, he could only clumsily let his tongue spar with hers. This sparked Riven's interest. She thought, this I can do, isn't it just a fight? Then Lufa was thoroughly defeated. When Tifa forcibly pulled Riven away, she still seemed unsatisfied. Given their lung capacity, they could probably set a world record. I want to turn too. Scotty appeared a bit simple, but that was only because she wasn't accustomed to mainland customs and kept her distance. Once familiar, however, one would find Didi quite flirtatious and proactive. Otherwise, we wouldn't think that in the whale calf and whale shark pairing, Didi is the dominant one, while Shark and Grani are submissive. Her silver-white hair cascaded over Lufa as she gently pushed him to the ground. With just one hand, she rendered him unable to resist. Scotty leaned down. Their eyes met. Scotty's crimson irises were vivid and alluring. For Lufa, white hair and red eyes were an irresistible temptation, though Tifa's long black hair was also quite captivating. Then Scotty was pushed aside, and it was Tifa's turn. But with Tifa, Lufa finally mustered his courage and flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Tifa's breath quickened. This move caught her completely off guard, and the close eye contact made her feel immense pressure. Tifa became at a loss, mainly because she had intended to take the lead, but now Lufa was in control. Lufa was pleased with Tifa's reaction. This was the way to go, no more letting them think he had no power to resist. But Tifa looked so tempting like this. After the affectionate exchange ended, Lufa didn't push further. Though he wanted to, the memory of Scotty effortlessly pinning him down with a single hand made him hesitate. Damn, are all deep-sea hunters this monstrous? What will I do when I pull the second captain and Shark? The second captain is even stronger than Didi. Of course, given that none of the four characters he had drawn so far shared the same world setting, it seemed extremely difficult to summon specific ones. So why did he have to play so many games? Lufa watched the news broadcast on television. Though it could hardly be considered a major news station, even if it reported on a fleet of helicopters with still-spinning rotors that had made a leap in one go. It took him quite a while to find it. Johnny Blaze. So the Ghost Rider storyline is about to begin. Lufa was deeply concerned about the Ghost Rider and the state of hell in this world. If it were the hell of the DC universe, Lufa would have no thoughts other than fleeing. After all, even a projection of DC's hell was a place rivaling or even more dangerous than Apocalypse. As for the Marvel Universe's hell, or rather the hell dimensions, they had long shattered into countless fragments, giving rise to numerous lords of these fractured realms. Yet the true throne of Satan, the king of hell, remained vacant. If someone could ascend to that throne, they would rule all hell dimensions and merge them back into one. Compared to the missing Lord of Heaven, the hell dimensions boasted far greater prestige and power. The Lord was merely a sky father on par with Odin, but Satan of the hell dimensions was a multiversal-level entity. A roar echoed. Lufa walked through the night streets, followed by a black man. They entered an abandoned factory, and the man emitted an inhuman, beastly howl. A demon. Beneath the human disguise lurked a ferocious monster. Lufa was not surprised, for the hell dimensions were filled with all manner of bizarre creatures, demons and devils. Ever since he had gained the ability to transform into a demon, such monsters had sought him out. These creatures were drawn by the scent of his demonic essence. He wondered what the Sparta demon lineage had become in this world. These monsters came not to pledge allegiance, but to devour him. Or perhaps it was due to his other half, the human bloodline. Another ordinary demon. Lufa no longer needed to bring Scotty and the others along. He now possessed sufficient self-protection abilities. This was already the third demon he had encountered. He wondered what the New York Sanctum was doing, allowing so many demons to slip through. Since it was just an ordinary demon, after killing and refining it into a soul stone, Lufa handed it over to the jealousy cloak. He himself had yet to fully digest the soul stone of Golza. If only I could go to the universe of Demon Bane. There would be soul stones everywhere to hunt. As the demon charged, the jealousy cloak transformed into a massive Gatling cannon, the same model used by a certain terrorist against Superman who advanced through a hail of bullets. Only this one had a much larger caliber. The Oxhead demon saw this and tried to break, for it had learned of human weapons upon arriving in the mortal world, and the object before it pulsed with terrifying magical energy, infusing magic into bullets, or rather shells. These were 30mm shells forged from magical energy reminiscent of Dante's ebony and ivory. But the demon had charged too fast to stop, and Lufa had already opened fire. A deafening roar filled the air. The multi-barreled cannon unleashed a thunderous barrage. Standing nearby, one would feel as though their internal organs were being shaken loose. With such concentrated firepower, an ordinary person would likely have their organs shattered. The demon was riddled with holes in an instant, its soul devoured by the jealousy cloak. The nights in Los Angeles are growing restless. The jealousy cloak glowed as it digested the demon's soul, then transformed into a trench coat. With this magical artifact, Lou Fa no longer needed to wear clothes. The ever-changing jealousy cloak could satisfy all his needs. Still, Los Angeles was not as dangerous as New York. In the future, New York would face alien invasions and frequent explosions, so a few mere demons were merely food. In the following days, Lu Fa's life was far from peaceful. Tony Stark no longer had to worry about the Senate hearing. His Iron Man armor had only appeared once, beaten like a dog, until Lou Fa saved him from Ironmonger. Now Lou Fa had handed Ironmonger over to Dr. Samuel Stearns and Ivan Vanko to develop the Ironmonger series of suits. America had thus lost interest in targeting Tony Stark, but he gained a new worry: palladium poisoning. In truth, this was much later than in the original timeline, for he had not overused the palladium reactor. The Iron Man armor could do what the nanosuit could, and even better, sparking internal disputes within America over the nanosuit. The main issue was that soldiers equipped with the nanosuit were stronger than Captain America, leading the old guard to consider disbanding the conventional military. But that was impossible. The Pentagon and the 13 generals would never allow it. If 5,000 super soldiers in nanosuits could secure America's borders, the bureaucrats would be forced into retirement and the military-industrial complex would collapse. They would not let that happen. Tony Stark, with his characteristic arrogance, wanted to solve this problem himself, but soon realized it was not so simple. He had tried every element, but none could replace palladium. The only hope was the new element, Lou Fa element. The problem was that during the last negotiation with Umbrella, Lou Fa had refused, claiming that Umbrella was a rapidly growing corporation uninterested in Stark Industries. Moreover, Lou Fa held a significant stake in Stark Industries, leaving Tony Stark no choice but to drop the matter. But now Tony Stark was desperate. With hope in sight, he would not give in to despair. He would not let Rhodey take a suit and disappear as Iron Man, nor would he make Pepper Potts the CEO of Stark Industries. He had no mood for racing. All he wanted was to understand what Lou Fa truly desired. For Lou Fa, he had only been biding his time, waiting for the right price. But as his wealth and assets grew, he had simply forgotten about it. After all, money was no longer a concern for him. Lou Fa received the report from Emil Gillen, who had been running around recently, rarely at the company. On the rare occasions he returned, Emil Gillen would rush over immediately. Yes, Emil Gillen quickly said. This time Tony Stark was evidently sincere, flying over in his Iron Man suit to discuss matters in person. It was well known that Tony Stark was a notorious playboy who disrespected others. If you arranged a meeting, consider yourself lucky if he showed up late. Standing you up was the norm. After all, a major capitalist could afford to be willful. Respect, keeping promises. Such concepts had no place in Tony Stark's dictionary. So, just because he came to me, I have to cooperate with him. Lou Fa held no fondness for Tony Stark. On one hand, many of his villains were self-inflicted. On the other, Lou Fa no longer needed him. Emil Gillen was taken aback. I can't stand his temper and attitude. This deal is off, Lou Fa told him. Profit might make people forget grudges. Just as an arms dealer could still sit down to trade with the warlord who killed his brother, or a warlord with the man who slew his son. But for Lou Fa, he no longer needed such gains, so he simply didn't care. Expand and dominate. Unnecessary. After all, was an Umbrella Corporation already massive enough? It had surpassed Stark Industries. With assets totaling trillions of dollars across various sectors, and even more liquid capital in pounds, dollars, euros, and yen, all from those bloodsuckers. And there were those waving checkbooks eager to invest, along with military forces from various nations constantly funneling money. Originally, Lou Fa had only wanted a company to facilitate his harem and subordinates. Now it was sufficient. If it grew any larger, he'd have to consider founding a nation. In truth, Lou Fa had contemplated establishing a country. After all, wielding absolute power over a nation wasn't a bad prospect, was it? But considering the idea, a small country would be plagued by endless affairs and dependence on imports for various resources. Energy was manageable with new element reactors, but what about other resources? Petroleum wasn't just for energy, it provided numerous compounds essential to humanity. Even if substitutes existed, the technology for them was lacking. Technology, talent, resources management, all these factors constrained a nation. For a large country, one had to consider global dynamics, territory, conflicts of interest, and more. Lou Fa felt there was no need to take on such a massive undertaking. Of course, if someone with the right expertise emerged in the future, he might toy with the idea of creating a nation. Perhaps one day he could establish a new Asgard, on Earth, much like Thor and the Asgardians. Emil Gillen had no choice but to give up. He knew that even if the deal went through, Umbrella Corporation would gain at least $100 billion in the initial stages, and as the plan unfolded, an endless stream of wealth and profits would follow, making Umbrella a global industrial behemoth. But now it seemed his boss thoroughly despised Tony Stark, so the collaboration was impossible. Lufa had assumed that Tony Stark would stop bothering him after being rejected. Yet as he left Umbrella Corporation, a car pulled up right in front of him. "Hello, Dr. Lufa." Stepping out was Tony Stark's secretary Virginia Pepper Potts, accompanied by a striking woman who appeared to be Black Widow. Originally, Nick Fury had brought Black Widow back to approach Umbrella Corporation and test Lufa. But later the incident with Gorzen and Tony Stark's apparent troubles made Fury sense something amiss, so Black Widow followed the original plot and returned to Tony Stark's side. "I have nothing to discuss with Stark Industries," Lufa said, understanding the situation upon seeing Virginia Pepper Potts. Tony Stark might swallow his pride, but Virginia Pepper Potts would not. Did she know about Tony Stark's impending death? But how? In the original story, Tony hadn't told her, fearing she would worry. Could it be that due to his influence, she now knew? Lufa could only speculate. Black Widow, aware of her original target and what Nick Fury had told her about Lufa, showed no outward change, having known beforehand that Virginia Pepper Potts was coming to see him. Yet deep down she felt a sense of dread upon meeting Lufa for the first time. It was an instinctual reaction. The photos showed the old Lufa, not the one who could now transform into a demon. Even without deliberately releasing his demonic aura, it was terrifying to creatures with keen senses. Human perception was less acute than that of dogs or cats, but when the aura was intense enough, even a dull human could sense it, let alone Black Widow, a seasoned super spy forged in blood and storms. Lufa's gaze fell on Black Widow. He could feel her body stiffen, and when his eyes met hers, she struggled to breathe, nearly suffocating. Fortunately, Lufa quickly looked away. Virginia Pepper Potts also felt something, but she dismissed it as a psychological effect, hypnotizing herself into being barely unaffected. "Dr. Lufa, please allow me a few minutes of your time," Virginia Pepper Potts said earnestly. "My time is too precious to waste on this." Lufa shook his head. 10% of Stark Industries shares, Virginia Pepper Potts stated directly. That made Lufa stop in his tracks, quite surprised. "I suppose you know how many shares I hold in Stark Industries?" Lufa said calmly. He knew Tony Stark had acquired Obadiah's shares, but Lufa was the third largest shareholder, holding 10%. Tony Stark likely had around 34% now, and even if he continued buying shares, he probably wouldn't exceed 40%. Mainly because after the new energy source emerged, no one was willing to sell their shares. That was on the condition that Lufa was willing to do so and intended to. It was essentially placing a controller on Stark Industries. "We have nothing left that we cannot sacrifice." Potts looked at Lufa and spoke. "Then let's talk in my office." Lufa suddenly changed his mind, mainly because if he could add a bit of amusement by occasionally causing trouble for Tony Stark, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Just then Lufa looked up. Potts noticed his movement and followed his gaze. After a few minutes, she saw something like a missile hurtling toward them, and she watched in astonishment. "Tony." She hadn't expected Tony to come. Thump. Tony Stark made a superhero-style landing, cracking the hard concrete floor. "You didn't tell me you were coming here." Tony Stark opened his faceplate, and instead of addressing Lufa, first looked at Potts and said, "What else could I do?" Potts met his gaze and replied, "He'll negotiate with him. You can go back." Tony Stark cared deeply for Potts, but he didn't show it, and said directly, "Sorry, but I only agreed to let Miss Potts into my office." Lufa shrugged, interrupting Tony Stark. "So there's no room for negotiation." Tony Stark reached out and pulled Potts to his side. "Tony." Potts slapped his Iron Man armor, wincing from the pain, but enduring it, glaring at Tony Stark. "It's fine, Dr. Lufa, let's go upstairs and talk. You're making me wait outside." Tony Stark felt frustrated and said to Potts, "Ms. Potts, you have 5 minutes left." Lufa glanced at his watch. Earlier Potts had asked for a few minutes and Lufa had given her 10. "Stay here quietly and don't cause any trouble." As if scolding a disobedient child, Potts said fiercely to Tony Stark. Tony Stark, knowing he was in the wrong, had no choice. After all, he had hidden his palladium poisoning from Potts, and when she found out the new element might be his only chance for survival, which was why Potts came to meet Lufa. The two entered the building. Tony Stark had Jarvis attempt to hack into Umbrella Corporation's building to keep an eye on Potts and ensure nothing went wrong. The result was that he couldn't break in because Umbrella Corporation had no internal network system. That wasn't surprising. Until he had a reliable artificial intelligence, Lufa didn't plan to use any network system. Although it seemed primitive, Umbrella Corporation had no need for a network system in any area or matter. If enemies wanted to obtain any intelligence, they would have to resort to physical infiltration. And if they did, the wolves in nanobiochemical suits would make them realize how grave a mistake that was. In fact, it was entirely militarized. The wolves acted as human cameras communicating and linking through the systems in their nanobiochemical helmets to transmit information and intelligence, which was far better than hiring people to sit in a monitoring room watching screens. Tony Stark couldn't understand how a modern company could exist without a network system. Didn't the employees he hired need computers to work? He wanted to barge in, but seeing the two security guards in nanobiochemical suits inside the door, Tony Stark stopped. Well, he was only worried about making Potts angry, not because he thought he couldn't beat those two guards. Moreover, the glass at the entrance was 50mm thick reinforced glass, made in China, making it nearly impossible to sneak in without causing a commotion. Filled with anxiety, Tony Stark waited outside in his Iron Man armor, eating a cheeseburger and drinking beer. Inside, Potts and Lufa were having a pleasant conversation. Lufa had no interest in Potts, whether in the movies or comics. He already had 3 perfect wives and would have more in the future, so naturally he had no designs on Potts. He was just trying to provoke Tony Stark. Seeing Tony Stark waiting obediently outside delighted Lufa, and even Potts found Lufa easier to get along with than she had imagined. In the end, they reached an agreement. Tony Stark would transfer 10% of his shares in Stark Industries in exchange for the right to use Lufa's element, along with long-term cooperation in sales production of the element in the new energy project market. Thank you, Dr. Lufa. Potts was extremely excited. Now Tony had a chance to be saved. You're welcome. It was your sincerity that made our cooperation possible. Lufa shook his head and said, please understand, Tony isn't very good at interpersonal communication. Potts naturally knew Lufa was referring to Tony's attitude, and she did her best to excuse him. Lufa shook his head in disapproval. Potts naturally understood this as well, but what could she say? All she could do was offer an awkward smile. Fortunately, the cooperation was finally reached. After Potts left the gates of Umbrella Corporation, Tony Stark, who had grown impatient waiting, immediately flew her back, giving her a taste of being an aerial flyer. Yet Potts still accused Tony Stark of recklessly using the Iron Man suit. They could have simply taken a car back, so why fly? Wearing that Iron Man suit and using it would only cause more harm to Tony Stark's body. Potts felt Tony was risking his life. Tony Stark didn't know what to say. He knew Potts' accusations came from concern, and he had only wanted to give her a romantic gesture. But it seemed Pepper wasn't buying it. Or rather, because she cared so much about him, she disregarded such romantic notions and focused solely on his well-being. Listen, tomorrow Umbrella Corporation will send someone to deliver the new element. When it arrives, you'll replace this thing. Potts said to Tony Stark. Okay. He'll do whatever you say. Tony Stark indicated he would obediently comply. The next day, Lufa kept his promise and had someone deliver the invaluable Lufa element to Stark Industries. Under the supervision of Pepper Potts, Tony Stark promptly replaced his old reactor with the new element. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded. Tony Stark had initially assumed that even if the new element didn't cause the radiation contamination like palladium poisoning, it would only solve that one problem. He would still need to keep drinking that foul-tasting beverage to reduce the palladium levels in his blood. Yet the radiation emitted by the new element miraculously cleared the palladium from his bloodstream, reducing its concentration to normal levels. This is impossible. Tony Stark found it hard to believe. Lufa had thought the same while watching the movie. Palladium poisoning was akin to heavy metal poisoning and radiation sickness. How could radiation from the new element resolve it? Could the palladium in the blood be cleansed by radiation? Wouldn't Tony Stark have been killed by such intense radiation first? Yet he was alive and kicking. After installing the new element reactor, he recovered almost instantly. Tony, are you alright? Pepper Potts was overwhelmed with emotion. She embraced Tony Stark, overjoyed. Tony Stark paused momentarily, setting aside his doubts and confusion about this matter. He returned Pepper Potts' embrace mainly because she had never been so passionate before, making him feel that all these issues were insignificant. On the screen, a plan for the Umbrella Corporation and Stark Industries to jointly develop the new energy market was displayed. Project Savior. This name was deliberately chosen by Lufa. In reality, it could have been called Savior Reactor or Arc Reactor. He didn't mind. At his level, he no longer cared much about such trivial matters. Sometimes what truly mattered was finding joy and genuine happiness. For instance, right now he was playing a game with Scotty, Tifa, and Riven. You lost, Riven. Hurry up. Lufa slammed the table. Riven unhesitatingly unzipped her leather skirt from the side, letting it slide down her smooth black stockings. Indeed, the game they were playing was quite thrilling. Lufa thought that even if he couldn't fully indulge, he wouldn't miss out on such pleasures. He admitted he was a lecher. Of course, Riven, Scotty, and Tifa felt the same about Lufa. Fortunately, the ship girls weren't around, or else Umbrella Corporation would have exploded every other day. This was a game where winning or losing didn't matter, so Lufa found it thoroughly enjoyable. He even forgot that he was supposed to go out and fight monsters today. Lufa, it's your turn. Scotty looked at Lufa. This time she had won. The winner could demand that anyone, or everyone, remove their clothes. When Tifa and the others won, they naturally wouldn't ask everyone to strip. That would be too dull. It was far more exciting when Lu Fa designated someone to undress, feeling his gaze upon them. Then Lu Fa found himself completely naked. Feeling the stares of Tifa, Scotty, and Riven, Lu Fa puffed out his chest and held his head high. A real man must be tough, and one must not fear the gaze of others. Being timid was utterly unbecoming. Continue. Riven urged eagerly. But Lu Fa has no clothes left. Scotty said, puzzled. Shouldn't the game be decided by now? No, I've been eliminated. Now it's just the three of you playing. Lu Fa said with a smile, then calmly sat down to watch. Scotty and the others exchanged glances, noticing how little clothing each of them had left. They knew Lu Fa wanted to play this kind of erotic game, so they had come prepared. On the other side of the large bed, the mattress had collapsed entirely, as if Scotty and Riven had been wrestling in their sleep. They were both dressed quite lightly, having fallen asleep directly after playing last night. Lufa now thought he was truly brave just to have stayed. He hurriedly checked on Riven. Thankfully, she appeared uninjured, or at least without any visible wounds. As for TT, there was even less cause for worry. Deep-sea hunters were the superhumans among the superhumans of Terra. The second captain could travel at supersonic speeds on land using sheer physical prowess and at sonic speeds underwater. With such physical strength, the Hulk would be dealt with in a single punch. The second captain could probably take on Thanos. Even if TT wasn't quite on the second captain's level, she couldn't be far off, could she? At the very least, she was on par with a vice captain. He picked up Riven, then lifted Scatty as well, but moved her to a different spot. If he placed Scatty next to Tifa, Lufa worried for Tifa's safety. It seems necessary to have Tifa and the others wear clothes woven from vibranium fibers, at least for safety. Even if vibranium fibers absorbed limited kinetic energy and weren't as powerful as vibranium armor, Scatty only unconsciously exerted her power in sleep. At the very least, wearing them would prevent injuries. After Lufa left, Tifa and Riven both opened their eyes. They had hoped Lufa would give them a kiss. Scotty, however, did not open her eyes. The little orca fell into a deep slumber and would only wake if there were sounds of battle to stir her. Next, Lufa turned on the television news. Often monsters that required his intervention appeared on the news, serving as one of his information channels. Johnny Blaze has been charged with destruction of road facilities and murder. And indeed, the television news displayed the very headline he was looking for. It seems that last night Johnny Blaze had already transformed into the Ghost Rider. Lufa deeply regretted the death of the Earth Demon, but he dared not wade into that troubled water. Otherwise, devils and demons with elemental abilities were quite desirable. Once turned into demonic tools, they could serve a functional purpose. The lightning-controlling demon had become an electric guitar, discharging shocks along with a few other odds and ends. Dante's attitude toward demonic tools was rather indifferent. He killed most demons outright, never considering crafting tools or harvesting souls, as he was far too wealthy. Unlike Lufa, who had to think twice about whether to turn even an ordinary villain into a demonic tool. However, when night fell, Lufa encountered the one person he least wanted to meet. A flaming skull riding a motorcycle pursued by police drove up the side of a building. The sight of the vehicle defying gravity left the officers utterly stunned. Then Tony Stark, finally feeling his steel armor had a purpose, deployed without a second thought. Jarvis, connected to all network systems, retrieved information faster than S-H-I-E-L-D. So as the Ghost Rider rode onto the rooftop, two palm energy blasts came crashing in. Boom. Wow, is it Halloween today? That skull effect on your head is pretty impressive. Tony Stark descended from the sky. His armor had been upgraded to the Mark VI while the Mark V was still under construction. The Mark IV had been scrapped, and the Mark V was designed to counter colossal beasts like Golza, requiring considerable time just to build. If Lufa had known about Tony Stark's plan, he would have definitely remarked on how ridiculously the man burned through money. After all, that thing wasn't easy to manufacture. $200 billion could vanish in an instant, and Tony Stark was insane enough to attempt the project entirely on his own. It could be said that Stark Industries was still running only because there was no immediate need for capital flow. Otherwise, Pepper Potts would have stormed into Tony Stark's basement and discovered a giant hidden there. Oh no, perhaps the construction site for the facility was still being set up. After all, it was a steel armor tens of meters tall. Tony Stark needed a proper place before he could start building. The $200 billion were burned on establishing such a base. Back to the main topic, Tony Stark had no intention of killing anyone, even though he had already slain many terrorists. Tony Stark's attempt to stop the bleeding not only failed, but the hemostatic spray instead became fuel for the hellfire, making it burn even more fiercely. The blazing hellfire seared Tony Stark, causing him immense agony, for hellfire scorches the soul itself, a pain that penetrates to the very marrow. However, just as the Ghost Rider pulled the chain from his leather jacket and swung it to drag Tony Stark closer for the penance stare, the Wind Demon suddenly struck. In the original storyline, the Wind Demon also appeared here only to be rather childishly eliminated by the Ghost Rider using a whirlwind spun from his Hellfire chain. To be honest, Lufa felt that even if the Wind Demon had been shot dead by the Ghost Rider, it would have been a better death than this farcical one. Lufa was not at the scene. He watched on television as Iron Man Tony Stark was felled by a single shot from the Ghost Rider, and then he simply observed the spectacle. Why on earth would he go to save Tony Stark? If he ended up being targeted by the Ghost Rider or Mephisto, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? His bond with Tony Stark was not so deep that they would entrust their lives to each other. If Tony Stark died, he died. After all, his death wouldn't restart the universe. Yet at the critical moment, the Wind Demon showed up to cause chaos, making Lufa sigh that Tony Stark was truly fortunate to still be alive. However, the searing of the Hellfire would leave him with an unforgettable agony, and moreover, it was a brand. He couldn't possibly escape. Wait, could it be that I've arrived in a universe where Iron Man becomes the Ghost Rider? Just then, Lufa suddenly thought of a possibility. In the later comics, Johnny Blaze had been giving away his excess Hellfire to others, and those people also became Ghost Riders. If it were any other criminal, even if they were lucky enough to not be immediately burned to death by the Hellfire, they would gradually be consumed by it in the days to come. But the man in question was Tony Stark. What if a mutation occurred resulting in an effect only seen in the comics, and he turned into a Ghost Rider? A Hellfire Iron Man armor. Holy shit, wouldn't that be an epic enhancement? Hellfire itself could amplify ordinary objects to an incredible degree, like a Hellfire excavator or a Hellfire gun that could blow up a tank with a single shot. And now they were going to enhance his Iron Man armor with Hellfire. Wouldn't that be even more outrageous than the Extremis armor? Perhaps only the Hellbat armor could compare. Lufa kept muttering that it was impossible, that things couldn't be that good. Besides, why should it be? Tony Stark was a scumbag playboy. If he could become a Ghost Rider too. Though come to think of it, Ghost Riders themselves weren't exactly good people. This refers to those spirits of vengeance not created by God. Though the spirits of vengeance and the Ghost Riders look identical, their inner essence is vastly different. Take Johnny Blaze, for example. He was the most powerful Ghost Rider in history, not because he housed a spirit of vengeance, but because his host was the soul of a demon lord. What is a demon lord? It is the master of a fragment of a hell dimension, a dimensional demon god on the level of Dormammu. Strictly speaking, it might not be as strong as Dormammu, but it could certainly stand on equal footing with Odin. And those Ghost Riders who received Hellfire from Johnny Blaze shared the same essence as him, completely different from the spirits of vengeance. Back to the main story on the television. For some reason, the Wind Demon was not childishly eliminated by the Ghost Rider as in the original plot, but instead escaped. Faced with a demon and a scumbag, the Ghost Rider made a simple comparison and abandoned Tony Stark. After all, he was already afflicted by the Hellfire and wouldn't live long. It was better to go after the Wind Demon. He was hungry, very hungry, craving the Wind Demon's soul. So he mounted his motorcycle, roaring as he flew off, defying gravity. A helicopter in the sky opened fire on him, but the Ghost Rider merely swung his Hellfire whip and cleaved it in two. Anyone who obstructed him would be killed, whether or not they were his target. A spirit of vengeance might detour or avoid them, but the Ghost Rider had no such qualms. After the incident, Tony Stark was rushed to the hospital. The police chief's phone was blown up by his superiors, who gave him a thorough dressing down. After hanging up, he felt like cursing. What could he do? The playboy just had to fly around in his Iron Man armor. Was he supposed to call in helicopters to stop him? Logically, Tony Stark, who had shut down his weapons division, would not be considered important. However, the new energy source had only increased his influence. Imagine the monopoly on future energy sources. Everyone knew how terrifying that would be. The money would come rolling in. Though Lufa coveted the Hellfire, he had no intention of touching it. To do so would easily draw the attention of Mephisto, so he decided against it. Yet sometimes avoidance is not an option. How is Tony Stark doing? Nick Fury asked Coulson with a grave expression. After the incident, Coulson had rushed to the scene, and the undercover Black Widow had reported the situation to Nick Fury, but the final results awaited Coulson's investigation. Black Widow dared not manipulate too much, knowing Tony Stark was not easily fooled. Thus, Nick Fury had no choice but to wait for Coulson's findings. The situation is dire. There's a flame on Tony Stark that refuses to be extinguished. The doctors have tried numerous methods, and even summoned the fire department. Coulson said to Nick Fury, his face pale. Even though Stark Industries' position as the largest weapons manufacturer had been usurped by Umbrella Corporation, whose weapons were irresistible worldwide, Coulson knew Tony Stark's significance to S.H.I.E.L.D., and especially to the director. Nick Fury took a deep breath, realizing this matter fell into the realm of legends and magic, a department S.H.I.E.L.D. had recently established. After witnessing the Flaming Skull, Fury had come to believe in the existence of gods and demons from lore. Not to mention the colossal monster Gorzon as evidence. We can't handle this, so we have to seek Lufa and his people. After all, when Liu Fa had boasted to Coulson, he had exaggerated grandly, speaking of a mysterious organization protecting Earth watching over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founding and observing the Chitauri invasion. Now faced with such a problem, it was only natural to consult the experts. Thus Coulson sought out Liu Fa. However, getting an audience was no easy feat. Mr. Liu Fa. After immense effort, Coulson finally spotted Liu Fa swimming with Scotty. Since this world's oceans lacked the seaborne, Scotty led Liu Fa on deep dives. It's you. I recall sealing off this area. How did you get in? Liu Fa asked, slightly annoyed, brushing back his wet hair and wiping away seawater. I parachuted in, Coulson replied with a smile. While normal people couldn't breach Umbrella Corporation's blockade, Coulson could simply skydive. Fine, you win. TT, go play on your own. Liu Fa turned and patted Scotty's hip beneath the water. Scotty nodded and swam off to join Riven and Tifa. What do you need? Liu Fa leaped out of the sea, splashing water that drenched Coulson, giving him a taste of Liu Fa's pettiness. But Coulson ignored it. Watching Liu Fa jump 5 or 6 meters high and land over 10 meters away on the sand, he marveled at the prowess of the mysterious organization that could battle and swiftly defeat the giant monster. To date, Liu Fa and his team's overwhelming strength and evident disdain had solidified Coulson's belief in the mysterious organization. Only Nick Fury harbored a sliver of doubt, 95% convinced with 5% remaining skeptical. Last night, there was a flaming skull. Coulson began. Ghost Rider, Liu Fa interrupted. What? Coulson was baffled. That entity is called Ghost Rider. Don't meddle with him. He's immortal, immensely powerful, and his mission is to send sinners to hell early, bolstering its forces. Liu Fa continued, causing Coulson's face to darken. His body camera fed live footage to Nick Fury, who watched and listened in real time. So you're saying he's a messenger from hell? Coulson asked in disbelief. What was happening to the world? Even during the brutal World War II, no such messenger appeared. Otherwise, that mustachioed dictator would have been sent down. No, just a poor fool deceived by a demon. In any case, avoid contact and provocation. In his eyes, you agents are no different from criminals. Liu Fa took an iced lemon cola from the fridge, drank deeply, and sighed contentedly before adding, what? Coulson felt his life's purpose denied. They became agents for justice and to save the world. How could they be akin to criminals? In your missions, haven't you ever harmed innocents, caused losses, or bankrupted others? Liu Fa sneered. Self-proclaimed righteous agents. How laughable. Primarily, they could not deny that they had caused no innocent casualties, and the economic losses were beyond words. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. were to compensate, the amount of reparation remained highly uncertain. Sometimes compensation alone could not mend what was broken. Tony Stark was attacked by him and has yet to awaken. Can you resolve this? Coulson ultimately abandoned this line of contention, feeling that as long as their conscience was clear, that sufficed. No, that is hellfire. Abandon hope, it is an attack on the soul itself. Modern medicine and science can neither resolve it nor extinguish that flame. Liu Fa pondered for a moment before speaking. Is there truly no way? If Tony Stark were to die, the entire world would be affected. Coulson spoke with urgency. Stark Industries wielded immense influence. Tony Stark was its sole ruler, a genius, and the pioneer of new energy development. The impact of his death would be graver than that of a president's demise. A president could be replaced. If Tony Stark died, many might leap from buildings. What concern is that of mine, Agent Coulson? Liu Fa replied calmly. But aren't you like us, protectors of world peace? Coulson asked, perplexed. Not the same. We merely observe the human order and ensure its continuation. We have no interest in human infighting and no intention to safeguard world peace. Unless it is an alien invasion or the resurgence of gods and demons, we do not meddle in human affairs. Otherwise, the world would not be dominated by science today. Liu Fa now had the confidence to deceive Coulson with ease. Coulson and Nick Fury fell silent. Not protectors of world peace, but saviors of the world and observers. This rationale instantly gained credibility, explaining why an organization with such immense power remained hidden instead of interfering with the workings of the human world. Because they cared not for human infighting or wars, they merely safeguarded humanity as a whole. In an instant, an image of a lofty and noble organization took shape in the minds of Coulson and Nick Fury. Observing humanity from on high, never intervening in their choices, even if a world war causing massive casualties were to occur. Otherwise, with their power, they might indeed be worshipped and revered by humans as gods, and the world would not have developed to its current state. I understand. I deeply apologize for disturbing you. Coulson spoke with reverence. Even though Liu Fa displayed an indifference to human casualties, their dedication to preserving humanity as a whole must have been exemplary, otherwise humanity would not have survived until now, would it? Watching Coulson leave, Liu Fa paid him no heed. He admired Scotty and Tifa's swimsuits and graceful strokes, finding them endlessly captivating. Coulson's parachute landing today also made Liu Fa consider establishing a territory where potential ship girls could patrol his waters and shoot down any illegal intruders. Hellfire. Liu Fa deliberated back and forth, ultimately deciding not to touch that substance, though he was sorely tempted. To this end, he had even brought Scotty and the others to the island for a vacation, specifically to avoid the Ghost Rider's range of activity, lest it sense his demonic aura or Mephisto discover him and come knocking. The one who endures to the end claims the chicken dinner. Liu Fa felt no shame in his cowardice and caution. When strong, one could be reckless. When weak, one must learn to be prudent. A week later, Liu Fa brought Scotty and the others back to Los Angeles. Tony Stark remained unconscious, still in a coma. Johnny Blaze had likely resolved his issues with Mephisto. The information Liu Fa gathered from the Umbrella Corporation indicated that Johnny Blaze had gone missing. Until the second Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze would reappear in a remote country. Until then, he was on the run. Liu Fa turned his attention to the Hand. This was a new target for farming, especially since the Hand's ninjas could be repeatedly eliminated. At this moment, the advantage of becoming the leader of Hydra became apparent. Liu Fa made a single call to Alexander Pierce, and soon received a dossier on the Hand. For Hydra, an insignificant organization like the Hand was hardly worth attention, but their underlings still gathered intelligence. Hydra, aiming to rule the world, naturally could not allow such malignant forces threatening world peace to survive. They would all be dealt with uniformly in due time. This is not the TV series version of the Hand. After a cursory glance at the dossier, Liu Fa realized this was likely the comic book version, not the one from Daredevil. New York, the largest city in the United States and one of the foremost metropolises globally, stands as a testament to economic might, with Wall Street within its bounds, making it a pivotal hub of global finance. The presence of the United Nations headquarters further elevates its political significance, rivaling that of Washington, D.C. Thus, it is a city of paramount importance where the splendid prosperity of capitalist society is vividly displayed, yet the stark realities of brutal exploitation and class division are equally laid bare. Hence, Lufa could not fathom why Kingpin and Madame Gao could be so audacious. Did the tycoons of Wall Street not intervene? Were they unafraid of becoming a laughingstock before the United Nations? Oh, as it turned out, they indeed harbored no such fear. With Lufa's current wealth and influence, locating Madame Gao's narcotics laboratory in Hell's Kitchen was hardly a challenge. In this regard, Madame Gao was exceedingly malevolent. Posing as a fellow Chinese, she would deceive immigrants or those smuggled from China, then blind them and force them to manufacture drugs for her. Thus, targeting her first was the most fitting course of action for Lufa. As for the other fingers of the Hand, they were mostly absent from New York. It would be more convenient to wait for them to come of their own accord. The Cloak of Envy materialized into a suit of armor resembling black steel battle gear. Lufa ordered the werewolf squad to blockade the vicinity of the drug lab, lest formidable enemy units emerge. He then leaped directly into the drug lab. Who goes there? Madame Gao placed great importance on her drug lab, stationing Hand ninjas as guards alongside a dozen or so ordinary gunmen. To the average observer, this formidable defense, coupled with Kingpin's dominion over New York's underworld, was enough to deter any troublemakers. His mere word kept all challengers at bay. Consequently, these gunmen grew lax. Were it not for the ninjas, Lufa could have crept up behind them unnoticed. Yet being detected was of little consequence. Lufa lashed out with several lightning-fast punches, shattering the chests of the gunmen before they could react. His current strength was of an unfathomable magnitude. Though he could not gauge its full extent, Lufa felt he could hold his own in a brawl with the Hulk. Using such power against ordinary humans meant a single touch was lethal. However, the moment these gunmen fell, Lufa heard a peculiar, resounding insect-like chirping. He spun around abruptly to find a bizarre humanoid creature of a cyan hue standing before him. The creature then vanished without a trace as sparks erupted from Lufa's body. He had been struck. Hyperspeed movement. Accelerated reflexes. A worm. Lufa's pupils contracted, though he felt no pain. In the Kamen Rider series, worms appeared formidable, but their actual combat data ranked them as the second weakest monsters of the Heisei era. The weakest were the Orphnok. While worms could barely shake or injure Lufa, their true threat lay not in attack power, but in their hyperspeed ability. Nearly every adult worm possessed this hyperspeed capability, leaving ordinary humans utterly defenseless. Even Kamen Riders lacking acceleration abilities struggled against them. Lufa had not anticipated encountering a worm as an enemy unit. It was far more dangerous than facing aliens or G-busters, for if it attempted to flee, it would be nearly impossible to catch. Allowing this worm to escape could lead to a swarm of worm larvae coupled with their mimicry abilities. Lufa suddenly felt the attack cease. He frantically searched for the worm, but could not locate it. Then screams erupted from outside. Lufa let out a roar and transformed into a demon. The pure white demon emerged, darting outside at terrifying speed. He witnessed the worm slaughtering the people within the drug lab while the Hand ninjas futilely attempted to intercept it. their strength was no match for the creature. The instant he spotted the worm, Lufa accelerated with all his might. Before the creature could react, he drove his fist through its chest. Without giving the worm time to struggle, he thrust his other hand into the gaping hole and tore the creature in two. Boom! The worm exploded, engulfing Lufa in flames. The real-world explosion was far more devastating than those in games or TV shows. Moreover, the drug lab was a confined space filled with combustible dust. Thus, every pane of glass shattered, and the entire building shook several times. Those who perished in the blast were also counted among Lufa's kills. Good thing worms can't use their acceleration organs indefinitely, or it would have been a real hassle if it escaped. Lufa breathed a sigh of relief. He was utterly unfazed by the explosion. In his demon form, further shielded by the armor formed from the cloak of envy, the blast left his hair undisturbed. Such a commotion in Hell's Kitchen meant he could no longer linger. Lufa ordered the werewolf squad to withdraw, then returned to tally his gains. The Yamadam Spirit Stone. It is the transformation device of Kamen Rider Kuga, a type of war machine produced by the Yamadam Spirit Stone, which possesses the ability to enhance human physique. This enhancement exists even without transformation. However, since the Yamadam Spirit Stone was born from war, it has the capability to devour human consciousness, causing ordinary individuals to be consumed and transformed into war machines. Once integrated into the body, the Yamadam connects with all of the person's neural tissues. Any awareness of the transformer is transmitted to the Yamadam through the neural tissues. Upon receiving commands, the Spirit Stone alters the transformer's body at the molecular and atomic levels, allowing it to become anything desired, as all things are composed of molecules and atoms. The Yamadam can absorb all usable energy to enhance itself, allowing for manipulation at the molecular and atomic levels, eliminating the issue of losing the belt, as the belt itself is sufficient without requiring any additional tools. Moreover, Kano is also pushing Kuga's limits. For instance, after coming into contact with the dimensional wall of DCD, it can utilize the dimensional wall by itself. After being infused with the power of the Demon King, it can directly transform into Ultimate Kuga, and upon absorbing the Earth Stone, it can become Super Ultimate Kuga, and after being electrically enhanced by a strong individual, it can kick and stop the repair card robot. Other abilities of Kuga are not extensively showcased in the TV series. 1. Sealing ability. 2. Regeneration ability. 3. Copying ability. 4. Absorption and transformation ability. Most importantly, it grants the power of manifestation as per the original Japanese setting. Riku's sealing energy, Kuga's unique killing intent, atomic disintegration, and so on are all derived from the user's thoughts, which are then materialized by the Spirit Stone. Thus, netizens in Area 11 speculate that the giantization of the Yamadam Spirit Stone may also be possible, though it would require a substantial amount of energy. The initial form, Azure Dragon, Pegasus, Omnipotent Titan, Sublimation. These are merely manifestations of the user's thoughts facilitated by the Yamadam Spirit Stone. Not everyone will possess these forms. This is not a guru, it's just the Yamadam Spirit Stone. Rufa does not quite understand how this item dropped. If it were from a game, shouldn't a complete belt be given instead? However, now is not the time to ponder this question. The focus should be whether or not to use this Yamadam Spirit Stone. To be honest, the potential of the Yamadam Spirit Stone is incredibly high. One could say it is comparable to the bloodline of the Spartans, with no upper limit to its growth. Moreover, the Yamadam Spirit Stone will continuously and subtly enhance the user's body. In the original storyline, after returning from his travels, Godai Yusuke could defeat a wolf king of the same level using only his base form, demonstrating how much stronger he had become during his travels. The problem is Rufa does not know if the Yamadam Spirit Stone will cause any issues with the Spartan bloodline, such as directly consuming it, turning Rufa into a pure Kuga. Rufa would be left in tears as he fundamentally leans more towards the Spartan bloodline, mainly because it is just so cool. However, it is also possible that by utilizing the Yamadam Spirit Stone, I could become a true Demon King ahead of time. Rufa hesitates. He hasn't considered using it on Scathach and the others, mainly because the Yamadam Spirit Stone would completely transform a person into a war weapon. He does not want to see an ultimate Blackeyed Scathach Riven and Tifa. That would be disastrous. As for Rufa himself, he is not afraid of being turned into a war weapon. Because he lacks the will to fight, he only has the desire to build a harem. As for fighting, after trying it once, Rufa felt it was less enjoyable than playing games, or watching anime, or even playing with Scathach and the others. How could a Spirit Stone substance turn a NET into a war weapon? Fighting, well, it probably couldn't even find one. I've made up my mind. Rufa placed the Yamadam Spirit Stone on his chest primarily because he felt something was off about placing it at his waist. Since it's not a belt, he figured it could go anywhere. At first, the Yamadam Spirit Stone showed no reaction, so Rufa continued to inspect other drops. This Yamadam Spirit Stone was likely dropped after killing that alien bug, as the other items were basically useless trash. For example, a Pokeball. Where the hell am I supposed to find a pet Pokemon? Also an explosion talisman originating from the Naruto mobile game. While Rufa was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The Yamadam Spirit Stone began to permeate his body with the Spirit Stone substance and Spirit Stone nerves starting to spread. This was met with resistance from the Spartan bloodline's immune system and body. Rufa immediately felt unbearable pain, but fortunately he had experienced a similar agony when he became a Spartan, gaining a certain level of adaptability. Even though this pain felt as if it were about to tear him apart, it merely made Rufa grit his teeth. This Yamadam Spirit Stone has had no prior user, so its form remains unstable. All that Lufa could think of was the union of the Amadam Spirit Stone with the bloodline of the Sparta demon, so that he might become a true demon. Under the stimulus of pain, this desire grew even stronger to the point where it influenced the Amadam Spirit Stone. It ceased its relentless struggle against the Sparta demonic bloodline, and instead entwined itself with it. The entanglement was surprisingly smooth, though the Bodis instinct strongly resisted foreign matter. By doing so, the Amadam Spirit Stone essentially abandoned its uniqueness and merged into the bloodline. Even the Spirit Stone substance and spirit nerves underwent transformation. Lufa's immense demonic power was absorbed and converted into the new abilities of the Amadam Spirit Stone. All the dominant and recessive traits of the bloodline were activated by the Amadam Spirit Stone, and Lufa's body instantly transformed into a pure white demonic form. Soon after, the Amadam Spirit Stone began to remodel his physical body. Nerve-like substances released by the Amadam fused with the tissues throughout his body. Under their directives, drastic changes occurred at the molecular and atomic levels. Cells transformed, strengthening into superhuman muscle tissue, and the nerves also became highly developed. After all, in the original story, Kuga's flesh turned into armor, providing immense defense, while remaining sensitive, so injuries would still cause pain. Further mutated from the pure, white demonic form, Lufa's demonic transformation became more ferocious. Horns symbolizing the Amadam Spirit Stone sprouted from his head, seamlessly merging with the Sparta demon's horns. Once all these changes were complete, Lufa felt explosive power surging through his entire body. The black parts on his body resembled the golden sections of Kuga's rising form, an evolution born from the Amadam Spirit Stone absorbing demonic power. However, since there was no first user like Kuga, the Amadam Spirit Stone directly used the Sparta true demon form to construct Lufa's current appearance. A demonic Kuga. No, the Amadam Spirit Stone has now completely fused with my body. This isn't Kuga. This is my super demonic transformation. The potential of Lufa's bloodline had been pushed to its limit by the Amadam Spirit Stone, and the super demonic transformation was only slightly inferior to the true demon form. As for why it fell short, it was because Dante had absorbed the immense power left by the demon swordsman Sparta to become a true demon, surpassing even his father's strength. Virgil's true demon form was awakened by the vast demonic power, life force, and souls nurtured by a city's fruit. In terms of accumulated power, Lufa was still far from their level. Nevertheless, having devoured the soul stone of the colossal monster Golza, his strength was nothing to scoff at. After dispelling the super demonic transformation, Lufa's normal form appeared unchanged, but his muscle strength and bone density had been enhanced at least tenfold. Lufa. The tremendous commotion of the super demonic transformation had darkened the sky into a vortex of clouds directly above Lufa's location. Scotty and Tifa naturally saw it and rushed over. They saw Lufa smile gently at them. Tifa let out a gasp as he lifted her into his arms. Today is a wonderful day, Lufa declared excitedly. He planned to challenge his weakness. With a tenfold enhancement in his normal state, surely he could now make a move on TT. Having stayed so long with 3 beautiful women and a lovely girl, merely stealing a few touches was agonizing for Lufa. Even verbal intimacy with TT and the others made him feel shy. Now Lufa felt he could give it a try. After an indescribable million words, Lufa met his demise mid-course. No, Lufa failed before even setting out. No, that didn't sound right either. In short, he was thwarted. Tifa and Riven were manageable. They were now ordinary compared to Lufa. But TT was a different story. As a super soldier created by Agur, the deep sea hunter clearly exceeded normal physical limits, and Scotty tended to use excessive force when nervous. Holding his aching lower back, Lufa sat silently by the bed, pondering that if he wanted to continue, he would have to activate the super demonic transformation. But that would be rather perverse. "I'm sorry, Doctor," Scotty said. Tifa and Riven huddled under the covers, having already been conquered by Lufa. But when it came to Scotty, an accident occurred. The sound of Lufa's back breaking was quite loud, startling them both. After all, Lufa's body strength now far exceeded ordinary humans, and his bone density and hardness were correspondingly high. The noise of being snapped was naturally far from subtle. Fortunately, both the demonic constitution and the Amadam Spirit Stone possessed strong regenerative abilities. Otherwise, Lufa would now be lying helpless in bed. "It's fine. It's my own weakness, not your fault, TT," Lufa said, shaking his head. Fortunately, Tifa and Riven could still offer him a glimmer of warmth. It's okay, Lufa. You still have me. Tifa held Lufa as she spoke. Me too. Riven refused to be outdone, though she proved not as formidable as Tifa. Scotty watched them with envy, their closeness to Lufa, making her feel troubled by her own strength for the first time. Seeing Scotty's expression, Lufa pondered for a moment before mustering the courage to console her. Of course, he dared not do anything else now. Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Underground laboratory. Lufa arrived here intending to test whether electric shocks could enhance his physical strength, though he held little hope. The reason the Amadam Spirit Stone was effective in the original story was that Yusuker Godai, an ordinary human user, absorbed the new energy of electricity, which greatly enhanced him. But what was Lufa? He was a demon. The Amadam Spirit Stone first encountered his powerful demonic energy, shaping the form of the super demon. Perhaps the super demon was already Lufa's evolved form. It's fine. If electric shocks don't work, there's gamma radiation. If gamma radiation fails, there's the energy of the cosmic cube. Lufa had a plethora of things to try. For the electric shock, a new element reactor was prepared to discharge electricity. The closer the discharge point was to the Amadam Spirit Stone, the better, so Lufa directly inserted the wires into his chest. This was because the Amadam Spirit Stone had already fused with his heart, intertwining with it. The extended Spirit Stone nerves and matter had nearly formed a protective layer covering his chest cavity. Bang! As Lufa ordered Red A to power on and instantly set it to maximum output, he was electrocuted and sent flying into the wall. But it wasn't over as he clung tightly to the massive wires without letting go. The energy released per second by the new element reactor converted into electricity was terrifying, no less potent than natural lightning and even more powerful in terms of charge. Crackling electric arcs flickered across Lufa's body, forcing him uncontrollably into his super demon form. Arg! The roar's shockwaves shattered the walls and shook the entire laboratory as the immense electrical energy filled the space. Red A watched with a grave expression, ready to cut the power at any moment. The Amadam Spirit Stone began absorbing the electricity, and Lufa sensed some change occurring within his body. After a full minute of electrocution, Red A shut off the power and rushed in, finding Lufa seemingly charred, lying on the ground, smoking and carbonized. Yet after being rushed to the medical room, Lufa recovered on his own. He sat up. "Master, are you all right?" Red A asked, surprised. "I'm fine. I've never felt better." Lufa clenched his fists, sensing no obvious change externally, but internally a transformation had occurred. The Spirit Stone matter and nerves fueled by the absorbed electricity spread and covered his internal organs faster than Yusuker Godai's transformation. In other words, he had become even less human. He attempted to demonize, finding himself still in the super demon form, but with significant changes, golden patterns, and larger horns on his head. Lufa looked at himself in the mirror. Apart from the pure white demon form remaining unchanged, the golden patterns and the black lines from demonic energy now served as accents, making his color scheme less monotonous. He casually picked up a decorative piece of metal and watched as it transformed in his hand into a massive sword. So this is atomic reorganization. I didn't expect my original version of the Amadam Spirit Stone could achieve this. However, it was limited to simple atomic reorganization, far from being able to directly create vibranium. After all, the scriptwriter's imagination back then was quite limited. Not dwelling on it, Lufa stretched. Since electric shocks stimulated the Amadam Spirit Stone, he could try other forms of energy. Of course, he needed to take a break. He sensed that the Amadam Spirit Stone had reached saturation and was digesting the vast electrical energy. Lufa kept imagining his desire for super speed. Previously fearing the alien worm might escape, he had killed it outright, forgetting to turn it into a demonic tool. Otherwise, he might have obtained one granting super speed. For now, Lufa had to rely on the Amadam Spirit Stone. To that end, he even hired a psychologist to hypnotize him. Since thoughts could influence the Spirit Stone to manifest desires, hypnosis could amplify those thoughts and longings. One must understand that there was a considerable amount of goods stored there, and all of New York's addicts relied on the ice powder produced by this drug manufacturing facility to sustain themselves. Kingpin Fisk had inquired about this matter with her primarily because the failure to deliver on time led Kingpin to suspect that Lady Gao held a grudge against him. "Someone has made a move against us." Upon hearing Lady Gao recount the bombing of the drug lab. After all, in the original storyline, the explosion of the alien bugs seemed unimpressive, but in reality their destructive power was no weaker than C4, especially since the ensuing battle had caused the powdered agents to disperse into the air. A dust explosion was equivalent to a secondary blast. The fact that the drug lab still retained its structural framework was a testament to the integrity of its original construction. "Can the goods be recovered?" Kingpin bit down on his cigar as he spoke. "They didn't take the goods, they destroyed them all." Lady Gao shook her head. The destruction was utterly thorough. She couldn't fathom who would be so opposed to profit scattering the goods everywhere and saturating the air only to trigger another dust explosion that wiped everything out. Otherwise, they could have identified the culprits and reclaimed the merchandise. Any suspects? Kingpin felt his blood pressure spike. Without those goods, he lacked the funds and resources to maintain his unified control over New York. It was as if someone was deliberately opposing him. None. Lady Gao's drug lab had no surveillance cameras nearby, an obvious precaution given their illicit activities. They had naturally chosen a remote location. Now, with no survivors, the ninjas' bodies had also been obliterated by the explosion, preventing resurrection. They were left in the dark. They had no idea who was responsible. Lady Gao had hoped to gather information through the ninjas, but all had perished without a trace. This made her deeply anxious, suspecting that the enemy might be aware of the ninjas' ability to resurrect and thus destroyed the bodies. A shadow of fear and pressure loomed over her, for they all dreaded death, which was why they sought the dragon bone to prolong their lives. I will have someone look into this. Can the drug lab be rebuilt? Seeing no immediate solution, Kingpin decided to set the issue aside for now. The priority was restoring the supply of goods. Rebuilding is not the problem. The issue is ensuring it won't be destroyed again after reconstruction. Lady Gao spoke calmly. If you have no objections, I want to increase the manpower 20-fold. Kingpin said very seriously. Agreed. Lady Gao had no intention of deploying more ninjas. Since Kingpin wanted to take charge, she would let him handle it. Perhaps this time they could figure out what was going on. As for Lufa, despite employing psychological suggestion and hypnosis, he had not acquired the ability of super speed. The Amadam Stone clearly did not grasp what Lufa desired unless he could obtain a tangible object for it to access. Much like how Onodera learned to use barriers after coming into contact with Wang Xiaoming's shield. Haste makes waste to some things cannot be rushed. Lufa consoled himself, thus, though his urgent desire to grow stronger stemmed from his keen awareness of the formidable foes awaiting him in the future. After all, he was Alexander, perpetually tempted to abandon Earth and seek refuge on some distant planet. The problem, however, was Thanos. Scotty could defeat Thanos, yes, but a Thanos who had gathered all the Infinity Stones was beyond even her capabilities. The cinematic portrayal was limited by budget and special effects. In reality, who knew how powerful Thanos truly was? Relying solely on the movie's power scaling would be a grave miscalculation. For Lufa, he refused to let his wives take risks. His operators, his servants, his heroes. Not one could be lost. Sir Aldrich Killian from Advanced Idea Mechanics wishes to see you. Emile Girand found Lufa. Aldrich Killian. Lufa naturally knew who he was, the developer of the Extremis virus and one of Iron Man's antagonists. But why would he seek a partnership with him? Alright, Tony Stark was still unconscious. If anyone wanted to crack the Extremis virus, they might indeed come to him. However, Aldrich Killian had originally sought Tony Stark's cooperation because they couldn't resolve the virus instability issues. The formula Tony had carelessly scribbled while drunk had propelled their research forward all this time. Reluctant as he was to admit it, Aldrich Killian found he couldn't do without Tony Stark's help, which was why he had approached him for collaboration. Now Lufa had no notable expertise or achievements in bioengineering. Why would Killian come to him? Could it be that with Tony Stark in a coma, he was simply testing the most prominent scientific genius of the moment? Was he that reckless? Nevertheless, Lufa thought it worth exploring. His primary interest lay in the Extremis virus itself. The Extremis virus, capable of modifying and adding elements into DNA, was introduced by Aldrich Killian to Pepper Potts as a means to recode DNA and unlock the human Bodis bioelectric potential. To be honest, Lufa cared little about the latter aspect, but the ability to recode DNA was of paramount importance. He sought to help his operators overcome the affliction of erypathy and other similar conditions. Aldrich Killian caught sight of Lufa, who was clad in a silver suit with slicked-back golden hair. A perpetual upward curl lingered at the left corner of his mouth, drawing inevitable attention. Dr. Lufa, a pleasure to meet you. He extended his hand with a smile. Dr. Killian likewise. Lufa shook his hand in return. He was curious about what valuable spoils the Extremis beings would yield. Truly accomplished at such a young age, Dr. Lufa. Aldrich Killian remarked, though his words were not the idiomatic version, Lufa's mind simply auto-translated them as such. Let's get straight to the point, Dr. Killian, Lufa said calmly. Our researcher's time is precious and should not be squandered. Aldrich Killian nodded, then attached a projection device to the back of his head, displaying his brain to Lufa. Lufa pretended to observe intently, though in truth, he understood none of it. Despite studying under the big-headed demon's intellect paled compared to a Kryptonian's, leaving him at roughly the knowledge level of a standard college entrance exam. To make matters worse, Lufa was crossing fields. He had studied law, which made it all the more frustrating. Dr. Killian, are you seeking investment? After viewing the presentation, Lufa addressed him. I prefer to call it collaboration, Aldrich Killian replied with earnest seriousness. Though Umbrella Corporation had yet to go public, its valuation had never ceased to soar. In contrast, Stark Industries, plagued by the misfortune of Tony Stark's unconsciousness, seemed perpetually beleaguered. Everyone knew Umbrella Corporation was the superior choice, unlike Stark Industries, whose tumultuous ups and downs could induce heart attacks even in those without cardiac issues. Naturally, Aldrich Killian sought to align himself with Umbrella Corporation. How could his connections with the vice president rival the global influence Umbrella now commanded? He was unaware that Umbrella had leveraged the vast network and assets left by vampires combined with Hydra's resources to catapult itself into a behemoth. During this ascent, many had tried to take a bite out of Umbrella's lucrative pie. But those individuals were either eliminated by Red as team or thwarted by others. Lufa had full confidence in Red as operations. He was a man without scruples, second only to the assassin Amiya Kiritsugu. It was a pity, though, that those opportunities for draws were wasted. The extremist beings can generate temperatures of 3,000 degrees, releasing immense heat and thermal radiation. In military applications, they could serve as super soldiers without the risk of injury. Aldrich Killian naturally aimed to break into the arms market, and Umbrella Corporation, the unrivaled titan in global weaponry, was the ideal partner. The nanosuit was essentially a bioarmor representing the pinnacle of bioengineering. Many nations had established labs to reverse engineer its technology, yet none had succeeded so far. I'm quite intrigued, Dr. Killian, Lufa said with a smile. Then a successful collaboration. Aldrich Killian exclaimed in delight. A successful collaboration, Lufa echoed with a grin, inwardly thinking he would raid Killian's lair tonight. He was well aware that the key figure behind the extremist virus or the extremist project was Maya Hansen. However, Maya seemed deceived by Aldrich Killian, unaware that the stability issues had already been resolved. But no matter, with the big head around, Lufa believed solving the extremist problem would be trivial. Aldrich Killian departed. Red A began tracking, Lufa instructed. With Red as eyesight, losing Aldrich Killian was impossible. Whether due to overexcitement or carelessness, Killian made no effort to conceal his destination. The werewolf troops swiftly assembled to blockade Aldrich Killian's stronghold, which housed nearly 40 to 50 extremist beings. Whether neutralized by Lufa or left to spiral out of control, they posed a grave danger. More importantly, the events of the Avengers had yet to unfold. Aldrich Killian had inexplicably abandoned his low-key demeanor, likely due to some shift. Perhaps it was the influence of Lufa and Umbrella Corporation's sudden rise, or the impact of Tony Stark's coma. There was no longer any need to orchestrate the removal of the current president and install the vice president as a safeguard. The Umbrella Corporation was more than capable of resolving many of his troubles. The Mandarin plan was also unnecessary now. Master, I have located the target. After Red A spiritualized and trailed Aldrich Killian, he remained completely undetected. This was one of the finer points of servants. Virtually all of them came with innate stealth and invisibility. Unless it involved precision instruments, it was difficult to detect their presence. Good, I've arrived. Lufa unfurled a massive jet engine formed from the jealousy cloak, allowing him to soar into the sky and fly at supersonic speeds. It was rather conspicuous and eye-catching, but that was a minor issue. The jealousy cloak could mimic anti-radar coatings and insulate heat sources, rendering Lufa invisible to machines. Thus his flight was utterly silent. Red A, keep watch. Shoot down anything that comes out that isn't me. You have permission to use Broken Phantasm. Lufa said to Red A. Understood. Red A nodded. Since Lufa had become a demon, the need for magical energy was no longer an issue. Even without a command seal to establish a link, bodily fluids could still supply what Red A required, so Lufa simply gave him his own blood. The vast ocean-like magical energy contained within the blood allowed Red A to use noble phantasms and even reality marbles without restraint. Lufa was also concerned about the emergence of formidable monsters. He did not fear ultimate creatures individually, but the drops from dozens of such high-tier beasts were unpredictable. He worried that a truly massive creature might appear. He charged alone into the experimental base where Aldrich Killian was located. This was the site of the extremist project, a collaboration between Killian and the military using disabled veterans as test subjects. Who goes there? The two ultimate creatures at the entrance reacted instantly. Their DNA had been recoded and enhanced by the extremist virus, granting them reflexes far surpassing ordinary humans. Had they participated in the Battle of New York, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. But what greeted them were two flashes of blade light, and their heads fell to the ground. Soul Harvest. Without giving them a chance to explode in a rampage, Lufa used Soul Harvest with both hands simultaneously, successfully refining the two ultimate creatures into soul stones. The quality seems decent. Lufa sensed that the quality of these soul stones was equivalent to several ordinary people's. In that case, he ought to gather more ultimate creature extremists. In the future, he could inject criminals with it, wait for them to transform into ultimate creatures, and then harvest them. If the Umbrella Corporation didn't dabble in viruses, could it still be called the Umbrella Corporation? Those inside, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. It was clear these ultimate creatures were confident, charging out unarmed, only to be impaled by hundreds of spikes and pinned against the walls. Lufa strolled leisurely, and any ultimate creature that drew near was pierced by spikes fired from his cloak. This move was an imitation of Amazon projecting spikes from the body, but Lufa used the jealousy cloak instead. Of course, ultimate creatures were not so easily killed. Unless their heads were severed or destroyed, they were virtually immortal. But that didn't matter. Lufa simply fed them to the jealousy cloak, which had grown considerably stronger than before. Then he saw a monster, a creature of immense tonnage, crash down before him. Holy shit. That was Lufa's most genuine reaction, because the monster that dropped was utterly ridiculous. The king of mech bulls. The boss of the Billmark Imperial testing grounds in Dungeon and Warrior. The mech bull's movement speed was ridiculously high and its size was enormous. When it fell, it unleashed a shockwave accompanied by 3 lightning bolts like those of the Electric Knight. If a melee fighter was knocked back by the shockwave, they were almost guaranteed to be struck by all 3 bolts plus the electrified effect. An absolutely delightful experience. The mech bull could also summon the same eye-like objects released by the floating castle's boss, attacking players from beneath their feet. Most infuriating was its flamethrower, which inflicted both stun and burn effects. Comically, the mech bull could also launch players high into the air. Special attention was needed. The mech bull would periodically summon small robots, during which it was invincible. The robots had to be destroyed quickly, or they would summon various monsters from previous rooms. Why is the king of mech bulls here? The power system of Dungeon and Warrior, if realized in reality, would be terrifying. It was merely constrained by the game's maps. Roar! The king of mech bulls bellowed and swung its massive axe at Lufa. Thud! Lufa endured the blow. Hedon. A type of plant. Lufa cursed, nearly being knocked out of the super demon state. The power of the Bullhead Mechanic King exceeded his expectations. He thought he could at least rival a second awakening, but instead a single axe swing from the Bullhead Mechanic King sent him crashing out of reality. Master, do you need assistance? Red's voice echoed in Lufa's ears. No need. Lufa stood up straight. Moments ago, he had been slammed down hard enough to carve 2 deep grooves into the cement floor with his feet. Fortunately, his shoes had transformed from the jealous cloak, or he would have lost them. It would feel quite awkward and embarrassing to come out barefoot. The Bullhead Mechanic King saw that Lufa was still standing and without hesitation opened its mouth to breathe fire. But the next moment, Lufa vanished from his spot, leaping swiftly towards the Bullhead Mechanic King, unaware that he had already drawn the Yinma blade, which pierced the Bullhead Mechanic King's head. Such a small knife posed no threat to the Bullhead Mechanic King, yet Lufa grasped the Yinma blade, dragging it as he intended to slice the Bullhead Mechanic King in half. Sparks flew everywhere. Only the Yinma blade could endure such reckless behavior. The Bullhead Mechanic King struggled madly, trying to attack Lufa, but as Lufa dragged the Yinma blade, he had already transformed into a super demon. All everyone could see was a flash of white, and then the Bullhead Mechanic King fell to the ground, split open from forehead to back by Lufa. Run. Although Aldrich Killian didn't know what was happening, his research secrets couldn't be exposed here, so he immediately ordered the ultimate beings to leave with the research materials. However, Lufa had been keeping an eye on them. How could he let them escape? With the Bullhead Mechanic King already down, no one could stop them. Yet the Bullhead Mechanic King stood back up. It can still live? Lufa exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at the Bullhead Mechanic King. Red A, it's your turn, don't let a single one escape. Then Lufa drew a second blade, the high-frequency Murakumo from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, determined to dismantle the Bullhead Mechanic King piece by piece. As soon as he finished speaking, Red A shot an arrow that struck the head of an ultimate being. Then he saw a deep blue monster appear out of nowhere, floating with electric sparks behind it. But that wasn't all, though. As soon as the deep blue humanoid monster appeared, it attacked the other ultimate beings. One hand released electric sparks, and that terrifying blue-white lightning struck an ultimate being, turning it into a red monster in the next moment. What? Although Red A had been informed by Lufa that killing enemies would drop items from the opposing units, and allies witnessing it firsthand left him confused about whether this attacking person was an ally. After all, among the servants there were all sorts of strange beings, even non-humanoid ones like the red hair, so perhaps this deep blue monster was also an ally, just a bit oddly shaped. Lufa was locked in a fierce battle with the Bullhead Mechanic King, and naturally, it was the Bullhead Mechanic King that was taking the hits. Lufa was careful not to become greedy with his strikes. After all, both the high-frequency Murakumo and the Yinma blade were indestructible, and every hit was a gain. Additionally, with the Jealous Cloak allowing him to switch to flying mode at any time, Lufa's output was extremely comfortable. In contrast, the Bullhead Mechanic King was utterly unable to utilize its skills. Reality was not a game, and there was no such thing as invulnerability. After Lufa transformed into a super demon, his power directly surpassed that of the bullhead mechanic king, repeatedly interrupting its attacks. However, because the blade was too short, it felt more like trimming nails or scraping skin. By the time Lufa managed to carve out a skeleton from the bullhead mechanic king, it finally breathed its last, but when he turned around, he was shocked to find a horde of lobsters, green chubby ones, mad treasures, fog phantoms, soul ninjas, and a plethora of biochemical phantoms around. What the hell is going on? Lufa expressed his surprise. He had just taken down one bullhead mechanic king, only to find the scene had become utterly chaotic. Master, the situation is already out of control. Red A realized he had made a mistake after seeing the creatures spawned by the deep blue monster running rampant and killing. However, with so many creatures and their tough skins and thick flesh, Red A found himself at a loss. The werewolf squad had already engaged, but the effect was not very good. Biochemical phantoms that could be shot dead with firearms in the waterline became terrifying in reality, especially since their ability to assimilate and become stronger upon capturing people was still retained. Lufa spotted several blue Terminators capable of using electric attacks and generating a protective shield with nuclear energy. Fortunately, there seemed to be no other biochemical models among the biochemical phantoms, otherwise it would be even harder to deal with. However, some of these biochemical zombies could accelerate into a frenzy, others could detonate bombs to knock them back, some could turn invisible, and others could release expansive clouds of black mist. The most troublesome was the blue monster. Red A had tried, but ordinary arrows were utterly incapable of breaching its defense. Even attacks below rank were beneath its notice. Yet when Red A attempted to unleash a more powerful noble phantasm for a broken phantasm, the creature deployed a formidable shield, rendering even his broken phantasm unable to pierce through. Of course, using the fake spiral sword was still feasible, but without his master's permission, Red A had no intention of triggering a nuclear explosion outright. Aldrich Killian led the ultimate creatures to break through the encirclement, yet before he could savor the joy of escape, he found a pure white demon standing before him. "Good thing you didn't die." The pure white demon spoke in human tongue, its razor-like fangs sending chills down one's spine. "You? What are you?" Before Aldrich Killian could finish, Lufa seized his neck, instantly prompting Aldrich Killian to attempt releasing thermal energy to kill Lufa. "Soul, life, spirit, will. Give me everything you have." Lufa activated Soul Harvest. This time he intended to refine Aldrich Killian into pure soul stones. This would allow him to extract the maximum from Aldrich Killian's memories. This was what Lufa valued most about him. Experience, knowledge, the extinction virus, and all other memories could be obtained by devouring his soul stone. Watching their leader scream and transform into a crimson crystal, the remaining ultimate creatures stared at Lufa in stunned disbelief. Lufa had no time to absorb Aldrich Killian's soul stone. He needed to address the rampant chaos caused by the biochemical zombies. Although the correct and profitable course of action would be to ignore the biochemical zombies' continued rampage, thereby securing numerous drop opportunities, perhaps even summoning a few wives, Lufa pondered and ultimately couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deployed a werewolf squad to assist in the blockade. Letting the alien insects escape would have also yielded many hidden drop chances. Lufa vanished in an instant like a flash of light as he snatched off the head of a giant lobster. This creature, having evolved to its maximum level, differed from its game counterpart, which merely boasted increased health and frenzied charges, by gaining super enhanced strength, speed, and defense in reality. Yet it was still no match for Lufa. However, a moment later, Lufa's hair stood on and he spun around instantly, his arms just in time to block a massive greatsword. Sparks flew as Lufa was sent crashing through a load-bearing pillar. The dark humanoid figure that had ambushed him revealed itself. The tall figure was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, bearing no visible rust stains, yet exuding a thick stench of decay and blood rust. Its hands, encased in metal gauntlets, gripped a bizarrely shaped greatsword and a war shield. Its helmet, adorned with horn-like steel protrusions reminiscent of a demon's, emitted a crimson glow through the gaps. Mere eye contact conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Holy shit, a Black Knight. Lufa staggered to his feet, never expecting a Black Knight to appear. This was a foe on par with, or even surpassing, some Lords of Cinder. They possessed a set of black metal armor, towering and robust. Originally Silver Knights transformed into demon-slaying knights. When the Silver Knights followed Gwent to campaign against the Chaos, they were influenced by demonic power during the war against the demons. Their armor and equipment underwent changes, and they became known as Black Knights. The flames of chaos scorched their silver armor black, and the intense heat forged sharp edges on the armor, forming horn-like appendages akin to those of demons. Bloodstains remained on the Black Knights' weapons as evidence of the demons they had slaughtered, yet they too suffered heavy casualties. The survivors scattered across Lordran, while the rest were sent to guard Gwyn as he burned himself in the first flame. Their attire was nearly identical to the Silver Knights, but entirely black, and their swords were noticeably larger than those of the Silver Knights. The Black Knight's weapons dealt bonus damage against demons. Luffy's gaze met the crimson glow within the Black Knight's helmet, and he instinctively knew that the Black Knight had locked onto him. Without a moment's hesitation, the Black Knight launched an attack, initiating with an overwhelmingly oppressive leaping slash. Like a falling meteor, Luffy found himself unable to evade and was forced to withstand the blow heated. The Yamato clashed with the Black Knight's greatsword, producing a deafening clang of metal. Luffy's body sank, his bones groaning in protest, as the Black Knight's great shield swung toward his neck. Bang! At the critical moment, an arrow struck the Black Knight's armpit, disrupting its shield-swinging motion. The arrow released at the critical moment halted the Black Knight's next move. Of course, ordinary attacks could not harm the Black Knight, so this was a strike of broken phantasm. Boom! The Black Knight was blasted back a step. Then it strode out of the flames as if nothing had happened, the dazzling firelight, making its black armor appear even more ferocious. What kind of monster? Archer stared in disbelief at the Black Knight, which had only been jolted by his broken phantasm. This had to be a joke. For a Black Knight who had battled ancient dragons and demons, Archer's attack was not a mere tickle. A tickle could not have shaken it, but that was all it was. Its heavy armor was no trivial matter. If its defense had been insufficient, it would have been breached and slain by dragons and demons long ago. Archer summoned Scotty, then informed Nick Fury to lock down this city. Luffy had already rolled awkwardly away from the Black Knight's onslaught during the explosion, then said to Archer. He had spotted dinosaurs appearing. They had dropped after Archer shot the biochemical ghosts. The problem was that Luffy had played many dinosaur games such as Cadillacs and Dinosaurs Escape from Jurassic Park, A Jungle World, and Dinosaur Island. Even if all the werewolf soldiers were equipped with top-tier nanosuits, they could barely contain these monsters. Understood. Archer did not hesitate to offer protection for his master. Since Luffy had instructed him to do these tasks, it meant he was confident in doing so. Moreover, once Scotty arrived, most of the problems would be resolved. Luffy rose to his feet. His Yamato had just clashed with the Black Knight's greatsword, sparks flying, yet the greatsword was completely unscathed. It was to be expected from a Black Knight specialized against demons, but would this demon from another world also be subject to such restrictions? The Black Knight took a step forward, achieving the effect of teleportation with terrifying speed. Then its greatsword howled through the air, smashing the atmosphere as it swung toward Luffy. Confronted with such a ferocious assault, Luffy naturally could not meet it head-on. He had already tried that and nearly got pounded into the ground. If Archer found the Black Knight's strength hard to believe, Luffy found it even more so. He was in his super demon form, further enhanced by the Yamato's Spirit Stone, and he believed he could at least match Dante from Devil May Cry 3, if not the Dante from Devil May Cry 4. Perhaps he was only lacking in combat experience and awareness. Riven had also said that Luffy was not suited to be a warrior, as his instincts and awareness lacked the reactions of a qualified fighter. Modern humans, after all, have had their unnecessary bestial and wild instincts suppressed by civilized society. The majority born under such conditions are normal people, while the few who meet the standards of a warrior either become soldiers, mercenaries, killers, or psychopaths like murderers. Now facing a Black Knight that showed no mercy and was specialized against demons, this flaw in Luffy proved fatal. He could barely track the Black Knight's movements. Every action seemed to surpass the game's version, especially the exaggerated attacks and movements that casually shattered the air, triggering continuous sonic booms. The pure white demon was sent flying by the Black Knight's greatsword, then subjected to the repeated 3-hit shield combo. Only when facing a greatsword strike that could clearly kill him could Luffy manage to parry with the Yamato. Yes, he could only parry. Against the Black Knight's relentless assault, which seemed to require no recovery or wind-up, Luffy was already exceeding his limits just by avoiding being struck. As for the shield bash kicks, and even the occasional pommel strike, Luffy could not parry them in time, and he was soon battered into a critical state by the Black Knight. So why can't I control this with a controller or keyboard and mouse? If I could show you an aerial combo until you're dead. Luffy didn't even have the chance to roar, so he could only scream in frustration inwardly. He felt his advantage was being accustomed to game mechanics, but now he had to fight for real. Wasn't this a joke? Yet if he could somehow control himself, Luffy, a trainee judge's assistant who had created numerous ace combat videos and had millions of followers, would make this Black Knight understand what cruelty meant. As it stood, he couldn't even figure out what skills he had, relying entirely on normal slashes, heavy slashes, two-handed heavy slashes, and demon form slashes in combat. He wanted to use the Royal Guard style, but didn't know how, and he wasn't even sure if he had any styles at all. Though his wounds healed with each breath, the vast electrical energy had not yet been fully absorbed by the Yamato's Spirit Stone, which was now generating massive amounts of Spirit Stone energy and magic to sustain Luffy. However, having endurance without combat capability was still a problem. Tifa flew over. Yes, literally flew. Her entire form was encased in a luminous green skin-tight suit, accentuating her svelte and graceful figure. Green Lantern Tifa. Lufa sensed that Tifa's strength was too lacking. After all, she hadn't brought the materia from Final Fantasy. Thus, he bestowed upon her the Green Lantern ring. The ring, dropped by the system, seemed to require no recognition protocol. Tifa could wield it as soon as she put it on. What was more crucial was that Tifa had swiftly mastered the usage of the Green Lantern ring. The abilities of the Green Lantern were numerous. For instance, constructing green energy constructs, shaping various composites from the microscopic to the colossal, all depending on the user's imagination. These could be employed for attack, defense, or grasping objects. If necessary, the ring would automatically generate and remotely manipulate constructs to handle emergencies. There was also the more formidable force field construction, a protective barrier, its strength contingent on the user's willpower, that isolated the wearer from harsh environments like outer space, providing a breathable atmosphere. Unlike previous versions, the current Green Lantern ring no longer automatically shielded the wearer from harm. It required conscious activation. In earlier iterations, the ring would automatically generate a force field when the wearer lost consciousness. Moreover, Lufa greatly valued the ability to create a mental shield that blocked telepathic communication and manipulation. The Marvel world was rife with such abilities, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Tifa gaining this power brought Lufa considerable relief. Additionally, it could emit light sources and beams of various colors and intensities, ranging from entirely harmless multicolored radiance to destructive plasma lasers. A Green Lantern with sufficient willpower could create any construct imaginable. Hal Jordan once forged a star in Green Lantern V6 and even shattered several planets with a colossal snooker cue. Thus, after Tifa acquired the Green Lantern ring, there was no need to worry about her lacking strength. Perhaps if she unleashed a burst of power, even Scotty might not be her match. Tifa, stay back. Yet Lufa still dared not let Tifa participate in his battle. The Black Knight completely ignored Tifa, but she vanished in an instant and reappeared before him, a massive greatsword in her hands. Fenrir 6. The Black Knight's greatsword clashed with the Fenrir 6. Tifa stood unmoved, even sending the Black Knight flying backward with a single strike. Lufa's face was a mask of astonishment. He knew that a Green Lantern's strength could reach 100 tons, but this was the Black Knight. And it didn't end there. After Tifa knocked the Black Knight airborne, the Fenrir 6 automatically disassembled. No way. Lufa then witnessed Tifa unleash Cloud's Omni/version 5, or rather Omni/Ver 5. When executing this technique, Cloud would first strike the enemy heavily, sending them into the air. He would then separate the other 5 blades from the sword to surround the enemy, retaining one blade himself. Subsequently, he would slash the enemy from multiple horizontal directions, and finally, with the first blade pierced down through the enemy's body. Upon landing, he would detonate the Mako energy within the enemy to complete the attack. This was a special effect in Dissidia Final Fantasy. The film Advent Children had no such detonation effect, resulting in a spectacular display of light and shadow. The true Omni-Slash was a 13-hit combo targeting all enemies on the field. That Tifa could execute this move with the Fenrir 6 caught Lufa off guard. Of course, the most important factor was that the Green Lantern ring enabled Tifa to recreate this technique, likely the most formidable move she had ever witnessed. After all, it had been capable of defeating Sephiroth. While airborne, the Black Knight forcibly twisted his body, causing even Tifa to furrow her brow. Under normal circumstances, even Sephiroth would struggle to move in this state. How could the Black Knight break free from the upward strike's momentum and stun? Not only that, but he hurled his great sword at Tifa midair. Just as she seemed about to collide with the blade, Lufa appeared before her at the critical moment. All martial arts lead to the Rising Dragon. The abomination gauntlets materialized on Lufa's superhuman form, and he unleashed a Rising Dragon punch. Thud. The terrifying force carried by the Black Knight's greatsword was forcibly deflected by Lufa's Rising Dragon fist. Tifa instantly brushed past him, slashing the Black Knight with her sword. The incredibly hard, heavy armor trembled from the impact. A rapid flurry of strikes followed, but the Black Knight incredulously blocked them all with his shield. Consequently, Tifa's final descending blow only shattered the Black Knight's great shield, failing to detonate the Mako energy within him, though the Black Knight possessed no such thing anyway. Both parties landed on the ground. The Black Knight discarded his shattered shield as Lufa and Tifa stood together. So this is breaking a technique, through pure force, forcibly countering the move, huh? Lufa remarked. The Omni-Slash was renowned as an invincible slash, yet when executed in reality, the Black Knight had forcibly countered it. Of course, it might have been because the technique wasn't performed by Cloud himself. Didn't you claim you could solve everything? Why has it come to this? Nick Fury demanded of Red A. The monsters tearing through space this time are too numerous. Many of our people went to the other side. These are merely the ones that slipped through. Red A remained expressionless as he spun his tail for Nick Fury. Wasn't it just a matter of exaggerating to the heavens? The cunning Red A was a master at it. Had it been Amiya Shiro, he would likely have been apologizing profusely. The other side. Nick Fury seized on the crucial information. Our enemies are not merely aliens, Director Nick. There are monsters from other dimensions coveting our own. That is why so many myths and legends feature fantastical creatures that defy Earth's evolutionary ecology. Red A spoke calmly. It's already a considerable achievement that most humans can live in ignorant peace today and continue to remain blissfully unaware. As he spoke, Red A fired another arrow, striking a mist phantom dead center. But this mist phantom was an ultimate life form transformed by the Terminator, so the wound would heal in a breath. Yet Red A, without changing his expression, unleashed a broken phantasm. With a thunderous roar, the ultimate life form, the mist phantom, was no more. Luxurious. Red A had never used his magical energy so extravagantly. Afterward, he pulled out a vial of crimson liquid Lufa's blood containing a vast ocean of magical power. If those magi ever saw it, they would stop at nothing to designate Lufa for sealing. So what do we do now? Nick Fury paused. Indeed, many in this world lived mediocre lives. You couldn't expect everyone to be an Einstein or a genius. But wasn't what they protected precisely the right for these people to live in stability, peace, and ignorance? A biochemical gas leak or an industrial chemical accident, maybe a nuclear power plant incident. That's about all they'll know as the most threatening disasters. When the time comes, they'll run faster than anyone else. Red A finished with a laugh and hung up. Nick Fury was speechless, but upon reflection, it seemed rather apt. Given America's liberal education, the quality of the lower classes was questionable. Most couldn't even do basic arithmetic, let alone possess deeper understanding or reasoning. They probably only knew nuclear radiation was dangerous from watching Hollywood blockbusters. Nick Fury reported the matter to the Security Council. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he might appear to act with impunity, but locking down a city in a powerful nation like America without filing a report might cost him his salary. Nick Fury, why wasn't this mysterious organization and this Lufa reported earlier? Then came the issue Nick Fury dreaded most. The Security Council members did not immediately approve his request. Instead, they questioned why he hadn't reported this earlier. Wasn't that the crucial matter? As for the safety of Los Angeles, who cared? In fact, they might even wish for Los Angeles to continue suffering. That would be a good thing. The American counselor, however, remained calm, directly initiating action on America's end, and then joining the chorus criticizing Nick Fury. It was nothing more than an attempt to pry more information from Nick Fury about that mysterious organization. They already knew about the Godzilla-like monster, the alien invasion, and the power displayed by Lufa, who seemed to be a representative or at least a manager of the mysterious organization. What immense value and profit lay there. Especially in intelligence, had the mysterious organization already contacted and cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D. How many aliens were there? What were these dimensional spaces? How many people were in the mysterious organization? How much power did they possess? How much did they know? Why wouldn't they cooperate? The Black Knight grabbed 2 concrete slabs and hurled them at Lufa and Tifa. At that moment, Scotty arrived. With the same leaping slash, Scotty descended from the sky, with her sword forcing the Black Knight and Lufa apart as she interposed herself between them. The Black Knight silently watched Scotty, and Scotty watched him. Was this the formidable warrior summoned by the doctor? TT, be careful. He's very strong, Lufa said to Scotty. I understand. Scotty nodded. The Black Knight had already lost his greatsword and great shield, so in a real fight, Lufa believed Scotty had the greater advantage. They had already wounded the Black Knight. But they couldn't afford to be careless now. Lufa gripped the Yamato with both hands while Tifa produced an exceptionally long katana, Sephiroth's Masamune. Faced with the 3's encirclement, the Black Knight did not retreat, but instead launched a proactive attack. In the next moment, his legs spun like a whirlwind kick aimed at Scotty's head, moving so fast that Lufa and Tifa were still charging forward. The dodge attack and counterattack were executed in one fluid motion. The Black Knight had completed this sequence in the blink of an eye. Even if Lancelot with his infinite martial prowess were present, he could not have achieved such a feat. However, Scotty could naturally react in time. She extended one hand to block the Black Knight's kick. A resounding boom echoed as the Black Knight's hands seemed to take root, keeping his body utterly still. Scotty too did not retreat, though her feet sank into the hard concrete floor. The shockwave sent a violent gust of air, causing her white hair to whip wildly backward. Meanwhile, Tifa had unleashed Sephiroth's technique 8/Flash. The Masamune thrust toward the Black Knight was caught directly between his legs. Before Tifa could withdraw it, the Black Knight, evading the subsequent attacks from Scotty and Lufa, pushed off the ground with both hands and leaped into the air. Spinning 360 degrees, he snapped the Masamune caught between his legs into pieces. Then Lufa was sent flying. Even while spinning midair, the Black Knight could discern directions, and continue his assault, leaving Lufa bewildered as he received a kick, without understanding what had happened. Scotty was also forced back by the ricocheting fragments of the shattered Masamune. She sensed that the Black Knight had infused each shard with his strength, and the pieces whistling through the air had clearly broken the sound barrier. The stray fragments embedded themselves into the ground upon impact, while those striking the walls left only holes and cracks. It was at this moment that the fragments conjured by the Green Lantern began to dissipate. Scotty had already engaged the Black Knight in fierce combat. After dodging the Masamune shards he had launched, she swung her sword and struck the landing Black Knight. Although he caught the greatsword with a bare-handed blade catch in time, he underestimated Scotty's strength and the weight of the blade, and was sent crashing to the ground by her strike. Had he not been a battle-hardened veteran, he would surely have been overwhelmed by Scotty's follow-up and hacked into mincemeat. But now engaging in close-quarters combat with Scotty, who was no longer hindered by Tifa, and Lufa the Black Knight was suppressed by her relentless barrage of strikes. TT is actually this strong. Although it was not the first time he had witnessed Scotty's power, Lufa felt that his worldview was being reshaped by her every time. And this was only the tide of sorrow Scotty. How powerful would the abyssal Scotty be? Riven arrived belatedly. Unlike Tifa, who had a Green Lantern ring to fly as a Green Lantern, Tifa had been worried about Lufa's safety. After all, Lufa had sent Red A to call for help, so she did not bring Riven along. Riven herself did not wish to slow Tifa down. Lufa, thank goodness you're safe. As soon as Riven arrived, she saw Scotty clashing with the Black Knight in the arena and the two others standing aside. She approached Lufa and spoke. Yeah, I'm fine. It's a good thing TT and Tifa came in time. Lufa nodded. That's a relief. Riven watched the battlefield, feeling that both fighters were incredibly formidable. Lufa was anxious about the Black Knight and the deteriorating situation, but he dared not leave, fearing that something might happen to Scotty. On the other side, the American military had also begun their operations. They deployed the nanosword-equipped North American Wolf Squad and armored units to seal off the area, intrigued by the Biogal monsters. However, they soon discovered that these Biogals were far more troublesome than they had imagined. After all, these were Biogals that would not die even from a headshot by a Barrett sniper rifle. Most of them were transformed from ultimate creatures, granting them thicker health pools and greater resilience. The few Biogals Red A had managed to kill were those that had not originated from ultimate creatures. As for the ultimate Biogals created from such beings, even after absorbing his attacks, their innate health regeneration combined with the recovery speed of ultimate creatures allowed them to heal in the blink of an eye. What kind of monsters are these? They're not even afraid of vehicle-mounted cannons. Watching as the mounted machine guns on armored vehicles, infantry, fighting vehicles, and military Humvees only sparked off the Biogals, the creatures, upon getting close, could effortlessly tear through the armor of these vehicles. Especially the giant green monster resembling the Hulk, its body glowing with green spikes that looked terrifying. With a single punch, it smashed open an infantry fighting vehicle, then grabbed the soldiers inside and devoured them. Some were not eaten, but transformed into new Biogals, causing the American military to collapse instantly. Upon witnessing the heavy casualties among the werewolf troops, Lufa immediately decided to have Red A execute a nuclear strike. Understood. Red A projected the spiral sword and knocked it onto his bow. Holding his breath and steadying his aim, he aligned the shot toward the Black Knight. Regretfully glancing at the Black Knight, lamenting the loss of its soul stone, Lufa unhesitatingly ordered Tifa to create a hydraulic press to suppress the Black Knight. But Tifa, unfamiliar with hydraulic presses, managed only to conjure a mountain peak to pin the Black Knight. Lufa then told TT to stop lingering and flee immediately. The Black Knight shook off the mountain, pressing down on it. But since it was Tifa's creation, she could increase its weight through shear while temporarily trapping the Black Knight. The werewolf troops received the order and withdrew swiftly. They could fight to the death without retreating, but they could also flee with remarkable speed. As Red A released the bowstring, a meteor streaked across the city. At that moment, the mountain pinning the Black Knight shattered and vanished. Just as the Black Knight broke free, it faced Red as pseudo-spiral sword Heian. Time seemed to freeze, much like the scene when Heracles confronted that arrow. Broken phantasm. Then came a thunderous explosion. The unleashed mana swept across the entire area, its terrifying waves leveling everything nearby. Unlike the restrained Red A in the Holy Grail War, this time, he poured all his strength into a lethal blow against the Black Knight. Using Lufa's blood to achieve a state of mana overflow, he infused the attack with immense power. The resulting broken phantasm far surpassed the strike faced by Heracles. Did Lufa and his team use a nuclear bomb? Nick Fury stared wide-eyed at the massive mushroom cloud on the screen. It resembled a nuclear explosion, but the shape of the cloud seemed off. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after the U.S. military suffered massive casualties and could no longer hold the line, the Security Council had no grounds to continue questioning him. He returned to the Triskelion and began a live broadcast through his subordinates. Despite the dire situation with biogals spreading everywhere, Nick Fury had yet to decide on deploying an aerial bombardment. He hadn't expected Lufa to strike first. If a nuclear bomb could solve the problem, why would I need you? I could just use a thermobaric bomb. Wouldn't that be safer? After the explosion subsided, Lufa led Scotty and the others back swiftly. Nothing remained of the spot where the Black Knight had stood. This is far more spectacular than what I saw in the animation. Lufa stepped onto the scorching ground. The blast had also taken out many biogals and ultimate biogals, but some still survived. Thus began Lufa's hunt. Soon Lufa's phone was blown up by a certain bald man. You used a nuclear bomb. The bald man's voice came through, frantic and agitated. Calm down. That wasn't a nuclear bomb, no radiation. Lufa casually refined an ultimate biogal into a soul stone and swallowed it before continuing. He urgently needed power. From Scotty and the Black Knight, Lufa saw how weak he was. Possessing great strength, yet being beaten like a dog, utterly vulnerable. Since he couldn't get the system to turn battles into game mode, the only option was to stack raw power and overwhelm enemies through sheer stats. But how am I supposed to explain such a spectacle? Nick Fury fumed. Tell the public it was a natural gas pipeline explosion. As for the higher-ups, you know how to spin it. Remember, we possessed such attack methods before humans even had nuclear bombs. Lufa chuckled. Nick Fury instantly grasped his implication. You want me to use the threat theory to convince the Council? A mysterious organization that could deliver a nuclear-level strike before humans even had such weapons. Who would believe they lacked even more devastating means? Humans themselves have hydrogen bombs and relentlessly pursue even more powerful weapons. How much more so for a mysterious organization that has existed for eons? Nick Fury was certain that with a mere hint, the Security Council would inevitably think along those lines. Even if there were nothing, they wouldn't believe it. Don't talk nonsense. I have no idea what you're implying. That's it. Lufa pretended not to understand Nick Fury's insinuations and hung up. Nick Fury sensed that Lufa was avoiding being recorded, distancing himself from the matter. But wasn't that exactly what he had implied? Why would he do that? Did his organization have a supervisory body like the Security Council? That was highly plausible, noted. Los Angeles, the biochemical mode has come to an end, and the last biochemical phantom has been exterminated. During this process, Lufa was relieved that no alien Terminator appeared, otherwise that thing would be even more difficult to deal with than the ultimate Terminator. The only regret, perhaps, is the Black Knight. If only he could turn it into my magical tool, it would surely be incredibly powerful. Lufa thought gloomily that with the Black Knight's stature it might have even produced his first great sword, which should be quite formidable. Unfortunately, the Black Knight was too powerful, forcing Lufa to use a map cannon to annihilate it, otherwise continuing the fight would have shaken Lufa's confidence in Scotty. Moreover, it was possible that more monsters would emerge. Lufa realized that large-scale massacres of formidable monsters were genuinely dangerous, just like this time. This gave Lufa a significant lesson, making him deeply aware that he had not yet reached a point where he could act recklessly. Fortunately, during his setback, he still had Tifa and the others. Otherwise, even if Lufa prides himself on not being prone to depression or experiencing post-war trauma like Tony Stark after the first Avengers, it would still take him time to recover from this slump. Lufa embraced Tifa, focusing on practical actions and continuous progress. Perhaps the benefit of becoming a demon is that his stamina is limitless without the constraints of a sage's time. Or could it be the work of the Amidum Spirit Stone? In any case, Tifa and Riven had no thoughts of a slaughterhouse. Lufa could meet their needs to the point that even they were overwhelmed. Scotty looked on enviously, feeling powerless. After everything, the four of them slept together. Lufa could still sleep with Scotty, as the little orca would not move around once asleep, which was a relief for Lufa, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Then Lufa began to digest the memories contained within Aldrich Killian's soul stone. The sheer amount of soul stones he absorbed left him somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, demons did not have the risk of personality splits like the Blacklight virus. These memories were quickly suppressed and absorbed, and the memories of several ultimate beings skilled in combat turned into ultimate biochemical phantoms, enhanced Lufa's combat experience. Next came the most crucial information regarding the extremist virus. Aldrich Killian only appeared in Iron Man 3 after the first Avengers had concluded, and he had already solved the overheating issue. Unfortunately, he still had not resolved this problem. Fortunately, acquiring Aldrich Killian's memories was akin to Lufa gaining his knowledge, even the knowledge that Aldrich had forgotten. If I could find a few doctors to refine soul stones, I reckon I could rival Tony Stark in terms of academic credentials, Lufa silently complained to himself without waking Tifa and the others. Alas, he lacked the inspiration expected of a researcher. Although he was slightly more inspired than an AI designed for data storage and practical application, he was likely still inferior to ordinary lab assistants with less knowledge. He needed time to digest all this information. TTT for Riven, how are you all? The next day, Lu Fa asked the three of them. Very well. Tifa replied, her complexion rosy and glowing, evidently having been well taken care of. Riven was the same while Scotty remained as pale as ever. The Black Knight corresponds to the Abyss, and I am somewhat worried that the Abyss might erupt, Lu Fa said to them. Nothing in Dark Souls is simple. The Knight of Black is the pus of humanity, while the Black Knight represents the Abyss. If it erupts here, it would not be a trivial disaster. Lu Fa only remembered this matter when he recalled the events of last night. Even the rootless Abyss could cause significant calamity. For the four of them who had been in close contact with the Black Knight, it was quite dangerous, especially for Scotty. Next, they needed to observe closely. As for the scene, it had already been bombarded by Red A with a fantasy collapse, so there shouldn't be a need for the primordial fire for disinfection, right? Lu Fa never believed that a problem had only one solution. The things from Dark Souls could not necessarily be resolved only with the primordial fire. In essence, having no solution implies a kind of invincibility. However, to think that such a large-scale monster slaughter yielded no new wife, the drop rate, is just too low. Lu Fa had originally thought he would at least get a new wife, but the reality proved that perhaps it was because Red's map cannon had eliminated too many biochemical phantoms, causing those phantoms not to die within his 3-meter radius, and therefore not drop anything. After all, even if Lu Fa felt that he should probably not die, he would not venture into the 3-meter range of the fantasy collapse. That would be seeking excitement. From a certain perspective, this was also a way to prevent further monster drops. Umbrella Corporation Underground Research Facility. Lu Fa is currently studying the deadlock virus with the leader, Mr. Lon. His knowledge now matches the leader's thought process. Dr. Lu Fa, the flaws of the deadlock virus are not the real issue, but the biochemical phantoms you brought back. That's what they're called, right? The viruses within them are the real subjects of research. Samuel Stern said excitedly to Lu Fa. Are you referring to the catalytic agents and biochemical viruses? Lu Fa is quite familiar with the biochemical models that cross the waterline. After all, his memory has been enhanced, allowing him to recall more information. During the first biochemical crisis, the defenders obtained a genetically mutated corpse from a lost ruin. They brought it back to their underground laboratory, where they secretly conducted experiments on biochemical humans. However, the laboratory was attacked by the ghost army of infiltrators who successfully seized the biochemical virus. Fortunately, the defenders' forces arrived in time, preventing the infiltrators from achieving their goal. Later, considering the severity of the situation, the defenders decided to relocate the Hulk's corpse to their weapon research facility. Unexpectedly, this facility was attacked by infiltrators again. This time, the defenders were not so fortunate. Not only was their next-generation weapon research destroyed, but the Hulk's incubation chamber was also seized by the infiltrators. After obtaining the Hulk's incubation chamber, the infiltrators became very interested in biochemical human experiments. As a result, they established a group in their laboratory dedicated to researching the Hulk. This group would later become known as Blitz, but for now they were merely a research institution of the infiltrators. In order to study stronger biochemical phantoms, the fledgling Blitz began closed testing, eventually developing the biochemical virus of the Hulk, and started conducting human-related experiments. This is the source of the biochemical phantom virus. As for the corpses of the biochemical phantoms, their recovery was inevitable. Otherwise, if they fell into the hands of America, something formidable would certainly be created. The biochemical phantoms that Lu Fa killed left no corpses, as they had all turned into soul stones. Those with bodies were all destroyed by fantasy collapse. I prefer to call it the B virus. It is a most peculiar virus, an extraordinary entity, Samuel Stern said, clearly excited. Lu Fa pondered. This virus was indeed remarkable, capable of producing various entities, including the demon terminators and the colossal creatures seen in the challenge modes, all of which could be considered products of this virus. Had they produced a CG film crossing the waterline, the biochemical monsters in the biochemical crisis would hardly be considered anything noteworthy. The most dangerous virus would not be the G virus, but rather this B virus. It is indeed marvelous, but also quite dangerous. Lu Fa originally intended to destroy all the corpses of the biochemical phantoms, but Samuel Stern expressed a desire to study them, so Lu Fa acquiesced. Dangerous, does that refer to its infectivity or its mutability? Samuel Stern suddenly asked. Both. Do I dislike uncontrollable entities? Lu Fa contemplated for a moment before responding. Then what if I could resolve its infectivity and mutability? Samuel Stern continued. That won't do. Their appearance would not be accepted by people. Lu Fa shook his head. If he were to pursue the route of monstrous subordinates, he indeed had many choices. However, he felt that maintaining a humanoid form was more important. You must understand, this is a world where even experiments conducted on animals are condemned, let alone these bows that clearly appear to be products of human experimentation. The Blacklight virus super soldiers are still somewhat acceptable, as they merely have larger physiques, and still resemble humans. Moreover, their strength is astonishing, making it difficult for Alex Mercer to counter them. Their blades and claws can hardly penetrate defenses. This issue can also be resolved, Samuel Stern immediately replied. This prompted Lou Fa to look at him meaningfully. He did not understand why the leader insisted on researching the B virus. Please do not misunderstand, sir. This is merely the fervor that a researcher exhibits when confronted with the unimaginable. Samuel Stern quickly clarified his brain was 1,000 times more intelligent than the average person's, allowing him to more acutely perceive Lu Fa's change in attitude. Self-assured that he could not escape, Samuel Stern had no additional thoughts or ideas. Is the Hulk serum and deadlock virus not enough for your research? I remember you haven't produced a controllable Hulk dog for me yet. Lou Fa calmly stated that he wanted to transform the police dogs trained in the barracks into Hulk dogs. Police dogs are already a weakened version of primate killers capable of instantaneously eliminating humans, but he wondered if they could also take down Black Widow and Hawkeye. Moreover, they are sufficiently obedient, and once transformed into Hulk dogs, he would not need to worry about them going out of control. The deadlock virus was prepared by Lou Fa for his future wives. Whether it be source stone disease or other difficult ailments, the deadlock virus has the potential for restoration. Does the B virus possess such capability? This thing is essentially a more dangerous, enhanced version of the G virus with countless directions of mutation. He certainly does not wish to see his wives transformed into monsters. For instance, using wolf genes could transform all of humanity into immortal werewolves with a body temperature of 30 degrees, while Hulk genes could turn everyone into high-temperature immortal giants. Even Thor's genes could be utilized. They might not be as potent as the original, but they would certainly surpass ordinary humans given that the Asgardian divine race possesses a body density several times that of Earthlings. In a parallel world, there was an individual clad in the Extremis virus armor, a flashy silver-white Iron Man, who once rented out the Extremis virus, allowing users to regain health and alter their appearance, transforming everyone into stunning beauties and handsome men. This was merely a minor application of the Extremis virus. Thus, after some research, Lu Fa discovered that the Extremis virus could achieve effects akin to those in comics, and he placed great importance on it. Sir, the research on the Hulk dog still requires a bit more time before it can be completed, Stern hurriedly said. He was overwhelmed with work, needing to both study to enrich himself and oversee all scientific projects at Umbrella Corporation. Lu Fa hadn't even assigned him an assistant, and Stern sometimes contemplated whether to perform surgery on himself to grow 6 arms just to handle the workload. Stern considered the research on the Hulk dog unnecessary, so progress was sluggish. If you produce the Hulk dog for me, it'll allow you to continue researching the B virus, Lu Fa said to Stern. Then I have no issues, sir. Dr. Stern immediately replied. As it turned out, motivation spurred progress. 2 days later, Lu Fa saw the mature Hulk dog. The Hulk dog was the creation of Bruce Banner's father in the Leon version of the Incredible Hulk, a biological weapon capable of battling the Hulk. Of course, due to the breed's inherent issues, it was ultimately defeated by the Hulk. However, Lu Fa had a weakened version of the primate killer police dog, and using them as the base breed, the resulting Hulk dog surpassed the original in strength. Lu Fa gazed at the 10 police dogs before him, which had increased in size. They only enlarged during combat, normally maintaining their original form much like the Hulk. Their muscle strength allows them to ignore all attacks from light infantry weapons, and even rocket explosions cannot inflict effective damage. Most alloys cannot withstand their claws and bites, and they obey commands absolutely. Stern excitedly reported to Lu Fa. It was evident that he maintained an agitated state despite extreme fatigue, likely having not slept for 2 days. The allure of the B virus to him was truly astonishing. If not for the fear that he might cause a major incident, Lu Fa would have considered giving him the G virus for research. You may continue researching the B virus, but I hope you won't neglect progress on the Extremis virus. Also, the Hulk Soldier project should commence. Lu Fa nodded, casually assigning him 2 challenging projects. Stern wore a troubled expression. He had wanted to devote all his energy to researching the B virus, but now he faced 2 time-consuming tasks. The Extremis virus issue was manageable, just time-consuming, but the Hulk Soldier project was not something that could be resolved with mere time. He still had to solve the problem of reverting to human form after transforming into the Hulk. After all, if Lu Fa hadn't killed the abomination Blonsky, he wouldn't have been able to return to human form. Red Hulk General Ross remained unaware, as Lu Fa had also killed him. In the comics, they could transform freely, but the movies seemed to differ. The abomination in the comics also couldn't revert to human form, and the abomination cried out, "You discriminate against me." Moreover, turning a dog into a Hulk and turning a human into a Hulk presented different levels of difficulty. "What can't you do it?" Lu Fa said, looking at him. "No problem, Sir Dr. Stern immediately replied. 2 more challenges. What of it? That's good. I have high hopes for you, Stern. Lu Fa wasn't entirely sure why the leader's obsession had shifted from the Hulk to the B virus. But it didn't matter as long as he completed his tasks. Lufa would be generous. Apart from the leisurely Lufa, the harried Nick Fury had also begun to relax. After much deliberation following Lufa's advice, he used the threat theory to address the Security Council members who were clamoring for Lufa and the U.S. government to cooperate fully and hand over all information regarding dimensional invasions and alien incursions. They then quieted down. Although they internally doubted the likelihood of such speculation, they dared not gamble, especially after Lufa and his team had demonstrated their nuclear-level destructive capabilities. Satellites had detected no abnormal radiation levels in Los Angeles. Personnel dispatched to the scene could only find an unimaginably large crater with instruments showing no radiation reaction. They had indeed used a large-scale weapon different from a nuclear bomb. Moreover, the destructive range of this weapon is larger than that of a nuclear bomb. I'm not referring to the blast radius, but the absolute annihilation zone. The on-site researcher excitedly recorded the scene and spoke. A nuclear explosion generates hundreds of millions of degrees of terrifying heat at the epicenter, the so-called absolute annihilation zone, where any matter is reduced to nothing. Only a bottomless pit, like an abyss, remained. The blast radius of a nuclear bomb could match its range of destruction. Yet in terms of such pure destructive power, experts lamented that even the most formidable weapons of today could not catch up. After all, the energy required to completely vaporize and disintegrate such a vast area far exceeded the upper limits of current human technological development. We found no traces of any suspicious explosives at the scene. Coulson had been searching the area with his team for several weeks, and then he contacted his director, informing him. "What's your take, Coulson?" Nick Fury asked calmly. "I don't know, Director. The experts tell me that any technology capable of such complete combustion and energy release is far more advanced than ours, let alone achieving what we saw here." Coulson sighed. He had never imagined that Lufa and his group possessed a weapon surpassing nuclear bombs. Was this mysterious organization truly so formidable? All right, come back. With this data, those folks at the Security Council should finally give up. Nick Fury was reluctant to keep his right-hand man investigating there indefinitely. Though he was eager to uncover what weapon Lufa had used, he had to be prepared in case the mysterious organization suddenly decided to rule the world, or if Lufa and his crew were corrupted by greed. After all, there is a timeless maxim: unchecked immense power is the root of all corruption and chaos. Now that the mysterious organization and Lufa had emerged, if they stood upright, the world would be peaceful and stable. But if they were ambitious and malevolent, the world could instantly become precarious, on the verge of collapse. So was the peace of the world and the fate of all humanity to be gambled on the character of those in power within the mysterious organization. The investigation was merely the Security Council's refusal to let go. However, what troubled Nick Fury was that the mysterious organization was too enigmatic. Lufa was not to be trifled with, and his greatest asset, Carol Danvers, was also known to them. So how could he formulate a response? Coulson shrugged. The Security Council. It would be best if they caused fewer problems. Lufa was not as easy to approach as other travelers. Coulson and Nick Fury couldn't just drop by any time, nor could they threaten him. After all, if he had traveled here only to be at their mercy, then what was the point of his journey? He seized the opportunity with the vampires to rise, then used his knowledge of the plot to find Alexander Pierce and join Hydra. A series of moves later, he had secured his current status and lifestyle, relying mostly on brute force and the terrifying advantage of knowing everything. Alexander Pierce and the other supreme leaders of Hydra, having witnessed this terror, had little interest in provoking the assassin as long as the assassin did not provoke them. Joining Hydra was a means to leverage its vast network. Otherwise, Umbrella Corporation's arrogance would likely invite trouble from America, much like when the government forced a foreign competitor to disband because it outshone General Electric. With Hydra's connections, these problems were avoided. America's upper echelons even included Hydra members like Gideon Malik, who, out of respect for the assassin, was willing to help. There was no choice. The assassin was too terrifying. He had immediately revealed the identities and locations of all Hydra's supreme leaders, making it impossible not to suspect that the assassins were omnipresent and could strike at any moment. Even the League of Assassins from DC couldn't match the deterrent power of Lufa's assassin. As for the vampires, Lufa had wiped them out completely. At least those in the Americas were gone. Consequently, most of the vampire assets in the Americas fell under Umbrella Corporation's control, while outside the Americas a small portion of their assets also belonged to the company. In such a situation, Lufa had essentially secured an invincible position. Moreover, he planned to cultivate his own political pets. He had already tasked Emil Gillen with this endeavor, as Gillen was far more familiar with the process and how to proceed. Lufa did not worry that his political pets, upon gaining power, would discriminate against him as an Asian and seek other masters. After all, he never overestimated anyone's character, so he would impose control measures on his political pets from the very beginning. Too dark. Lufa felt that despite his current actions, his heart remained as clear as a mirror. For even in such darkness, he only sought to protect what he cherished. Seeing the graceful figures and smiles of Tifa Skadi and Riven, Lufa felt deeply satisfied. He would not allow anyone to destroy this beauty. This was a private hospital exclusively serving the Stark family. The comatose Tony Stark had been cared for here, and with his wealth he could afford to lie here until his dying breath. Tony. Pepper Potts visited Tony Stark every day, trying to awaken him with her calls, but Tony Stark remained motionless. The wound inflicted by hellfire refused to heal, and the doctors, having never encountered such a condition, could only conclude that this wound was the reason Tony Stark couldn't wake up. Yet no medication or technology could repair the wound. The doctors could only suggest using Umbrella Corporation's regeneration cradle technology. Indeed, the regeneration cradle technology was now also under Lufa's control. As a transmigrator knowing of such things, he naturally secured them. Dr. Heian-kyo initially only sought investment from Umbrella Corporation, but later joined the company, making the regeneration cradle technology an Umbrella product. Pepper Potts had recently been negotiating with Umbrella Corporation about this, but Lufa, knowing hellfire was a deep pit, naturally refused to agree. Such a low success rate endeavor would tarnish the reputation of Umbrella Corporation and the regeneration cradle technology. Pepper Potts felt utterly helpless. However, she didn't notice that when she spoke to Tony Stark, his fingers twitched slightly. That night, a nurse checked Tony Stark's room and gently closed the door. After the nurse left, the temperature in Tony Stark's room began to rise. The cold air from the air conditioner quickly turned hot, and the temperature continued to climb. Water in the nearby dispenser began to bubble, the gurgling sounds indicating the water molecules were being heated. Bang! The first to burst from the heat were the saline solution being injected into Tony Stark and the nearby glassware. Then the water in the dispenser heated to boiling point, further intensified the temperature. The dispenser's container began to warp, shrinking visibly into a deformed mass emitting a foul odor. Next, Tony Stark's clothes caught fire, triggering the room's automatic sprinkler system. Alarms blared as water sprayed out. What's happening? The alarms alerted the night shift nurses and security personnel at the private hospital. Oh no, mister. Tony Stark's room is on fire. The sprinklers have been activated. What? The security guard sprinted up the stairs, 3 at a time, terrified of the consequences if Tony Stark were to meet with an accident on his watch. The rain-like spray couldn't extinguish the flames on Tony Stark. Instead, the rising temperature made the sprinkler water scalding hot, vaporizing into steam before it could even reach the ground. The steel frame of the hospital bed glowed red, beginning to twist and deform. The security guard burst through the door and saw the blazing fire on the bed. His mind went blank. Damn it. Even if he survived, he'd be severely burned. But there was no time to hesitate. His job was at stake. He couldn't afford to lose this rare, high-paying position. Grabbing a dry chemical fire extinguisher, he charged into the room and sprayed it wildly at the bed. Mr. Stark. The guard was scorched by the room's temperature. It was over 100 degrees Celsius. A temperature of 40 degrees alone could feel unbearable, but this was far worse. His skin instantly charred. Not to mention the massive amounts of steam. The guard nearly got steamed alive. He screamed in agony, and the dry powder from the extinguisher couldn't quell the flames on the bed. The guard had no choice but to retreat, his eyes sealed shut from the excruciating pain. The entire room was engulfed in flames. Fresh air from outside fueled the fire, and everything in the room ignited. Hellfire could burn anything. Even steel and water became fuel. Amidst the flames, Tony Stark rose from the bed, now reduced to a mere skeleton. Pepper. Tony Stark's mind was a haze. He had no idea who he was, where he was, or what he was doing. He only remembered the voice that had been calling his name and Pepper's words during that time. Then he rushed out of the room to find Pepper. Mr. Tony Stark. The guard and nurse were terrified to see a burning skeleton charging out of the room. But Tony Stark paid them no heed, dashing out of the hospital and sprinting down the streets. Wherever he ran, cars exploded from the heat, the ground melted into footprints, streetlights melted like candles, and lamps crashed to the ground, bursting into fragments. The flames of hell forcibly seized the locked motorcycle, and without the need for gasoline to ignite it, the hellfire itself became the fuel. Tony Stark stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward, crashing through a wall, sending him tumbling to the ground. After all, he had never ridden a motorcycle before. Had the hellfire not strengthened the bike, it wouldn't have shattered the wall. Instead, both he and the motorcycle would have been crushed. The impact jolted Tony Stark awake. Where am I? He scrambled to his feet and saw his own hand blazing with fire and reduced to bone. What is this? Tony Stark stared at his hands in disbelief, realizing it wasn't just his hands. His entire body had become a skeletal frame. He rushed to the street, peered into a glass pane, and saw a fiery skeleton staring back. It looked familiar. Tony Stark instantly recalled that night. The burning skull in a black leather jacket riding a motorcycle. Wasn't he now the spitting image of that figure? Am I dead? Tony Stark wandered in a daze. Soon he remembered pepper pots, but then an enticing aroma seized his attention. His soul's craving drove him to seek the source of that scent, making him forget even pepper. He then saw in a narrow alley a woman stripped naked pinned beneath a black man. The intoxicating fragrance emanated from that man. Just as the man was about to mount her, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. "Who's there?" The man thought he had encountered some would-be hero. Before he could turn, the hand on his shoulder hurled him with immense force against the wall. The impact shattered his scapula. He writhed in agony, gasping for breath, utterly unable to rise. Tony Stark stepped over the terrified woman on the ground. Trembling, she scrambled away as soon as he passed. The man also saw the burning skeleton. His eyes widened in horror as Tony Stark hoisted him from the ground and pinned him against the wall. "You are guilty." Tony Stark gazed into his eyes, craving his sinful soul. The man involuntarily met Tony Stark's hollow sockets, and under the influence of the penance stare, his soul was swiftly devoured. Yet the insatiable instinct drove Tony Stark to seek his next target. When daylight came, he regained his senses, only to find himself a homeless man on the street, and naked at that. He hastily grabbed some newspapers to cover his modesty. Pepper Potts received a call from the hospital. When she arrived and saw the footage, she fainted. But upon waking, she was told that Tony Stark had already returned home. Unlike Johnny Blaze, who forgot everything after transforming into the Ghost Rider, due to Zarathos' influence, Tony Stark merely acquired Hellfire and became a Ghost Rider, nothing more. What happened to me last night? Tony Stark wondered if he was still human after becoming that thing. The only answer seemed to lie in finding that burning skull. Perhaps only then could he learn why he had changed. Lou Fa meanwhile knew of Tony Stark's awakening. Nick Fury, anxious about the matter, called to consult the expert. Hellfire cannot be awakened by will alone unless one has merged with it. Lou Fa had anticipated this, so Tony Stark becoming a Ghost Rider came as no surprise. "You mean that burning skeleton that fled the hospital is Tony Stark?" Even though Nick Fury knew it was the only answer, he still found it hard to believe. "Yes," Lou Fa replied. "So has he become a Hellspawn too?" Nick Fury was at a loss for words. "Not quite a Hellspawn. He's only obtained a fraction of the power. Besides, the devil's power doesn't come cheap. Sooner or later a demon will come calling." Lou Fa said calmly. Mephisto might well approach Tony Stark, tempting him to become his knight. When a demon sets its sights on someone, it exploits their weaknesses, like engineering an accident for Pepper Potts. Then Tony Stark would willingly sign a contract. This was precisely why Lou Fa wished to avoid dealing with Ghost Riders. Mephisto's schemes were insidious and inescapable. With his system, Lou Fa could grow stronger over time. Why covet Hellfire at all? In the original Marvel storyline, Nick Fury visited Tony Stark at his home the very night after Stark publicly declared himself as Iron Man, introducing himself as the man with an eye patch. However, unlike the original timeline where the meeting occurred at night, Nick Fury altered it to daytime due to Rufus' influence. Nick Fury took this precaution because Rufa had warned him not to pursue the Ghost Rider lest he attract the attention of a Devil Lord, without even mentioning Mephisto's name. Had anyone else spoken of Mephisto, the demon might have remained indifferent. But when a fellow demon uttered his name, it was akin to a direct hellish connection, risking an immediate encounter with Mephisto himself. Ghost Rider, Hell's emissary. Tony Stark stared at the bald black man before him, sensing that Fury possessed an unusual depth of knowledge, never suspecting that Fury was merely regurgitating what he had just learned. "Exactly. From now on you will retain a human form by day, but come nightfall you will transform into the rider compelled to hunt down and harvest the souls of the wicked. This urge is beyond your control, and each soul you reap will empower the Devil Lord." Nick Fury was equally troubled. He had asked Rufa if there was any way to halt or reverse the transformation. Rufus' reply was blunt: unless Tony Stark died, there would be no release. The only consolation was that as long as the Hellfire burned within him, he would never die. "Congratulations on your premature immortality, though you will still age." Tony Stark was thoroughly displeased. Instinctively, he doubted Nick Fury's words, yet his own experience the previous night, when he had transformed into that ghastly form, his throat parched and burning, unable to quench his thirst, even with water, was undeniable proof. He had never imagined that a single act of justice would leave him unconscious for so long, only to awaken as some Hell's emissary, a Ghost Rider. By night, he would be compelled to kill, though only the wicked. Yet Rufa had grimly warned Nick Fury that once the Devil Lord amassed enough souls, he would gain the power to invade the mortal realm, turning Earth into a living hell. With the Ancient One guarding the world, such a catastrophe was impossible. Rufa was merely exaggerating to frighten them. Of course, it wasn't entirely baseless. Though Rufus' words contained hyperbole, in truth Mephisto was indeed executing such a scheme. This ancient demon was a patient creature. He had allowed his own rider to roam free for years without intervention, and when Johnny Blaze escaped, he did nothing. It was difficult to discern Mephisto's true intentions. To Rufa, Mephisto resembled a final boss, a foe he would inevitably confront. But the time was not yet ripe. The old demon was cunning, refusing to emerge from his personal hell dimension fragment. To invade that domain would be to deliver himself as a plaything to Mephisto. Perhaps only when Rufa's power reached the level of Sparta, the demon swordsman, who could quell the chaos of the demonic embryo, would he be able to slay the ancient fiend within his own dimension. You know, everything you're saying sounds as cliché as the scary stories my nanny used to tell me when I was a kid. Tony Stark feigned composure, opening a bottle of whiskey. He had already downed over a dozen bottles that day, yet his throat remained parched, as if aflame. More disturbingly, he discovered he could no longer get drunk. Your heart will tell you the truth. Nick Fury stepped forward and pressed a finger against Tony Stark's chest. His new element reactor was gone along with the shrapnel, both utterly consumed by the hellfire. Fortunately, the hellfire was not natural flame, otherwise the reactor's detonation would have been catastrophic. Tony slapped Fury's hand away and retreated until his back hit the table. This retreat was a sign of insecurity, a subtle cue that Nick Fury as a level 10 agent recognized instantly. Understanding that Tony Stark needed time to process everything, Fury took his leave. When the unconscious Pepper Potts finally awoke and learned that Tony was back home, she rushed to his side. She found him haggard and utterly dejected, slumped on the floor with his Iron Man suit lying sideways, his head resting against it as he drank. Oh my God, you just recovered. You can't drink. Seeing the countless empty bottles scattered around, Pepper hurried over to stop him. It's fine. I've never felt better. Tony Stark embraced Pepper, but unlike before, he did not kiss her passionately. Despite Pepper's eager attempt to press her lips to his, he turned away, avoiding the intimacy. Pepper froze for a moment, but dismissed it without a second thought. She had no idea that Tony's heart was now a battleground of torment and agony. How could anyone accept that their beloved would transform into a flaming skull every night? Coulson's nose was almost pressed against the glass. He looks exactly like he did in the documentary. Of course, the super soldier serum and the complete freezing preserved his body. It's incredible, a miracle, exclaimed the H-I-E-L-D researcher excitedly. We thought him out and discovered he was still alive. He continued. What? Coulson's eyes widened. That's right, it's insane. 70 years of frozen slumber, something no one else achieved. Immortality through ice. But now this is the first case in the world. The researcher seemed to envision himself receiving all sorts of awards. Yet he quickly came to his senses. This was S-H-I-E-L-D. And the fact that Captain America was still alive was probably something that had to be kept secret. Coulson finally understood why Nick Fury had sent him here. He was about to meet his idol face-to-face and speak with him. Good heavens. Following Nick Fury's instructions, they first set up the scene so that the awakened Captain America wouldn't be shocked, allowing him to gradually accept the reality of having slept for 70 years. But clearly S-H-I-E-L-D-S personnel weren't very professional. The nurse's attitude made Captain America wary. Meanwhile, the news broadcast playing nearby, the live commentary of that baseball game, was one he had actually attended before. In other words, it was a game that had long since ended. Thus, Captain America believed he had fallen into the hands of Hydra. After a brief scuffle, he burst through the flimsy wall and ran out onto the streets of New York, arriving at Times Square. Yet he found everything around him utterly unfamiliar. At that moment, several vehicles arrived and surrounded him. Nick Fury had to rush over, fearing any mishap. At the same time, in New York's Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao's drug manufacturing facility also came under attack. Lufa came prepared this time. He had people leading over a dozen Hulk hounds, and the defending forces were no longer werewolf troops, but the Hulk Squad, created by the leader Stern, who had cracked the flaws of the Extremis virus and combined it with Hulk serum. Thanks to the Extremis virus as a bridge, the number of successful subjects was substantial. The Hulk serum was selective. Only Bruce Banner's cousin, his girlfriend Betty, the deceased Red Hulk Ross, and the Abomination Blonsky, a limited few, could transform into Hulks and gain their power. Of course, there were others in the comics, but Lufa couldn't find them. These Hulk soldiers were probably the super soldiers General Ross had dreamed of, only now they belonged to Lufa. After transforming, each became a Red Hulk capable of generating heat intense enough to melt steel with ease while possessing super strength and super durability. Coupled with an arsenal of weapons such as vehicle-mounted cannons typically used on armored cars, infantry, fighting vehicles, and tanks. Although he wanted to research electromagnetic machine guns like the $50 brother, the leader Stern had too many projects lately, diverting his attention to that might not be feasible. Lufa didn't rest for long. He still had many wives yet to appear. Why bother resting? Madame Gao's drug facility was more heavily guarded than before. Besides the 500 gunmen sent by Kingpin, Madame Gao had invested heavily, stationing nearly 30 ninjas there. But since nothing had happened for a while, the ninjas remained vigilant, while Kingpin's men had grown lax. Isn't this an insult to me? Lufa charged in immediately. He noticed many new faces among the Chinese laborers. But that didn't stop Lufa from taking action. After all, his marksmanship had become unerring thanks to countless rounds of practice and the demon's innate combat talent. Within a kilometer, as long as the bullet could fly that far, he could hit the target. As for the bullets Lufa used, they weren't magical rounds. The jealousy cloak was still securely worn, and with a single shot the target would have most of their body vanish into thin air. Extremis armor-piercing rounds. Inspired by depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, and since in the comics the Extremis virus could transform into a metallic nanite armor like the Extremis suit, Lufa wondered if it could be used as a weapon. The leader Stern solved this problem in a single day. The warhead was no longer pure metal, it contained a small amount of Extremis virus biomass. Upon impact, an uncontrolled reaction would occur at breakneck speed, generating temperatures of 6,000 degrees. The only drawbacks were that it was flashy, difficult to store, and complicated to manufacture. Because the warhead was cultivated from Extremis virus biomass, it needed to be refrigerated to halt the violent reaction, requiring ultra-low temperatures capable of freezing even cells. Still, it was great fun to play with. Most importantly, it could explode. This was basically my bolter from Warhammer. One shot could blow a massive hole even in a tank unless it had reactive armor. Against plain armor, there was no stopping the Extremis armor-piercing rounds. Using such bullets on people would only land you in a court-martial. Lufa stared at the dragon glitching in the sky, dumbfounded for a long time. The low rating of that cheap single-player game was precisely because the dragon was nothing but a static texture, and its monsters frequently got stuck in glitches, unable to move. In the end, Lufa discovered that the scales of this final boss dragon were quite tough, forcing him to wield a high-frequency Murasame blade to slay it. So reality can glitch too. Lufa felt a pang of sorrow for the dragon texture that had been spasming endlessly in the sky moments ago, yet somehow, it didn't seem so bad. Afterward, Lufa collided into a soft embrace. "My child." Lufa's pupils contracted. "GG, great emperor." He turned around and saw a familiar figure. A black and dread-thumbed mature woman with a pair of crimson horns on her head, at that moment cradling Lufa's silver-white-haired head against her chest, which could gather a man's heart using her red gloves. Holy shit, someone even more formidable than TT had arrived. Friedrich der Grosse. Or rather, Mother Friedrich. She was one of the few ship girls Lufa had married in Azalane. It couldn't be helped, Lufa's preferences were for mature women, seductive women queens, and occasionally those with personalities he particularly adored, like Jeanne d'Arc Alter, who wasn't a mature woman at all, yet he fell for her at first sight and started the game for her. Later, after joining the game, he took a liking to Skathack and Tomoguzen, but his favorite remained Jeanne d'Arc Alter. So in Azalane, even Prince Eugen wasn't his type. Too small, not big enough. For him, Lolas and maidens were merely adorable, and that was it. They stirred no romantic feelings whatsoever. He also kept his distance from glasses-wearing girls, disliking them. He was indifferent to maid outfits, perhaps because they were too white. He preferred darkness. If it were a pure black maid outfit, that might not be so bad. He only liked black stockings, fishnets, white stockings, red stockings, and the like were all heresies. No interest. And there was something even more peculiar: he was a glove enthusiast. If the mature woman he liked wore gloves like Mother Friedrich, Lufa would become very excited, second only to black stockings. "I am here, my child." Friedrich der Grosse deployed her rigging as it seemed the commander was currently facing enemies. "Stop." Lufa was startled by Friedrich der Grosse's action. If she fired her artillery here, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, Friedrich der Grosse's stats were explosive. According to the setting, she was a humanoid ship with a standard displacement of 5,340 tons, a full load of 6,360 tons, and a power output of up to 16,500 horsepower. What did 16,500 horsepower mean? 1 horsepower could lift 70 kilograms of water upward at a speed of 1 meter per second. Friedrich der Grosse was puzzled, but still complied with the commander's request and ceased her bombardment preparations. Otherwise, with a single volley of her barrage, this place would be reduced to ashes, utterly obliterated. After being realized, ship girls were still terrifying. "What's wrong, my child?" Even after marriage, Friedrich der Grosse still called him my child, which made Lufa uncomfortable. It was fine in the game, but in reality it felt awkward. "Friedrich, could you call me commander, or just Lufa?" Lufa casually shot and killed the remaining ninjas and Kingpin's thugs. The appearance of Friedrich der Grosse had completely distracted him from other matters. "Of course, my child." Friedrich der Grosse readily agreed, though she didn't understand why the commander made such a request. Just then, a red-clad ninja materialized from the shadows, having lurked there for a long time. Seeing the silver-haired man lost in the woman's embrace, he immediately launched a sneak attack. Then he exploded. Friedrich der Grosse lightly swung her hand, striking the red-clad ninja. His blade shattered explosively, and his body burst into pieces. Lufa had intended to slash this high-ranking hand ninja Giganabu who appeared in the TV series, but he hadn't expected Friedrich der Grosse to be faster than he imagined, leaving the room as if a tornado had swept through. Kicking up and scattering the untouchable powder, Friedrich der Grosse, seeing this, carried Lufa and crashed straight through the wall, fleeing the place. Throughout it all, Lufa could only be held unable to move, completely overpowered. Who? Then Lufa sharply looked toward a dark corner. Friedrich der Grosse followed his gaze. Lufa's dark vision was quite good, allowing him to see the person hidden in the darkness. Madame Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the hand. She looked somewhat similar to her image in the TV series, but there were differences likely reflected in the aura the actress couldn't convey. Thus, though their appearances were similar, the feeling they gave off was entirely that of 2 different people. Even at minimal firepower, the might of the ship's rigging would not diminish in the slightest, for she was after all a battleship. Friedrich der Grosse as a battleship was equipped with main guns, secondary guns, anti-aircraft guns, and auxiliary equipment. The main and secondary guns utilized 3 types of ammunition: standard shells, armor-piercing shells, and high-explosive shells. The distinction between high-explosive and armor-piercing shells lay in the former's chance to ignite, dealing bonus damage to lightly armored targets while suffering a penalty against heavy armor. The latter conversely dealt increased damage to heavy armor, could penetrate multiple targets, but would overpenetrate light armor, resulting in reduced damage. For a battleship, what constituted light and heavy armor targets? Especially for one the size of a human, the distinction between light and heavy armor was virtually non-existent, and the damage from armor-piercing shells would not be as lackluster as in a game. Main gun: the triple 406mm main gun Mk6T3 was one of the strongest battleship main guns in the game, with stats surpassing most gold-tier battleship main guns, excluding research blueprints, making it the preferred choice for non-barrage-triggering ships. In the early stages of the game, Lufa used the gold twin 127mm high-angle gun for its increased firepower. However, in later maps with numerous suicide boats, a fast-firing secondary gun was necessary to counter them, leading to the use of the twin 120mm main gun T3. Anti-aircraft gun: twin 113mm high-angle gun T3. Equipment: Lufa equipped Friedrich der Grosse with the Type 1 armor-piercing shell T0, boosting firepower and accuracy while significantly increasing critical damage. Friedrich der Grosse, following Lufa's instructions, used the anti-aircraft gun with the lowest firepower, but that was still a 113mm caliber high-angle gun. Bang, 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 bang. The moment the gun fired, the deafening roar and thunderous blast nearly rendered Lufa deaf, primarily because he had forgotten this was no longer a game. This was a real personified ship girl. The terrifying firepower was compressed in size, but what did it mean that the shell's power remained unchanged? Madame Gao was obliterated, instantly reduced to mere scraps of flesh amidst a pile of metal. Not only was Madame Gao gone, but the entire narcotics factory was annihilated, the area looking as though it had been carpet-bombed. Grinding her bones to dust was the only way to prevent the hand from resurrecting Madame Gao. But if even after such destruction Black Sky could still revive her, then Lufa had no other choice. He would simply have to kill her again. Friedrich, how do you replenish the ammunition you've expended? Lufa asked belatedly. As long as there are physical munitions that meet the standard specifications, they can be used for replenishment. Friedrich der Grosse said, holding Lufa tenderly. I see it feels somewhat different. Lost in thought, Lufa realized this was undoubtedly an ultra-rare pull. A single draw had netted him his most desired ship girl. It was a pity she had arrived too late. If Friedrich had appeared during the Black Knight incident, she could have probably slain him outright. Then he could have turned the Black Knight into a magical artifact. Friedrich, let me introduce you to some people. They are similar to ship girls, but are my subordinates from other worlds. Lufa said to Friedrich der Grosse. Oh. Friedrich der Grosse's reaction was calm. She had understood the situation upon being summoned, even if it wasn't exactly like an Azalane. As for Lufa, this commander Friedrich der Grosse was well aware that he had little interest in most ship girls. His favorites were herself and Tirpitz among the few, and he had even only married a handful, leaving the others deeply disappointed and heartbroken. Subordinates from other worlds. So he had traveled to other worlds during his rest. A new arrival. Riven was initially happy to see Lufa return, but her mood soured upon noticing Friedrich der Grosse following closely behind him, almost intimately close. That's right, this is Friedrich, who is even more powerful than TT. Sensing Riven's change in mood, Lufa quickly went over and took her hand. In his days of zero romantic experience, he might not have understood what was happening. But now, having been intimate with Riven and Tifa, Lufa had become incredibly attentive to them. This attention was subtle and imperceptible. Sometimes lost in thought, he would find himself staring at them involuntarily. When he came to his senses and realized this, it only filled him with immense peace and happiness. Hello. Friedrich der Grosse regarded the commander and ship girls as children to be cared for. As for those from other worlds, she remained courteous. Hello, Friedrich. I'm Riven. Feeling the warmth of their interlaced fingers, Riven spoke with a smile. Tifa was also resigned, though she didn't express it as openly as Riven. But Lufa felt that if he did it for one, he couldn't neglect the other lest she feel uncomfortable. With both hands intertwined, Friedrich der Grosse observed this scene, with some surprise, sensing that Lufa had changed, or perhaps this was how commanders from other worlds behaved. Scotty stepped out, clutching the custom-made Orca plushie Lufa had given her, and suddenly felt the plushie in her arms wasn't so comforting anymore. Tifa is doing well. She possesses the Green Lantern ring, becoming the Green Lantern and greatly enhancing her strength, though she is a bit green. Initially, Lufa instructed Tifa to use the Green Lantern ring only in critical situations because he had only acquired the ring, not the lantern, and there was no Green Lantern core in this universe to recharge it. However, after Tifa urgently used the Green Lantern ring due to the Black Knight incident, Lufa discovered the next day that the Green Lantern energy she had consumed had automatically replenished. Could it be that the emotional spectrum energy of the Marvel Universe has gone unabsorbed by anyone, thus achieving wireless charging? Lufa felt there could be two possibilities. One is, as he suggested, that the emotional spectrum energy has not been utilized, thus transforming into a wireless charging mode. The other possibility is that the system has become more convenient, no longer requiring the lantern and recharge for the Green Lantern ring, allowing for daily automatic energy recovery. Both possibilities exist. If the first possibility holds, Tifa might have the potential to become the White Lantern or the First Lantern, although this possibility is quite slim. The second possibility presents no issues. Tifa can use the Green Lantern freely in the future without worrying about recharging. As for Riven, Lufa couldn't find anything to enhance her strength at the moment. Perhaps he should produce an endless blade, as that could also strengthen Riven. Frederick the Great had quickly understood the personalities of the three girls, and he wasn't particularly surprised when Lufa mentioned that Scathach might be able to compete with him. After all, she is not an invincible powerhouse in her own world. There are plenty of battleships among the ship girls. Upon hearing Lufa's words, Riven and Tifa understood that Frederick the Great probably couldn't engage with Lufa. There's no way around it. Lufa is too weak. Yet the ship girls are all genuine steel bodies. Even if Lufa were to become a super demon, he would likely be unwilling to take them on. Feeling sorry for his brother, doesn't running through steel plates hurt? After introducing Frederick the Great to Scathach and the others, Lufa began to check the loot from the initial meeting. Unfortunately, Lufa's strength had already increased significantly, and most items in the game were of little use to him, as they might have been helpful when he was weak, but now he was no longer considered weak. At the very least, if Lufa were to engage in close combat with the Hulk, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. He might even be able to knock the Hulk out with a powerful punch like he did with Thanos. Sharingan. How did this thing come out? Lufa looked at the Onetamo Sharingan. This item does not require transplantation. As long as he chooses it, he can obtain the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and conveniently become a Onetamo Sharingan ninja. He thought for a moment and felt that the Demon Eye Sharingan seemed decent. Devil Fruit Paramecia Explosion Fruit. Lufa was surprised to see two items from the Deadfire Sea. It seems they either dropped from his Brawl game, or perhaps from a single-player game of One Piece. Or maybe from some other small game. The Explosion Fruit appears to belong to the Sand Crocodile subordinates, that disgusting guy who uses his snot as bombs. Any part of his body can explode, even the snot he shoots out. The air he blows can also serve as an explosive. It should be quite powerful after awakening, but without awakening it's rather useless. The parts of the body that can be easily sacrificed are merely fingernails, hair, and foot skin. It would be absurd to cut off a pound of flesh just to kill someone. That would be too extreme. Forget it. Giving this to an American soldier to transform into a superpower user isn't bad. Either A, after awakening, he should be able to turn everything around him into explosives, then he would be a killer queen. Lufa set this devil fruit aside, casually telling Scathach and the others not to eat it. Next, there were no death gods Zanpakuto appearing, which is understandable. How could all the items from the Deadfire Sea appear at once? Surprisingly, it's a Gale Survival card, but I don't have a Knight Rider card box. Lufa looked at the Gale Survival card in his hand. It turned out to be a trump card, but the mirror world is too dangerous, and Lufa expressed no interest in going in to be decomposed. But the mirror world is also good for extermination and sealing. Lufa pondered, without the leadership of a Kamen Rider, being caught in the mirror world would lead to constant decomposition unless it was a powerful existence like the Black God or White God, or perhaps Uma. For others, it would likely mean waiting for death. After reviewing everything, Lufa shook his head, wondering when he would drop the Rebellion Great Sword and the Spartan Blade. He wanted to take a shortcut to become a true demon. Commander, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lufa with a furrowed brow and not very happy, Frederick the Great tried to comfort him. After all, it concerned his own wife, so this matter could not be taken lightly. Incidentally, Lufa had also learned about the events that had transpired in Times Square in New York the previous day. Captain America has recovered, huh? So the next step should be Mjolnir descending to Earth. Lufa mused thoughtfully. More importantly, Tony Stark had discovered that after becoming a Ghost Rider, he would not actually lose his sanity. Lufa was of course well aware of this fact. However, when he had misled Tony Stark and Nick Fury, he had deliberately exaggerated the dangers for dramatic effect. The same held true for the future H.I.E.L.D. agent Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes. He had been bestowed the power of Hellfire by Johnny Blaze, yet he too had not lost his reason and could control himself with great proficiency. This was even more so for Tony Stark, who possessed only a mere spark of Hellfire. Had he not consumed the souls of a few wicked men, that rootless flame would have been sufficient for only a single transformation. But now things were different. Tony Stark had effectively renewed his power source. Even if he realized he could maintain control and refrain from devouring evil souls to avoid empowering the Demon Lord. However, Hellfire inherently consumed souls. It was a passive ability intrinsic to the Ghost Rider. Then Tony Stark accidentally discovered that Hellfire could enhance his Iron Man armor. The enhanced armor boasted explosive performance and no longer required ammunition. Hellfire itself became the most potent ordnance. A single palm repulsor blast could punch straight through a tank, with the residual embers completely melting the vehicle. The missiles loaded within the armor seemed to have their power amplified manifold. For instance, an ordinary anti-tank missile became a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating an entire street. It seemed the new element arc reactor was incompatible with the Hellfire. Not only did it fail to enhance the power, but it also appeared to malfunction, forcing Tony Stark to remove it. After all, he no longer needed it. Having switched from burning a new element to a soul-fueled engine, the Iron Man armor's horsepower surged. A single punch could even send the Hulk flying. Tony Stark was quite satisfied overall. The only point of dissatisfaction was his inability to wear a helmet. The Hellfire would incinerate any headgear he donned, forcibly revealing a flaming skull. This frustrated Tony Stark greatly. He had hoped to conceal his Ghost Rider identity with the armor, as that bald black man had warned him that the Demon Lord might come calling. But Tony Stark was simply too flamboyant. After enduring for only a few days, he was out again to dispense justice. Truly, for someone like him, only a sufficiently painful price would teach him a lesson. New York, a world of darkness. Wilson Fisk sat in the shadows, his face grim. Madame Gao was dead, the Hand's ninjas were all dead, and his men were dead too. For Fisk, who had just ascended as the kingpin of New York's criminal underworld, this was a severe blow to his authority. More critically, his men had discovered a massive cache of artillery shells at the scene. The entire drug lab looked as if it had been subjected to a naval bombardment from a battleship offshore. But the question remained. This was New York, specifically Hell's Kitchen. Where could a battleship have come from to deliver such precise firepower? The drug lab was hardly large enough to warrant a naval barrage, was it? Have we been targeted by the military? Frowned Wesley, Fisk's right-hand man, childhood friend, and most trusted confidant. Calm down, Wesley. This is Hell's Kitchen. The police, the district attorney, the courts. They're practically all my people. And I pay my taxes legally, unlike some others. I haven't cheated a single cent. Fisk said calmly. With Madame Gao dead, he too had suspected the military. But why would they target him? He was just the boss of New York's underworld. What could the military possibly want from him? The first raid on his drug lab could be overlooked, but the second time they had brought out artillery. Was this a warning? Or was someone trying to muscle in on his business, refusing to let him monopolize New York's narcotics trade? But this trade was lucrative. Fisk needed massive funds, and this accounted for the lion's share. Nearly 80% of his capital came from it. This is a warning, Wesley. Someone wants a piece of the New York business. Fisk pondered. From his perspective and position, being targeted without attacks on his other enterprises or criminal activities could only be interpreted as a warning. This was hardly Fisk's fault, given the information asymmetry. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he would never guess that Lu Fa's real target was the Hand. His men had merely increased Lu Fa's chances of hitting the jackpot. Too bad they don't know that the Hand was involved. Fisk revealed a sinister smile. He must have been supremely confident, certain he could suppress all of his opponent's methods and resistance. Fisk decided it would be best to leave the matter to the Hand, believing they would be enraged that one of their 5 fingers had been slain. This was no mere killing of a lowly ninja, something that could be tolerated or negotiated. This was the direct death of a finger. Thus Fisk chose to notify the Hand using the connections left behind by the former Madame Gao. The Hand might not have learned of this for some time otherwise, as the 5 of them were scattered across the globe and rarely communicated unless necessary. Upon learning of this from Fisk, the Hand was thrown into a tension unprecedented in centuries. Fisk had no idea what Madame Gao's death truly signified, but they understood it all too well. Since their defection from Kunlun, none of them had ever perished. They were akin to the League of Assassins in the Marvel Universe, possessing a resurrection device, like Ras Al Ghul's Lazarus Pit. The two organizations were strikingly similar. Both boasted immortality and were composed of ninja assassins, differing only in having a greater number of leaders. Death is a universal fear, all the more so for those who have lived for centuries. Madame Gao's complete and irreversible demise shook the remaining fingers of the Hand to their core. It was their fear of death and greed for eternal life that had driven them to covet the forbidden arts of immortality within the secret realm of Kunlun, stealing its secrets and fleeing together. Now they were told that one of their immortal comrades had fallen, a silent omen suggesting the next could be any of them. Who did this? Murakami, hailing from the island nation of Neon, asked coldly. According to the kingpin of New York's underworld who was collaborating with Madame Gao, it was someone vying for the same market. The scene looked as if it had been bombarded by naval artillery. Neither Madame Gao nor her ninjas escaped. Alexandra said with a grim expression. Bombarded by naval artillery. They fell into contemplation. After a long moment, Sound, one of the four leaders and a warlord entrenched in Africa, asked, "Is that all? No further information?" Alexandra shook her head. The mob says the culprit might have military connections to have brought artillery fire to Hell's Kitchen. The operation was impeccably clean. No one witnessed any cannons or heavy artillery being transported there beforehand. No wonder the mob boss suspected a military background. Even Alexandra and the others, after hearing this, wondered if the U.S. military was eyeing the powder trade and planning to back a proxy for profit. Regardless, we cannot afford to overlook any possibility. I can deploy men immediately to capture and interrogate potential military suspects. Bakudo, a bearded leader of the Hand, said in a deep voice. If the military truly wanted to install a puppet for profit, then Madame Gao. She was indeed unlucky. The four of them all thought the same. Under normal circumstances, no one could defeat Madame Gao. Despite her age, she could use her chi to send a car flying with a single slap, a display of power that could easily overpower any Iron Man armor before the Mark V. Of course, this referred to the suits alone, as Tony Stark would inevitably develop countermeasures after being beaten by anything. However, Kunlun's chi, similar to the ancient Chinese concept of chi, could inflict true damage with a penetrating property. Unless Tony Stark devised a device or measure to isolate chi, even his Hulkbuster armor might not save him from a brutal defeat. But the enemy, in a bid to threaten, had resorted to using cannons and heavy artillery in the city. No matter how powerful Madame Gao was, she was doomed to a gruesome death, her body shattered beyond recognition. No matter what, that bastard must pay. Murakami snarled. If the Hand simply swallowed this humiliation, everyone would soon be trampling over them. The others agreed, intending to unleash the full might of the Hand to exact revenge. No one could slight the Hand with impunity. On Luffy's side, he sought out Maya Hansen. He had no interest in this female doctor. His life was already filled with beautiful women, and many future wives had yet to appear. She was beneath his notice. He merely wished to cultivate his own team of scientific researchers. Without his scientifically inclined wives or technicians falling into his hands, relying solely on a major figure like Stearns and a broken Ivan Vanko was far from sufficient. Thus, he was compelled to seek out this botanist who had conducted research and development on the extremis virus. She couldn't understand how the crisis virus issue was resolved, attributing the possibility of its solution to Liu Fa, the super genius who created a new element. As for the nanobiochemical suits, such things are simply incomparable to the new element in the eyes of researchers. Therefore, Maya Hansen did not resist joining Umbrella Corporation. Her entire life was dedicated to Umbrella. Of course, that last sentence was merely her personal declaration, and Liu Fa would not be naive enough to believe such words. However, his arrangement regarding the crisis virus was simply about developing medication. As for soldiers, Liu Fa already had the best, Hulk special forces. Was there a mightier warrior than this? Maya Hansen expressed her support for Liu Fa's desire to research a drug that could cure the crisis virus, even repairing bodily imperfections and aiding in weight loss, and then she left Liu Fa to pursue her research. Liu Fa was indifferent to Maya Hansen's attitude towards him. Science is inherently cold. It cannot be muddled with sentiment, and it must distinguish between right and wrong. Once right and wrong are defined, it may prove that someone wasted half their life on a futile endeavor. What science needs is data and experimentation, not camaraderie among collaborators or politeness towards subordinates. It is the unfeeling individuals immersed in the realm of science, conducting frantic research, who truly drive scientific advancement. Otherwise, look at those experts who spend their days discussing self-cultivation and ethics, always weighing right and wrong based on human sentiments. They offend no one and have excellent relationships with everyone. But aside from their empty platitudes, what substantial scientific achievements do they possess? Emil, Gillen, and Michael, upon seeing their boss return with two beautiful female doctors, shared a tacit understanding. They knew their boss spent all day with three stunning beauties and had now found another new beauty, sharing a name with the battleship Friedrich. Adding to this was Dr. Helen Zhao, who previously joined Umbrella with the Cradle of Life technology, and now Maya Hansen, a botanist. It seemed their boss was quite the charmer. However, Michael felt her own charm was overshadowed. It was one thing to be compared to the four beauties named Tifa, Scotty, Riven, and Friedrich, who were so stunning they seemed unreal, but why should she be compared to Helen Zhao and Maya Hansen? She was younger than them, had better skin and a better figure, and Maya Hansen was already a mother. If Lou Fa preferred mature women, Miss Scotty did not fit that mold. Michael also did not experience love at first sight for Lou Fa, even though this boss did not resemble any Asian she had encountered before. His features conformed perfectly to Western beauty standards with a tall, strong build and very suitable short silver hair. But more importantly, Lou Fa was wealthy. A capitalist surpassing Tony Stark and Stark Industries, according to what she overheard from Emil Gillen. Lou Fa even supported several district councilors and political pets running for Congress. It was said Lou Fa planned to invest $1 billion to help a politician become Secretary of State. This was the true big shot. After all, there are many politicians, but there is only one Secretary of State nationwide. Michael wished to avoid struggling for several more decades, but at the moment it seemed Lou Fa had no interest in her. Someone left a blood handprint on the glass of our company's building. Lou Fa instantly knew who was responsible. The Hand Association. The surveillance camera captured a person dressed as a ninja doing it. Red A calmly reported to Lou Fa. As a fellow native, Red A could naturally distinguish whether it was a real ninja or a fake one. It's probably related to the death of Lady Gao. Lou Fa pondered for a moment and said Lady Gao, such an elite creature, died without dropping any character. I wonder if the Sharingan or the explosive fruit was dropped by Lady Gao, or if it could be from some ninja. However, as for the Hand Association, it was a good thing that they sought him out rather than the other way around. Although Lou Fa could also seek information about the Hand Association from Hydra, he had previously overplayed his hand. The assassin seemed to know everything, and asking Alexander Pierce for vampire intelligence had already lowered his standing. Thus, this time Lou Fa planned to see if he could uncover the Hand Association's whereabouts himself. It would be great if a few people who knew how to manage an intelligence network would emerge. No, wait, I could also recruit agents to work for me. Lou Fa believed that intelligence was crucial, and although he did not have as many agents as Hydra or SHIELD, nor the convenient AI like JARVIS, he could still have agents work for him. He just needed to think about which agents to target. Due to the existence of the Cradle of Life technology, no research had been conducted in this area of medicine for the time being, although the extremist virus was quite adept at it. However, as the saying goes, rarity makes something precious, and the most profitable business is monopoly. Moreover, the Cradle of Life technology appeared exceedingly sophisticated, making it perfect for exploiting the wealthy without remorse. Many veterans were even taking out loans to apply for the Cradle of Life technology to restore their lost limbs and disabilities. Lou Fa felt there was little to pity for these individuals, had ventured into foreign lands to dispense justice, and were injured and discharged as a result. After all, American soldiers were the least deserving of sympathy. Moreover, Lou Fa did not possess such an abundance of compassion. In essence, the new products launched by Umbrella Corporation were merely weight loss pills, miracle cures for colds and fevers, and health supplements. It could be said that Lou Fa had ventured into the most lucrative sectors of the pharmaceutical industry. As for whether this would offend the pharmaceutical giants of America, it was after all a direct incursion into their market. Yet one must acknowledge Lou Fa's foresight. He merely visited Gideon Malik and Alexander Pierce, the supreme leaders of Hydra in the West, in the guise of an assassin, offering a minor suggestion regarding Project Insight. Along with a share of the profits, the Umbrella Corporation was then able to commence drug sales directly, without the need to establish a market or gather sufficient clinical data, and was immediately incorporated into the American healthcare system. The Drug Regulatory Department promptly issued the certificate of approval. After being included in the national healthcare system and promoted nationwide, the next step was export to the world. Gideon Malik had of course reviewed the trial process of Umbrella Corporation's drugs before confidently endorsing them. He belonged to the most ancient Hydra lineage, yet money was something one could never have enough of, especially given his need to develop his own forces. With the assassin offering a one-profit share and considering the assassin's own capability to achieve this independently, though he preferred not to cause a major stir, Gideon Malik decided to go along with it. As for Alexander Pierce, he received no share of the profits. The assassin merely offered a minor suggestion regarding Project Insight, specifically that the algorithm devised by Dr. Zola might have deficiencies, which prompted Alexander Pierce to agree with a smile. Information and intelligence are truly the greatest power. Of course, Lou Fa was also aware that had he not demonstrated an unfathomable depth of power, merely possessing such knowledge would have been enough for Alexander Pierce to have him utterly destroyed. Alexander Pierce was deeply concerned that Project Insight might be discovered by other Hydra leaders, primarily because internal conflict within Hydra was commonplace. Why did Red Skull fail? Could a powerless doctor with the help of a few soldiers and agents truly evade the pursuit of Hydra and the Führer from their German stronghold? It was simply impossible to arrange otherwise when the second super soldier confronted Red Skull and shouted, "Hey Hydra." I believe Red Skull's expression would have been quite amusing. Not to mention that Alexander Pierce had even contemplated using Project Insight to eliminate other Hydra leaders simultaneously. It could be said that the assassin's threat had completely struck Alexander Pierce's vulnerable spot. Lou Fa appeared indifferent to Project Insight. When faced with Alexander Pierce's suspicions, he stated his reasoning. "We all lurk in the shadows of a world unknown to men. There is no information about us in the world. No matter how powerful the Zola algorithm is, it cannot calculate our existence. Therefore, Project Insight has no impact on us. Hydra's triumphant dominion over the world aligns with our interests." These words dispelled Alexander Pierce's thoughts of silencing him. Firstly, the assassin was too mysterious, and the display of force during their initial meeting left a profound impression on Pierce, someone who could effortlessly defeat the Winter Soldier. He certainly did not wish to wake up to find the assassin sitting by his bedside toying with a dagger and saying, "Why so serious?" No, that seemed like the wrong line. It should be, "I will destroy Gotham to purify the world." Indeed, Alexander Pierce had also read DC Comics. Upon the assassin's first appearance, he was strongly reminded of Ras Al Ghul, the demon's head. Secondly, if they were truly indifferent to this matter, Alexander Pierce felt that cooperation might not be out of the question. After all, his Project Insight was far from successful, constantly delayed by the Security Council, perhaps the most glorious moment for this backdrop entity. Thus, Alexander Pierce believed he at least needed the assassin's assistance to ensure the successful implementation of Project Insight. Since these were products of the Umbrella Corporation, no advertising was necessary. Many people drawn by the brand itself chose to give them a try. Although these medications contained only trace amounts of the doomsday virus, Lufa did not wish to create ultimate beings everywhere. Moreover, a single cure would discourage repeat customers, so his drugs were designed for rapid onset and high efficacy. However, to maintain the effect, one had to take them continuously. America was a nation plagued by severe obesity and rampant drug abuse. Nearly 70% of the population consumed various health supplements, primarily vitamins. Brands like Centrum Nature Made and Nutrilite were common. In America, many families, especially in New York, took dietary supplements daily. Middle-class households would ingest a handful of chewable tablets each morning. The country's annual consumption of dietary supplements exceeded $300 billion, with a penetration rate of 80%. The cost of these supplements was only 1,015 of the market price. Did they realize what that meant? After accounting for other expenses, the profit margin reached 400. Our medicine is the best, so it must be the most expensive. Lufa priced Umbrella Corporation's drugs at 50% above the market rate for similar products. Yet precisely because of their remarkable effectiveness, countless people abandoned their usual brands after a single trial. In their eyes, it was excellent value. Could other companies, despite their high prices, match Umbrella's efficacy? After taking Umbrella's product, results were visible within a day. Obese individuals weighing 300 to 400 pounds saw their weight drop by 10 pounds daily, an effect too obvious to ignore. Thus, Umbrella's products became the new trend. Whether it was the Lufa element, the nanobio suits, or the current medications, all demonstrated the company's absolute dominance. No competitor could rival them. Perhaps only Tony Stark's Iron Man suit posed a challenge, but he refused to sell it to the U.S. military. A rainy night. Red A, clad in a waterproof tight suit, stood atop Umbrella Corporation's building overlooking the land. Though Lufa had not assigned him any tasks, Red A consciously kept his distance from his master and handled the necessary dirty work on his own. Indeed, compared to heroic spirits driven by chivalry and heroism, Red A was an exceptionally valuable servant. There was also assassin class Amiya Kiritsugu. Father and son performed the grimy tasks without complaint. Lufa always believed that assassins were the forces he needed, which was why he had fabricated an assassin organization. Red A needed no further praise. To return to the main point, he spotted a group of ninjas approaching the Umbrella building. They threw ropes, securing anchor points, and began to climb. These were ninjas of the Hand. Because Lufa had boldly taken Frederick the Great to deal with Madame Gao and the Hand, and although Hell's Kitchen lacked surveillance cameras, they had done this twice. Kingpin wanted to know if someone would continue to cause trouble. Naturally, he discovered Lufa was responsible. The founder and controller of Umbrella Corporation was not someone a minor gangster like Kingpin could afford to offend. Fortunately, there was the fearless Hand. Master the Hand's ninjas have arrived. Red A had learned about the Hand from Lufa and had been strictly monitoring the surroundings. Lufa, who had been exploring Frederick the Great's secrets, showed no change in expression. He rose and told the group of warm, fragrant beauties that he had matters to attend to. The Hand's ninjas, he wondered if they would drop anything valuable. Still, Lufa felt some wariness toward the Hand, mainly because of the black sky. Behind the Hand lurked an entity known as the Beast. Its portrayal in the MCU might have been unimpressive, but in the comics, it was a powerful demon capable of toying with the Ghost Rider. The black sky was the Hand's weapon, infused with the Beast's power and immensely strong. Of course, Lufa was only wary. He suspected the black sky might be a lucrative prize. The Hand's retaliation was straightforward. Though surprised that Umbrella Corporation was the mastermind, they did not abandon revenge. Given that Umbrella possessed nanobio suits, its security forces were undoubtedly formidable. Thus, they dispatched most of their ninjas along with Tadao Shin, a figure of the same caliber as Yashigami Shin. They believed this force would be enough to neutralize Umbrella Corporation. What's the situation? Lufa appeared beside Red A, his jealousy magic tool, transforming into a sealed rainproof suit. Red A stated calmly, this damn rainy weather, better to end it soon. Lufa said to Red A. He was simply too lazy to make a move. As long as he stayed within 3 meters of Red A, he could collect all the loot from the monsters Red A killed. Understood. Red A drew his bow and began a methodical hunt, picking off targets one by one. After all, with the strength of a heroic spirit, the ninjas of the hand were no match for him. One hound of the Red Plane struck a ninja, and the others immediately performed high-speed maneuvers to evade the attack. But they didn't know that the Hound of the Red Plains was a homing noble phantasm Red A often used. It tracked its prey by scent, and as long as the archer survived, no matter how many times it was shot down, it would continue to pursue its target relentlessly. Not to mention that now Red A could afford to manifest a large number of Hounds of the Red Plains at once with unlimited blade works. The ninjas soon realized that no matter how they dodged, the arrows would always hit them. So they gave up on evasion and charged directly at Red A. The ninja assassins of the hand did not fear death. They knew that even if they died, they could be resurrected by the dragon bone as long as their bodies weren't destroyed, so they showed no fear. Thus, they were extremely aggressive, even willing to trade their lives for a wound on the enemy. Even Hydra was reluctant to provoke such madmen from the hand, as it wasn't worth the cost. However, facing Red A, they quickly discovered that even their fearlessness couldn't help them reach the rooftop of the Umbrella Corporation building. One man with a single bow managed to suppress them all. Even Hawkeye couldn't achieve this. Only Red A, who in life used a bow to massacre a Middle Eastern terrorist organization and became a heroic spirit after death, could do it with ease. Lufa occasionally glanced back, mainly to see if any character would suddenly drop something. The demon's abilities in this regard were quite strong, and it seemed that the Yamato amulet had also been influenced by Lufa's needs. Although he still couldn't deal with Scotty, even Frederick the Great had succumbed after a clash spanning 3 million words. Lufa had many wives, a whole host from Chaldea and Azalane alone. He had to be strong enough to manage them all. But instead of a character drop, an enemy unit arrived. A green meteor fell from the sky, its target clearly Red A and Lufa. What the hell is that? Lufa drew the Yamato. No matter what it was, he couldn't let it crash into the Umbrella Corporation or the entire building would be leveled to the ground. After all, that was a meteor. A green meteor fell from the sky, its target clearly Red A and Lufa. What the hell is that? Lufa leaped and slashed at the meteor with his sword. The immense impact force negated the Yamato's property of cutting through anything, knocking Lufa straight out of the sky. However, his strike still caused the meteor to disintegrate midair. But Lufa's face darkened as he looked at the green flames burning on the Yamato. Is this? Fell. Along with the thunderous sound of the meteor crashing to the ground, a terrifying figure, even larger than the Hulk, slowly crawled out of the impact crater. It barely resembled a humanoid form, but from its rocky body and the blazing green fell fire covering it from head to toe, it was clear that this was the meteor itself. Holy shit, an infernal. Lufa cursed. In the game, infernals were nothing, but this was reality. An infernal is a mindless giant assembled from matter and fell energy by more powerful and cunning demons. As a siege weapon of the Burning Legion, this savage monster typically uses its burning fists made of fell fire and rock to shatter the enemy's defenses. A summoned infernal falls to the ground like a burning green meteor, its sole purpose being to utterly destroy all life before it. Although their existence is limited, these powerful infernals have records of destroying entire cities before their energy is depleted and they return to the twisting nether. Keep in mind that this entire city was one of Azeroth's superhuman cities. Its inhabitants were all stronger than the average earthling. Thankfully, I have Frederick the Great. Lufa sheathed the Yamato. Infernals possess magic immunity and spell resistance, but their physical defense isn't very strong. And right now, he had a humanoid battleship at his disposal. Commander, Frederick the Great, summoned by Lufa, arrived on the rooftop. The first thing she saw was Lufa transformed into his demon form, engaged in a brutal fistfight with a massive blazing stone giant. But now his entire body had turned green. Fell corruption. When infused with a sufficient amount of fell energy, theoretically any creature, especially those of flesh and blood, can be transformed into a demon. The Aradar of Argus, for instance, have become full-fledged demons, while practitioners like warlocks and demon hunters can temporarily take on a demonic form by harnessing fell energy.